You're looking live at the Heinz Auditorium in Boston, Massachusetts, the site of the 5th Annual New England Cannabis Convention here in the greatest sports town in America. Hi, everybody. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of the Cannabis Multimedia Network, and I'll be here for the next, oh my goodness gracious, the next 3 days. We'll be live streaming every moment of this convention. And I am joined on our makeshift set here by two people representing Tilt Holdings. They are the presenting sponsor of the 5th Annual New England Cannabis Convention, and I am extremely happy to introduce you to Francesca and to Taylor. And thank you guys for coming out. And thank you so much for the support of the cannabis industry. On behalf of the entire cannabis industry, I thank Tilt Holdings for your support. Is that okay?
Absolutely. Thanks for having us, Jimmy.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us here today.
You bet. No, you know what? We planned this. Let's be honest. We planned this, okay? Because I said, you guys are the presenting sponsors. You should be here to kick the show off. And I really do appreciate that. And tell me a little bit about the company. This is a holding company of how many companies in the cannabis industry?
Yeah, so originally Tilt was founded with 4 companies, those being Sante Veritas, which is a licensed producer in British Columbia, Sea Hunter Therapeutics, Baker Technologies, which is where I come from, as well as Brightside.
And Brightside, which one's the delivery service that had the really cool commercial that I saw last night?
That was Brightside.
Okay, so I'm watching your site. I'm doing some research. I'm doing some prep. I swear I did, Francesca, okay? And I'm watching this commercial, and I'm like, this is such a well-produced commercial with a great story to tell, and you cannot see it on traditional media. And as someone who's been in the media for 40 years, it really pisses me off. It's one of the reasons why I started this network, because I want the industry to have an opportunity to tell their stories. Because, as we know, the traditional media still has a lot of worries, if you will, about the fact that it's still federally illegal. But we do know that there's all sorts of movement going on in this country right now where it does look like we're going to see a change in 2019. We have no idea what that change is going to be, correct? We don't know how deep.
Correct.
So how exciting is that for a company like you guys? You're publicly traded. You've got vertical integration with a whole bunch of stuff from seed to sale. It's got to be an exciting time for you because the market really hasn't even emerged yet, has it?
Yeah. I mean, well, that's right. I mean, you just cherry picked some of the most exciting things that are happening in the market for us right now. And first and foremost, we're excited to be part of the industry and here to support it. We are really, really proud of the organizations that we're able to work with, and we're supporting everything from CRM platforms to distribution services to retail operations to product development, and really helping individual licensed business owners get off the ground. It's a challenging space, as you mentioned, since this is an industry that hasn't been fully recognized by the federal government as something that really holds clout.
Could actually do banking, for instance.
That's right.
A little thing there. When you do business, you do have to use money at some point.
Yes, yeah. There are some real legitimate challenges in this industry that license holders are facing, and our mission at Tilt is really to support those individual business owners and help them thrive in this industry, help them learn best practices, help us build a standard to this industry that everyone can be really, really proud of.
And of course, you tell me your home office is in Cambridge, right? Yes?
That's right. We're based in Cambridge, Massachusetts, Tilt Holdings is, and we have a vertical operation here in Massachusetts under Commonwealth Alternative Care. We have a cultivation.
That's in Taunton?
Taunton, Massachusetts,
Yep.
That's right.
I told you I did my homework, guys.
Thank you.
I'll fill in the blanks. And I still maintain I have not had my morning coffee.
That's right. Yes, we have a medical dispensary in Taunton, Massachusetts, and we are actually opening another 2 locations under Commonwealth Alternative Care. Brockton, Massachusetts is opening shortly in a few weeks, and we're also hoping to open our Cambridge location near our headquarters, hopefully early summer.
Taylor, I'm going to ask you this question. You hear Francesca talking about hopefully open.
Yeah.
Massachusetts, as we know, voted this in 2016. Okay, it's 2019. I think it's March. Are we still in March? Right, my head's a little crazy. March is a weird month. Has it been frustrating, the slow rollout? Now, we know that there was a political influence by the governor in this state. I'm going to throw him right under the bus, Charlie Baker. Okay, he did not want a revolution. He wanted a slow evolution. How much of an effect has it been on the retarding of the start and the launch of this business? Because the market, as far as I'm concerned, hasn't even opened yet.
Yeah, totally. So this is actually my 4th year at NECANN. So I've actually seen this conference grow over the years. And I would say that although it could be frustrating to some, it's actually important that states take a step back and look at how other states roll out their programs from medical to recreational. So to some it might be frustrating, to others at the government level it actually might be smart in some cases to make sure that you're establishing regulation that's going to roll out the program effectively.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that this is, of course, the 5th New England Can, and you've been to all of them.
4 out of 5.
4 out of 5.
4 out of 5. Yeah.
Well, that's pretty good. Anyway, because I remember I've heard stories about the first one, and interestingly enough, I know that my good friend Bob Lobel was instrumental in helping this convention kind of get off. He accepted it. You know, Bob's had a horrible problem with spinal stenosis, and we love Bob Lobel. I was Bob Lobel. That when I was in Portland, Maine for the first 11 years of my career, I wasn't comfortable being myself yet. I am now. But I wasn't then. So I emulated someone I respected, and it was Bob Lobel. And I'd known him his first day at WBZ in 1978. I held the door for him because I was already producing sports at age 20 for Channel 4 at that time when I was a junior at Tufts University. It's incredible that it was that long ago. That's really what I think. So Bob's had a big impact on this because he's legitimized it. He said, hey, you know what? I've used this stuff. I don't like opioids. I've used this stuff, and it has helped me. You hear veterans saying that all the time. I hear people coming up to me all the time saying, cannabis has changed my life. And yet we're sitting here, and I don't understand why my friends in the media haven't shown any kind of a positive spin on what's going on. This is an exciting new industry with jobs, with taxes. You guys made a payment to Taunton recently, did you not?
Right.
Do we know the amount of that? Can we just throw that out there? Is that like one of those things that's privately, you know, in the back? Or do you know how much it was?
No, it was shared publicly, but we did make our first community host agreement to the city of Taunton on behalf of Commonwealth Alternative Care, and we were so honored to be able to do that for the city. You know, like I mentioned, at our dispensary, we see patients every day that come in and are just really trying to find relief, and that's what our primary job is. We're here to help others feel better, and we do that by creating the most, efficacious products we can, the most technologically advanced, medications, the most consistently dosed products, so that our patients know that they can come to Commonwealth Alternative Care, get really good products, get amazing, knowledgeable service, and know that we're also a member of the community, and we want to see other business members thrive and be supported by this industry.
And you guys setting a great example. And one of the biggest challenges, I talked about Governor Baker. He wanted this to be a slow rollout. He certainly got it, and yet everybody supports what the Cannabis Control Commission has done, and Steve Hoffman as the chair. He's the target, let's just say, of a lot of people's frustrations with the slow rollout of the business. But your company is a great example of, you made a host agreement, you're following the rules, you're thriving, you're giving back already. I mean, there are people out there who are still very frustrated with Massachusetts. I mean, you're not frustrated at this point? Are you saying, are they doing a good job? Are we at the point now we're seeing rec shops opening? In fact, Netta opens tomorrow in Brookline. Finally, the closest one in Boston, right?
That's right.
So are we at the point now where you feel like you're not a mature industry yet in Massachusetts, but we're still in the infancy?
I mean, if I could say, I think,
say whatever you want.
I think that Massachusetts, we're still in the early stages here, and I think the CCC and the state, they've come together and have really done their best to try and create a structure that has longevity in sight, and really considering the needs of patients and constituents and residents, and all of that is very complicated. There is obviously, for us, as we want to have patients in our stores as soon as possible. We want to see more and more people, be touched by. We're in business,
right.
So, but we know that we need to walk before we run, and we want people to feel good about having this in their neighborhoods. So if it takes a little bit longer, we're okay with that. We just know that together we can make these small steps and really create something that's going to last.
Software. Everybody's in software in this world. What differentiates Tilt Holding software from others that are playing in the software world?
Yeah, totally. So with the combination, our recent acquisition of Blackbird, Baker Technologies and Blackbird are currently in process of integrating our systems. So Baker as a whole is a CRM, so we provide targeted text messaging to where we can understand the consumer. You can send out messages based on products, maybe conditions, etc. And then Blackbird actually has a couple different services. So they actually provide B2B distribution, taking product from wholesaler to retailer, but they also do home delivery. And so right now, that's going to be a big movement. Obviously in Massachusetts, you can only do delivery medically right now, but hope to see that go recreationally, just because it is a safer, more convenient way to get product.
Now, I know the commission and Steve Hoffman, the chair, and I sat down, I think it was about a week ago. It's been a little bit of a blur the last week, let's just say. And we have excerpts of that interview, that one-on-one with Steve Hoffman, that we're going to intersperse in our 18 hours. I told you, I'm just not on yet. 18 hours of live streaming over the next 3 days here. And again, slow rollouts, walk before you run. I think Governor Baker said that, so you did a very good job. Very good job of that. The host agreements has been one of the biggest things that, the commission, not commissions come under fire, it's just a fact of life. Massachusetts people, we love causes, and we love to fight causes sometimes, don't we, Massachusetts? It's a great come on, best sports town in America.
Very passionate bunch.
Very passionate. But even those that are in city and town, small town and small city government, want to be a player in this. They see the opportunity. There's a big cash grab mentality out there, from little mom and pop stores to the holding companies. Everybody wants to be part of this. And of course in Massachusetts, sometimes they want to make it as challenging as possible. Grabs onto an issue and becomes passionate about it. I think you guys know I'm extremely pro-cannabis. I support the industry, not just because of the product, okay, but because of the host agreements that allow you to fund schools and fund the improvement of roads. And it just makes sense, right, in so many ways. One of the directives of the Cannabis Control Commission and the law is a social equity effort to give those who have been affected by the war on drugs, the failure of the war on drugs, I might add, giving them a chance to actually come into this business and make it. How responsible is Tilt Holdings looking at that? And is there a program, if not in place now, in development, that will welcome these people in some way and get them education? I mean, I recognize a lot of people think you need an awful lot of money to go through this process, and I know people saying at least $1 million. I know people who took them $7 million to get their medical dispensary open up, and I know people who have done it all themselves out there in Uxbridge. We're going to salute Caroline out in Uxbridge because she did all the paperwork herself and opened up the first rec-only non-medical dispensary in Massachusetts. I can't wait to meet her one of these days. So let's go to social equity, and I guess we'll use Francesca. Tell me a little bit about what some of the ideas that Tilt has in order to address this.
Well, thank you for bringing that up. Social equity is something extremely important to Tilt. We actually have an inclusion program, the Tilt Inclusion Program, that we've recently launched. That actually portions of it have been, work in the inner workings of our organization since we started. But the Tilt Inclusion Program is really a platform for individuals who have been affected disproportionately by the war on drugs, and to help them avail of the resources needed to enter this industry and really make a thriving, successful business for themselves. So Tilt, we've been working very, very diligently to understand exactly what the needs of license holders are, and we've come up with a program that really helps the individual get from just the drive and the passion that it takes to be in the cannabis industry to get them to open their doors. So right now we are supporting over a dozen licensees that we're working with and nurturing and helping them build their vision. And we are really excited to bring more people onto this program and really help the industry for people that haven't been helped in the past.
Well, it's a good cause. We all recognize that a lot of people paid not the ultimate price, but a big price to be incarcerated for minimal drug offenses, and at least the politicians and some of those who are in power recognize that we should do something to help these people out. All throughout this country now, this whole green wave towards legalization, and how some states are looking to expunge the records of some of these people that have been incarcerated and what have you. So, I salute that effort totally, and it makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
What's next for you guys? I'm going to go with the software guy first.
Yeah.
What's next for Tilt? I mean, you guys have a ton of dispensaries. You're publicly traded. I mean, what's next?
So technically we only have one dispensary open right now, with the second on its way open.
Okay.
But I think for Tilt, we're a little bit different in the fact with multi-state operators that we actually have other solutions that really provide services for all types of cannabis businesses, from cultivators, manufacturers, to dispensaries. So I think the synergies between some of our recent acquisitions with Baker, Blackbird, now with Jupiter, which is the leading C-cell hardware provider.
Thank you very much to remind me of this. That is my brand. Ever since it came out, talk about a differentiator.
Yeah.
It was by far the best, the Palm C-cell, and even the straight batteries, the best vaping system, ceramic, heating, whatever, that I have used for my medicinal purposes.
Right.
Awesome.
So I like them.
Yeah.
And Kayla, I talked to Kayla Stone, who's the director of marketing. She's got to, I talked to her like the day she started.
That's really
cool.
And she's always taken my call. And the fact now that you guys are involved with them, when you guys acquired them, I was really excited.
Yeah,
We're excited as well.
We've been really fortunate. The Tilt family is really comprised of some awesome market leaders that just together we have an awesome opportunity to create a network of services for the industry, and we are really, really excited to be around so many passionate people that really just want to help each other get better.
That's what it's about, because it's already helped so many people. There's an incredible amount of veterans that served our country, come back, and getting assimilated back into the real world has been difficult for them.
Definitely.
And to me, it's one of the most upsetting things about what's been going on in our government, because these guys, they go to the VA, they go to the hospitals, and the doctors can talk to them about it, but they can't do anything about it as far as getting them into a medicinal program. There's all sorts of movements out there. So much research now is being done on this. I always go back to, as a company, you thrive on capitalism. We love it. We love democracy. This has been moving this thing. And yet there's social responsibility by corporations, too, that we're starting to see now. That's got to make it a little... You must take a lot of pride in what you do and the company you're with.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, if you look around the country, a lot of dispensaries, if you're specifically talking about veterans, veteran discounts, giving veteran-owned stores discounts on software services, etc. That's huge. If you look at statistics, 22 veterans commit suicide daily, which is astronomical. And if you look at organizations like Weed for Warriors and some of the other ones out there that are really trying to, help veterans get relief, and you're starting to see other states actually approve PTSD, which is really exciting. If you look at the state of Illinois, for instance, is a great example. I think PTSD increased their patient count by several thousand. So it's starting to happen, and people are starting to realize that the cannabis is definitely an alternative for our veterans and people with PTSD.
There you go. Well, we're trying to create a new normal here in the United States, right?
Yeah.
I never thought in a million years, guys, that it would be in my home state, okay? I'm sorry. I never thought the Red Sox would win 4 World Series in my lifetime, let alone even the last 15 years, right? And the other team, the one down the road there, it's a football team. Patriots, I think they're called, right?
I think
they've done pretty well, too, right?
Yeah.
It's really a lot of fun. I'm getting is that a 15? 5, okay, thanks. Because he did it 3 times, and I'm like, okay, 5 times 3 is 15. Wait a second, no. Thank you, appreciate it. This is going to be fun. I mean, you can tell that I'm going to have a blast for the next, few hours. One of my disciples is here. What you guys maybe not know, but I started a training studio for on-camera talent for kids, ages 10 to 18.
Oh, cool.
In 2008. Do you remember when the entire world's economy fell apart? Half of us, right?
Yeah.
Right. Everybody lost half, right? That was the first day I opened my business. Young Broadcasters of America, October. That weekend in October, 2008. One of my students, one of my proteges, my disciples, is going to be my co-anchor. Wow. She's been I've known her since she was 13 years old. Her name's Nicole Spiller. She just arrived. I'm very excited about that.
Awesome.
And she too will be joining me and doing interviews with people too. I know you have a booth that you have to go man.
Yep.
Is there anything about your dispensary? And I'll be honest, one of the things I have yet to do, we all know what a pub crawl is, right? All right, I have a medical card. I've never done a medical crawl. I've been to a lot of the dispensaries, and I'll admit I've not been to yours. Is there anything about that dispensary that differentiates it from others? What will I see as a patient there that I may not see at others? And by the way, Revolutionary Clinics is my sponsor. Okay. So, we like them too.
We like Revolutionary Clinics
as
well.
They are one of the best.
But at Commonwealth Alternative Care, as I mentioned, we're located in Taunton, Massachusetts. And our facility there has both our cultivation and processing arms as well. And really, the store is stunning. It's a beautiful space. Our staff is really, really kind, knowledgeable, professional. They really know their stuff, and they really have really wonderful insights to share with patients. And then on top of it, we carry our own products and as well as some assortments from other purveyors in Massachusetts.
Where's your grow facility?
It's actually in Taunton as well.
Okay,
So
in the same
facility.
Same facility.
Growing and processing the same
so
facility.
when you walk in, there's an incredible odor as you walk into a dispensary that has
a sweet smell in the
smell.
air. But we do carry a beautiful assortment of products as well.
Yep.
We grow our own flower, beautiful premium flower. We carry our own brands. We have a topicals line called Slate. We also carry an edibles line called Chroma. And we also have a concentrates line called One. So for those that are interested in trying different kinds of consumables, we have just a wide selection to choose.
And it's a little overwhelming, especially in the beginning. If you get a medical card, your first trip to a dispensary is so overwhelming. There's so much information, so much knowledge out there, and yet everybody's system, everybody's endocannabinoid system is different. So what you may enjoy as far as a dose or a titration is different than what you might, and definitely more than what I might, because let's just say I've done a lot of field research in my lifetime, a lot of experience with this, but because of the arthritic condition that I live in, it has helped me manage pain, and that really is why it became legal and why it's such a good tool to use. So you must take, when people come into you and say, oh my God, I tried that product, that CBD product, or that combination THC and CBD product,
right.
My pain went away. Isn't that what it's about? That's what gets you jonesed every morning. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, it actually does. Our staff can actually provide testimonials to how much our patients come back and tell them that they feel better, and thanking our staff, our PSAs, for helping them choose between what kind of medication would actually alleviate some of that pain or discomfort. We're really, really proud and very, very excited and feel very honored to have the opportunity to help other people.
There you go. Last thoughts about the software world and why Tilt Holdings is so spectacular, and why every single dispensary anybody is interested should be using your stuff.
I would say that the biggest differentiator is we provide end-to-end solutions. So there's a lot of solutions out there with online ordering, right? And it might be just for pickup. With Tilt and our software and services, we have the ability to actually take the product and deliver it to the consumer, which is definitely different than most companies, obviously in a state where that's allowed. But also just the knowledge. I mean, Baker, we've been around for almost 4 years, and we're right at about 1,100 dispensaries right now. So about a third of the market in the U.S. is using our platform.
Now, lastly, the Globe recently put out a spotlight piece in the last 24 to 48 hours, the Boston Globe, the newspaper in town owned by John Henry, also owns the Red Sox. And the whole theme of that article, I thought, was are we worried about the big companies dominating the industry? But in the beginning, don't you need the big company to show the way?
Well, I'd like to
That was a
think.
good job there. That was well done. Jeez, I don't want to answer that one. Great
Well, I
testing.
mean,
Yeah, this is the last question. I
Right, the
promise.
last question. So,
Yep.
well, I'd like to
Just
think.
reminded me.
I'd like to think that what makes an industry thrive is not domination, but collaboration, and that's what Tilt is really here to do. We're here to support businesses through and through, from seed to sale, from soup to nuts, to that last mile, to really touching that consumer and letting them know that we are here to make them feel better. And really, that's the biggest opportunity on the table. And Tilt, we really want to take advantage of that opportunity and show the world that we're here to service the industry.
Terrific. Hey, you guys are doing a great service to the industry just by being the presenting sponsor here, and I congratulate you. And it's been so great to work you weeks getting to know you. I'm coming to Taunton.
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll let you know in advance. All right?
Commonwealth All Care. Yes.
Commonwealth, and I appreciate you coming out here too, Taylor. Thank you so much. Good luck to you guys.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
By the way, you're welcome back here anytime because I've got 18 hours to fill, and I know
We're gonna check in on you on Sunday.
I already see. Thank you. I appreciate that. I will be burnt out. Okay, 4:05. You know where I'm going. All right. Thank you guys again.
Thank you so much.
All right,
Appreciate it.
so
Thank
we're live streaming here from the New England Cannabis Convention. This is the Cannabis Multimedia Network. We are live on the CLNS Media Platform's YouTube channel, and we are live on our own website now, Cannabis Multimedia Network. And as soon as Google gets caught up to us, go to cmn.com will work. So before we bring in our next guest, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up. Let's go to the wide shot. Can we go to the wide shot there, Jason, up top? And you could get a feel for the beginning of the show. And as you look at the hallways down our row here in the 12th row at the New England Cannabis Convention, there's a lot of people I can actually pick out and notice. You guys are done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Again,
Thank you.
I'll come visit, I promise.
Thanks so
All right? And, I know the MerryMed people are down there. I think there's an interesting company from New Hampshire that's a label maker that's in our 12th row there. And of course, now we'll be bringing in, I see Jared Christopher from Sprout is here. Is anyone else with Jared? And Nicole, come on. I want you to sit. I want you to get a microphone and sit because I don't want Jared, you get to sit next to Nicole. Jared Christopher, Nicole Spiller, say hello. Oh, I love that. We need microphones for these guys. And this is going to be a very loose production. A lot of people think when they tune in a live stream that it's going to be exactly like television. It is not exactly like television. It's much more relaxed. And it is not, we don't wing it because we really do know what we do. But Jared Christopher, first of all, I got to tell you, the last time I saw you at a convention, you had your phone and your earphones in, and you were talking the entire time. I never got a chance to say hello. So hello, nice to see you again.
Great to see you again.
Without your phone. And you're sitting next to Nicole Spiller,
Hello.
who is someone who I've known since for 10 years.
Is this thing on?
She worked in my training studio. Yes, it's on, Nicole. Trust me, it's on, okay? And she's going to be my co-anchor here. So first of all, I'm going to ask you about Sprout. Because when I first met you, I had no idea what it was. Now I know what it is. There are a lot of there are other companies out there trying to do the same thing that you guys are doing. How do you differentiate your company from others? And put your mic right there.
Great.
Attaboy. Good job.
So first of all, Sprout is a software and data company, and we focus on sales and marketing. So we help brands and dispensaries become more successful at growing their business as well as acquiring and retaining customers. We have a loyalty application, but the main reason, or the main way that we're different than a lot of our competitors is that we're a true all-in-one platform. So Sprout is not a startup. Sprout has been around actually for 12 years.
Wow. That's like adolescence in the weed business, right? I mean, 12
absolutely,
years. I mean, you're almost teenagers.
Yeah, so the technology platform, we've invested millions of dollars and many man-hours in terms of writing code, and the software is deployed throughout the country in other retail operations outside of cannabis. So when we got started, we kind of fell into this by accident. Several years ago, We signed up our first medical dispensary, and then we realized that there was a void in the marketplace for this technology. So I pivoted the business and had our software developers start customizing the software specifically for the cannabis industry. So compared to a lot of our other competitors who have only been around for maybe 1 or 2 or 3 years, we've been in business for 12 years. Our technology is by far is the most robust all-in-one platform in the market today.
Very cool. Very cool. Nicole, I haven't even had a chance to say hello to you. Okay, so hello.
Good morning, Jimmy.
I also have a list of questions that I was going to give you, but I'm going to put you on the spot. You've heard what this gentleman does. Can you ask him a question that might be interesting to some of us? Because I know you could probably come up with one for him. Go ahead.
I was just wondering, like, what do you find is like the biggest struggle, especially with like the industry just being accepted now, that you find within your company that you think that is the biggest thing that would hold you back, that you have to like work on to overcome?
We're growing exponentially, so one of the challenges that we're facing right now is managing the growth. So we're adding
That's a
customers.
good problem to have.
These are great problems to have. So there's a lot of wind behind our back, and obviously this industry is growing very quickly. So we're fortunate to be in this vertical. So one of our challenges is making sure that we digest what we chew. Mm-hmm. So we're managing our growth. We're not just signing up every customer we possibly can, but doing it methodically.
Quality over quantity.
Exactly. Yeah.
And that's kind of a mantra for this business too: quality over quantity.
Definitely.
Because everybody thinks they're growing the best stuff and have the best stuff, and this is and what's going to work for you or work for this guy, it's going to be different than what works for me or somebody else. It's one of the most. There's no other industry that I can think of that's a comparable for this anywhere. You agree?
Agreed. Yeah.
I mean, now I wrote a blog a couple of months ago about what if it was alcohol that was prohibited in 1937 and prohibition continued then, and all of a sudden in 2016 the voters voted in alcohol as legal. Wouldn't we be going through a very similar process? In fact, a more challenging process, I think, in explaining the benefits of alcohol, the uses of alcohol, what is good about it, what isn't good about it. I mean, am I wrong?
No, you're absolutely right. Although I do think the cannabis industry is very unique compared to, say, alcohol or tobacco, one of the other vice industries. The fact
Adult
that
use.
Adult use. Sorry,
industries.
stand corrected.
Yeah, they're not corrected. Just helping you out here, Jerry.
But because there's a medical component to this industry,
yeah.
right? So they're truly supplying medicine to patients as well as products for adult use. Mm-hmm. And now we're seeing health and wellness emerge, with the Farm Bill passing and companies starting to sell hemp and CBD both online and in retail, not just here in the States, but internationally. This industry has got much more growth opportunities than an industry like tobacco or alcohol.
Two other industries that have, been around for quite a while and have done quite well, but you can die from alcohol, you can die from too much tobacco.
Yeah, there's definitely more cons to the alcohol.
Right. Exactly right. There are more pros going for the cannabis world than there is
definitely
on the others. And that's got to be, heartening too. Are you still getting, similar to what Nicole asked you, when people ask you, what business you're in, you say, you have you're involved with the cannabis industry?
Yes. Yeah. So now I openly, I'm proud. It's more of a badge today.
Nice. Badge of honor. I love that. Good. It should be. We all should be. And that's the whole point, by the way, of this network I just formulated here over the last few months, because we want to hear the stories from people in the industry, people that are in the trenches and are fighting the fight and debating and talking to people, because I will tell you there's very few things in our world that aren't, this is one of the most controversial. Everybody has an opinion about it. Some are more educated about it than others, especially now with the amount of science and research that's being done. We're getting into the new normal. I know that Massachusetts has social clubs on the agenda, trying to figure out what might be a good idea for a social club, whether there'll be open smoking or vaping or sales of it or do you have any, I mean, after sitting with Steve Hoffman and going to a couple of these public forums, listening to people talk about their ideas, I'm really glad I'm not on the making these decisions, because I'm not quite sure what will happen. What do you think might happen in Massachusetts with social clubs? By the way, this is your opinion. It does not reflect the management of Sprout Corporation. Okay, how'd I do?
I think for a while they're going to keep alcohol separate from
good idea.
From cannabis.
Yep.
And I think you will see social clubs continue to emerge, and people being able to visit those clubs. I do think you eventually will start to see other establishments, whether it be coffee shops, focusing on this vertical. We're actually seeing it right now. We have we've been expanding internationally, so we signed clients in Canada as well as Mexico, and we're starting to see outside of the United States companies form these quasi-cannabis / retail business, so where they're combining coffee, with cannabis.
Right, nice. And you're also seeing, you mentioned the Farm Act, that typical government, by the way. We're going to pass this Farm Act. We're going to allow the farmers to start growing hemp and extracting CBD from it. But we have no idea what we're going to do with the CBD when it goes into food or into liquids or anything for us to drink, because nobody seems to know about this product because it's still in its infancy. Do you see in the next, we'll make it a year, will cannabis be descheduled, do you think, in the next year in some capacity? It's got to be. You guys got to help. The banking industry has to open up.
So I think the banking industry will start to open up and allow people to deposit their funds. But I do think that THC, separate from THC, from CBD, is a psychotropic, right, and that is not going to get descheduled. That is something that the United Nations will ultimately, control. It does alter your state of mind. So it's something that will still be a controlled substance. Yep. But obviously the CBDs in certain quantities, they've relaxed kind of the regulation, and you will start to see that new products emerge with various compounds from CBDs.
Yeah, you mentioned the United Nations World Health Organization. They are finally recognizing there are some medicinal benefits to the components of this plant, whether they're going to be the intoxicating ones or not. The CBD is not, the THC is. So, and then you've got the whole medical debate about how much THC is necessary to activate the CBD, and we know that hemp is 0.3% under. So it's you got to be a little bit of a chemist to figure out all the chemicals that are involved with this thing, but at least they're talking about it, and that to me alone is a huge win for those who have been pro-cannabis for a long time. Jarrett, I know that you're with the group. Are you with Spoken Interiors? Are you up there with
Sprout? Rick? Yeah, we have sharing a booth with them today.
With Rick. So I know, I've gotten to know Rick a little bit since the Seat to Sale show. We found out we have like 50 mutual friends. When you go back and you see him, you tell him that he's still welcome here. Okay, anytime he wants to come down, he'd like to. He has some news that he'd like to share about his company, and I told him, we'll give you the forum. So
he's not shy. I'm sure he'll come down.
I know that he's not shy. Another thing we have in common, I might add. But Jared, thank you so much. I really have enjoyed meeting you over the last few months. I know you're a big supporter of Sensi Magazine, one of our founding marketing partners, and we appreciate that. And I will, at some point, get out of this chair, I think, in the next 3 days. That's why Nicole's here, by the way.
Hopefully for lunch.
I will. Well, at least I have some snacks, but yes, I will. Thank you so much, and best of luck in the future. You bet. Good to see you.
Thank you.
All right, we are at the New England Cannabis Convention. We're at booth number 1233, right? 1233 is my booth, isn't it? Isn't that where I am right now? One thing I'm having a little issue with, guys, I need to see a clock. And that can be on my phone, that can be on a monitor. It just helps me pace the interview and know what's going on. Okay, everybody? By the way, this is the big difference between television and this is that we get to talk to each other without little earpieces, little IFPs.
Way to just throw me to the wolves in there, Jimmy.
Sit here, Nicole. I get to introduce Nicole Spiller.
I just pulled that question out of nowhere.
And you did. No, you know what? I knew I could put you on the spot. I feel like the teacher. I'm putting the prize pupil on the spot. Okay, ask a good question, and you did, Nicole.
I was like, okay,
Tell me what you're doing now. Tell people who you are, what you're doing now, because I think
that's
a
very, very broad statement.
I understand what I want to go ahead. Tell me all the
Which is
different
my
things.
camera?
Well, here's the thing. This camera here on the left, even though we have, okay. So this one over here, the right one. Go to the right one.
Okay.
Eye contact with the camera is so important, and Nicole learned that where?
Young Broadcasters of America.
I love this girl. I love her. It's awesome. Okay. So go ahead. Tell me a little bit what you're doing, because I know you just graduated college.
Yes, I graduated college in...
What college?
I graduated from Westfield State in 2018 with a bachelor's degree in communications with a concentration in journalism. So I've been dabbling in broadcast journalism for quite some years now.
At least 10 that I know of.
Yeah, like about 10 years on and off camera, writing, producing, stand-ups, interviews like this, learning skills, and I've also been modeling and acting throughout the years on the side the whole time. And I'm kind of at a point in my life where I have to figure out if I'm going to pursue that entertainment industry full-time or if I'm going to succumb to a 9-to-5 lifestyle. So
avoid the 9-to-5 lifestyle.
We're going to try and keep the creative energy coming full-time and avoid that 9-to-5 lifestyle as much as possible, but we'll see. This is the last year before I have to surrender to the normal style of a career.
But you're looking for work. I mean, you are a talent in so many aspects.
Definitely just freelancing in whatever I can do to be creative and create content. I'm also an influencer on Instagram, which can have a bad connotation, but...
Why? Whoa.
Being an influencer on Instagram, sometimes people will say, well, what are you influencing? What's your message? So that's a case-by-case basis on whether or not that's a positive influence or a negative influence. I like to think that I have a positive influence. I support mental health and body image, positivity, and woman empowerment. So those are the kind of things that like I am sending out the message on my social media, but not necessarily everyone has that positive message on their social media. So that's why there can be a negative connotation with influencers in general. But I like to pride myself on having a good image and projecting that on my social media and encouraging other people to embrace their own positivity and woman empowerment and body acceptance and all of that good stuff.
And you know what's funny is that since I've known you for a long time, I know that that's been part of your makeup since I knew you. It's not something you're just doing because it's fashionable.
It's
trendy. It's trending.
It's trendy to love yourself right now.
Right.
It is.
Well,
it's
that's
very
never been
trendy
a problem for me now, has it?
No.
I think that's another thing.
You could be the spokesperson for the Love Yourself movement.
That's right. Well, you know what? I've had an amazing life. I am grateful for that life. We didn't mention you grew up in Medway.
I did. I grew up in Medway, Massachusetts.
I went to Medway High School.
Yes.
So I mean, you've been in Massachusetts.
Very small town girl.
Small town girl, just west of Boston. And wait, you didn't mention any of the shows that we might see Nicole Spiller on, because I know when I showed your picture recently to a ad agency, social media marketing group, I showed them hey, she's on MTV.
I did have a 1-year stint with MTV on a reality TV show. It's not my proudest moment, but
Whoa, hang on a second. I have never had a show on MTV. And I would be very proud of that if I could. All right, so
let's just say there's other accomplishments that are more notable than being a reality TV star. For me personally,
wait a second. There's somebody in the White House right now that is as pathetic as that is. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
If that's your goal, then that's fine. And if that's your highest achievement in life, then
good for
you. Like I said, empowerment. If that's your goal, go for it. That's something that I dabbled in, probably won't revisit.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that I had the experience. It made me grow as a person, a little bit stronger and more emotionally stronger. I think it was a really tolling experience mentally, physically on my body as well, that just like when I came off of the show, I had a little bit more of a different perspective on life and better insight into who I was as a person and what I wanted out of life.
God. So proud. Your parents did a great job with you. And I know it
Thanks,
wasn't
Mom and
easy, by the
Dad.
way. I just want to say it never is. It's the toughest job. Anyone who ever is a parent, they totally know that is the toughest job any of us have ever had.
I couldn't ask for better parents, honestly.
That's
like
nice.
my parents perfectly walk the line of parent who is going to reprimand you when you do something wrong and teach you right from wrong and instill good morals in you, and I'm your best friend and I'm going to be understanding if you do mess up, but I'm still going to be your parent. And that's a
Unconditional.
really hard line to walk.
Yes, it is. Well, you know, especially from age 13 to 23, Nicole Spiller, you went through quite a few different
I
changes.
wasn't a walk in the park, I'll say that.
Another thing we have in common, I think. I think this is great. The other thing that you're doing locally, I want you to talk a little bit about Performer TV.
Yes, so I work with Performer TV. I have on and off for about 3 or 4 years. It is a multimedia network. They have radio and TV broadcasts as well as live streaming like we're participating in right now. I do interviews. I do a calendar show called Boston's Best where I tell you what's going on in and around Boston that weekend and what you think that you could do to
Question.
get out of the house and have some fun.
Question. Have you started listing cannabis events?
I don't believe we have.
I'm going to be talking to Mike about that next week.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, so I'm
don't
doing,
quote me on it because
I'm
I
quoting.
do.
We're live, though. It's not. I can't really not help but quote you, okay? Just
I
remember,
do-
it's a digital record of this.
I do about 4 weekends in one sitting.
Yep.
So we will do the hair and makeup, we will film, we will get all of that calendar show out for that weekend, and then we will go back into hair and makeup, change the hair and makeup, and film the next 4 weekends. Because it's hard to get me to sit down in a studio when I'm running around crazy like a chicken with my head cut off half the time because I'm just go, 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 that I can't guarantee that I'm going to be around every weekend to film these, so we like to just do them in advance. So I might have said something about the cannabis industry in the past and just not been able to recall it right now, but
That's okay. I'm having trouble recalling what I did last week, so don't worry about that. And again, one of the things that I've started to do is a weekly news video
Yep.
called News Dabs. And at the end of my little video, by the way, the News Dabs program will always be between 4 minutes and 20 seconds and 7 minutes and 10 seconds long. Those two numbers have some significance in the cannabis community. Do you know what they are, by the way?
what were the numbers again?
420 and 710.
Yes, so 420, April 20th is like the celebration of cannabis in general.
Yeah, it actually started with a bunch of guys. I think everything started in California with the cannabis world. And they would just hang
West
out and
Coast.
get high at 4:20 in the afternoon after school all the time. And then it became a thing.
Yeah, it's like a national thing now.
Right. And a lot of the, God, I see beers now that are 420. I think that there's a couple of bills that are actually in the before the legislature right now that are like 420 bills, they call them. And
Yeah,
you
it
know
definitely
710.
it definitely has the 420 though has definitely like trickled into marketing as well. Like
Yep.
if your product contains weed and you don't want to explicitly say that, you could make like a hand lotion and call it like 420 lotion or something like
Yep.
that
Sit down.
to easily indicate that your product is cannabis friendly.
You can sit down. Turn your phone off. Oh, very good, Rick.
What
Very
is the
good.
other number? 710?
7 No. So this is Rick. Okay.
Hi Rick.
Rick
Nicole,
Branoff.
nice to meet you.
Hello, Smoking Interiors is our company.
Yeah, you want to
Awesome.
put your microphone right near your mouth so we can actually hear you talk.
Terrific.
Okay.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to
Nicole.
meet you as well.
I'm Rick Grano from Smoking Interiors. What's going on in your beautiful life?
Yeah.
My life,
Yes.
personally?
Well, we're hanging. What's the question you want to ask him? See if he knows the question. 710.
Oh, what does 710 mean to the
In the
cannabis,
cannabis world.
industry?
Do you know? I'm putting you on the
I
spot.
don't know.
I don't
Oh,
know
Rick.
either, so
Unbelievable.
I guess
I
Wait, we
apologize.
gotta have
I guess
some-
that's it.
I need a cannabis expert in
I
here.
don't know. You don't
I'm looking
know.
at.
None of us know.
I know. All right, so I can tell you what it is, guys. Okay, I'm gonna enlighten you. This is what I do here on what I'll be doing all weekend, actually.
Okay.
So we all know 420. So 710 is the celebration of dabbing, which is the new
Dabbing,
way to
710.
consume the highest concentrate of cannabis.
I did not know that, and
That's what
I am a millennial.
I know. Well,
I feel
trust
like
me,
you're
I didn't know it
insulting
until- no.
my
I saw-
intelligence here.
No. I saw Dan McCarthy, who's the editor of Sensi Magazine.
Sure, Danny.
You know,
Great guy,
do you know
yeah.
Dan McCarthy? Of course you
Lovely
do.
guy,
He's a
right.
great guy. Saw him walk by, and it was Dan who put me on the Freedom Rally on the spot and said, "You're going to lose your dabbing virginity now."
Oh no.
And that video is on my website.
Well put.
So Jimmy Young losing his dabbing virginity at the Freedom Rally is a video you could search.
This live stream is 18 years and older only.
No, 21 actually. It has to be 21.
Okay, even better.
Well, actually, we don't. One of the interesting things, Rick, about what I'm learning is the companies in the business that don't touch the product, that aren't regulated. There's a ton of them in this room.
There are, and we're one of them. It's
Tell me about Smoke and Interiors.
So what's great about Smoke and Interiors is that we're the fastest growing interior millwork fabricator into the cannabis space in the country now. We've got 21 retail sites to build in Massachusetts alone. We've already built 11. We've built in Maryland, Michigan, Ohio, Nevada, soon to be Virginia, Delaware, Florida, etc. So Smoke and Interiors is a company that we developed 2.5 years ago. We thought of the name over a glass of Johnny Walker Black at the Capitol Grill in Providence, Rhode Island. And we then took this company and turned our millwork fabricating facility in Warwick, Rhode Island, right next to the airport, matter of fact, right next to Tom Brady's plane, into a millwork fabricator and designer. We just brought on Eugene Lee, Tony Award-winning and Emmy Award-winning set designer for Saturday Night Live and several Broadway plays, to be our director of design.
That's really cool.
Congratulations.
It's pretty cool. Thank you.
Yeah. And and we talked about this a little bit yesterday. I hope to be designing a news set at some point for the Cannabis Multimedia Network, and I might need a consultant.
It is our pleasure. In that, Eugene just finished doing the Jimmy Fallon set.
Yep. Oh, I suppose you could work on mine.
Late Night with Seth Meyers set.
He'll get right on that.
My favorite goofball comedian, Conan O'Brien set.
Now, another local talent that's done very well, Conan from Brookline, if I remember correctly.
That's exactly right.
Which is Steve Hoffman's hometown. Steve Hoffman, the commissioner, the chairman of the Massachusetts Cannabis Commission, and I interviewed him last week, and we will be interspersing the interview with Steve throughout our 18 hours of live streaming.
Jimmy, that's valuable because he's really quite a mover and a shaker in the business.
Well, and on top of that, he's a regular guy. He comes off as very genuine.
Oh, cool.
He listens. He wants to do the right thing.
Okay.
I feel like that's a trending thing in the cannabis industry, to have everyone be really accepting and laid back, and the people are not stuck up, and they just want to make a difference in the cannabis industry and push that message of acceptance.
I think
I'll go along with that too.
Yeah, but I think there's a brotherhood that has evolved in the new cannabis space. And of course, this is the 5th year of the New England Cannabis Convention. They have 350 vendors. They sold it out. They put all their workshops and breakout rooms outside of it's around here in different rooms. And that's the other thing I hope to be doing. And actually, Nicole, if you didn't get caught in traffic, I was going to have you read over the different things that are going on, so you could say, hey, coming up next is going to be, we'll work on that.
We can do that.
But no, we're going to wing it. This is what I like to do.
Nicole, you are with?
I am with
me.
Jimmy.
With you.
She's one of my proteges.
Me.
Okay, and
she's one of my proteges.
I mean, obviously, you've got a face for
television.
For
it's
television,
okay.
that's for sure. And is that something you're aspiring to do?
By the way, he asked me the same question. He said the same thing to me.
Well, I knew
oh, really? So I have a bachelor's degree in communications with a concentration in journalism. So on and off for about 10 years now, I've dabbled in broadcast journalism, TV reporting, radio.
She's interviewed Ayla Brown. She's interviewed a few other people that have come through the Young Broadcasters of America. Because I had this working studio for kids for 5 years. And Nicole was one of our best.
I think I started when I was 13 or 14.
You were 13 years old.
God, I'm now 23, disclosure.
Right.
Oh, wow.
That's
Good for
right.
you. Good for you.
Rick, you're at a booth here. What number booth are you?
505.
505, and it's pretty much right as you come in. Am I right?
No, actually, as you walk in the front entrance, take a left and go all the way to the end, and we're the first aisle all the way at the end.
And you were here last year.
Right.
Were you here before? Any conventions before that?
You
started your company.
Done the World Cannabis Congress show in New York.
Yep.
And we've done a couple of these, and we've been in Vegas a couple of times too.
For MJ BizCon.
For MJ Biz, and MJ Biz is a bigger venue.
It's the biggest one, right?
Slightly.
Right. And we enjoyed it. We're growing in this region fairly rapidly, so our next step is going to be to really expand nationwide. Now, we did build for Curaleaf on Las Vegas Boulevard. They gutted an old Burger King, and now when you drive up to this Burger King, you won't be ordering 2 all-beef patties and special sauce, but rather some CBD beer and some
that's so
THC
cool.
stuff at the drive-in window.
I love
Nice.
that.
That's awesome.
That's how things have changed here in America regarding the
Well,
cannabis business.
Wait a second. Nevada, I'm not quite sure that it's really America. Middle America is not Nevada. I just want to say that.
That's a
okay,
good
it's the
point.
adult playground.
Right.
It always has been. And I give them a lot of credit because they've really done a great job of accepting it and building a vibrant industry in a very short
Tremendous.
period of time.
Yeah.
And I'm going to give a plug. One of my dearest friends has a gallery in Las Vegas, Neil Portnoy.
Neil Portnoy.
Do you know Neil?
Boy, you're hanging around some very
Neil and I go back
Influential
a
people.
long way.
influential.
So Neil, idrawpeople.com is his website. He's got a gallery in Las Vegas, and he's
Wow,
the
Jimmy, nice work.
Las Vegas Examiner illustrator, which is really kind of interesting. The Examiner's the newspaper in town, and Neil started his career in 1976 as the illustrator for the Worcester Telegram.
Okay.
At age, I want to say, let me do a quick math, maybe 22, and he's not 22 anymore. I can tell you that. But he's a great guy, great friend. You can find him on Facebook and all that stuff.
Nice.
And Miss Nicole here is an Instagram influencer.
I am.
And one of the things that I've learned about social media is the millennials, the younger folks, all those who are young enough to be my children, and there's quite a few of them out there. Let's just say anybody under the age of 40, pretty much.
There you go. I'm with you, buddy. Believe
So
me.
the Instagram is like the go-to social media platform for the millennials and young people. Nicole is a influencer, and the Weed Tube, which is one of our founding sponsors, started with 5 Instagram influencers that had hundreds of thousands of followers, and they all got kicked off YouTube at the same time, so they built their own little website.
Nice.
And the founder of the Weed Tube, Ryan Kornblatt, will be joining us on the phone anyway on Sunday because he's
Very nice.
too cheap to come up here. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Rick, social clubs are coming to Massachusetts. Somehow, some way, we're going to see it.
Yes.
How active are you expecting Smoke and Interiors to be in the design of some of
Hell of a
these
good
new
question.
social clubs? One of these days, sometimes I do come up with a
No, that's a winner question.
Okay.
So the question first is, how long is it going to take for consumption lounges to be accepted legally?
Well, they're working on it. You know, the commission's working on it now. They're having
Right.
public hearings. I've been to a few of
Yes.
them. And the different ideas that are coming up, I mean, they seem really focused. This is going to be their next thing that they do besides
Right.
doing the licenses.
Right.
What do you think you're going to see? Give me a vision. Give me a Rick Granoff vision of Smoke and Interiors Social
well-
Club in Providence, Rhode Island, or wherever it's going to be.
Well, I certainly, interestingly, the Rhode Island area has a preponderance of hookah lounges.
I was going to say that.
And
yes.
these hookah lounges are very popular and very profitable. I know several of the owners in Rhode Island who are successful in this category. I see the consumption lounge concept being a combination of this hookah lounge type of environment where people are sitting at a table and they're
Dabbing.
dabbing, passing along, smoking, as well as the ability to have unique beverages that are cannabis related. And I think the look and feel of it, which is your real question, I think is going to really depend on the area. I mean, our opinion is we want to make it a warm, inviting environment where the demographic requires an older crowd. And then we want to also create an environment for the younger kids that are of age to be able to go in and have that hookah lounge sort of, vibe.
Yeah.
And so those are the things we see it being.
And we know that in Massachusetts, the law, you cannot consume it in public, similar to how they regulate tobacco smoking. So that, everybody
Right.
knows there are smoking areas, and, you can't smoke in a public building. You have to go outside. We probably all have friends who still smoke cigarettes and have to go out in the 20-degree cold and have a
Yes.
cigarette. We all know people that do this.
For sure.
And by the way, nicotine is one of the most addictive drugs in the world.
I do know this because my 34-year-old son is the #1 salesman in the country for Juul.
Oh, wow.
And he lives in Brooklyn.
Nice.
He's a musician slash terrific young man who's single. And I think that getting to the point there, he's...
Getting to the point is you really want him to meet Nicole.
Well, that goes without saying. But the idea is that Juul sold 38% of its company to Afria, which is a Philip Morris fund.
Yep.
They sold 38 for $15 billion. My son was fortunate to be one of the few that he was the 60th employee of Juul, so
nice.
he shared. They each split $2.2 billion.
Wow.
Which is pretty.
That's
amazing.
a good number to split.
And but the thing is, as incredibly challenging the tobacco industry is, Juul sold 38% of its company for that kind of money, and Alfria bought it for a reason, because it's going to continue to grow, and that's
Juul
a train
in
that's not
my
going to stop.
age group is like a household name.
Sure.
Like everyone who has any kind of experience with vaping or tobacco consumption,
Right.
and they're trying to innovate it in any kind of way, so you don't have to go outside to smoke that cigarette. It's just that is the leading.
It's interesting.
Company.
And we
It
know
is.
and we know that everything is an adult use product that we're talking about here, whether it's cigarettes, whether it's a Juul. These are for over 21, and it's something that I know the cannabis industry has already launched many campaigns about responsible use of the product. And as an adult, you're supposed to do this.
So
Yeah.
Juul actually stopped selling their fun flavors, for lack of a better word, in stores and gas stations to make them less accessible to people that aren't of age.
Right.
So it's less attractive for an 18-year-old.
Very accurate information.
An
right.
18-year-old to go into a gas station and buy nicotine-flavored Juul Pod rather than cotton candy. So they made
sure.
those flavors only
Yeah.
available for purchase online.
Cotton candy's my weakness. That and Peeps.
So you clearly follow that industry then, because
A little bit.
That's
I did study journalism, so I should be up to date on some kind of news.
well, that news is interesting, particularly in the financial world of the tobacco industry, because in fact you're right. They're only able to buy that stuff online now with the flavors, and
I think
my
that's
son's
also to
clients
protect their
were
image.
angry about it. My son's retail clients in the
Oh,
New York area
Well, it's-
were angry that they weren't not able to keep it in their
And
stores.
there's an anti-vaping campaign that you hear in traditional media. And you know that I come from traditional media, but I don't like what they're doing. So, which is why I'm, letting the industry talk here. But it's like every other adult use product. In moderation and in the right atmosphere and the right social situation, it can enhance your life. The thing about cannabis is your endocannabinoid system inside you that they've discovered, right, is just waiting for this chemical interaction to improve your sleep, to improve your focus, to improve your life. And by the way, you don't have to be a waker and a baker and a stoner to do it.
Well, one thing's for sure. I started trying these CBD tinctures.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, is this stuff really going to work? Really? Well, guess what? It works.
As long as you
say
have
to
good
you-
CBD.
Right. The higher quality CBD that I've tried is working. It's actually helping me sleep longer.
That's awesome. And as
So
we
take
get
it
older,
from a chronic insomniac.
yeah,
I'm telling you, CBD is working, and the industry is benefiting because it's working.
yep. And we've got a couple of people who are experts on CBD. I've interviewed them. They've come on my In the Weeds podcast, and they'll be joining us at our booth.
Leon
over the next
Drucker,
couple-
perhaps?
Well, Leon Drucker is a legend, as we know.
He
and
is.
He is the publisher of the Sensi magazine, and I'm a
He's
big
a
fan
true
of
legend.
Walk By. And that's right. And I like his wife too, Christine. She's really
I
nice.
look forward to meeting her.
Yeah, very cool. Hey, Rick, I could go 3 more minutes? Okay, I can go 3 more minutes. What do you hope to get out of this show as far as business? I mean, you have certain expectations when you go into a show like this. What are some of the goals of the company?
Well, we have several applicants that have just received their good-to-go paperwork, so to speak. and they're looking for us to help design and fabricate the interiors of their impending retail operations in various cities throughout Massachusetts, Maryland, Ohio, etc. And a lot of them are going to be at the show. I'm probably referring mostly to the moratorium accounts that were held up in the towns that are now breaking free. And we're meeting to discuss their motif and their square footage and how their vision is seen in their own retail world.
Nice. So this weekend, NETA, the New England Treatment Access Facility in Brookline, located at the Brookline Savings Bank, opens for recreational sales tomorrow.
Yes.
I drove by it today, and they were already doing preparations to shut down. They have 14 spaces in their parking lot. It's one of the worst parking lots ever. Okay, but
Good luck with that to them with that. Okay.
well, actually, they're shutting it down. That's where the people are going to actually stand and wait in line.
Oh,
So it's going to be quite a scene tomorrow in Brookline.
okay.
That being said, that dispensary cheated because they used the Brookline Savings Bank for their interior design. Okay? It is one of the coolest buildings. I don't care if you go to buy anything or not, or you like their medical stuff or they're not. I have a few my own opinions
You're
about
just going to appreciate the architecture.
but it's really cool because it's an old building. It's got the old big safe, and that's where they keep their product. And they have got the teller windows, and there's beautiful wood interiors. I mean, as a designer, interior designer, dude, I mean, you've been in. I'm guessing you've been in.
Yeah.
I've seen the interiors.
We're hoping to work with them on their New Franklin site, actually, and they're good friends of mine. The management at NETA.
And Franklin is where I lived for 10 years and coached for many years.
Franklin?
Franklin, Massachusetts.
That's
Mass.
right next to where I live, Medway.
Oh, Medway.
Yeah.
Okay.
And my son went to Tri-County Voc-Tech in Franklin, and we still
nice.
have a lot of friends down there. And I know Forge Park is where they grow their weed.
Good to know, Jimmy.
And more importantly, I know the guy who developed Forge Park. I went to Tufts with Mr. Ty.
You seem to know where all the bodies are buried then.
Yes, I do.
Great work.
You and I did this one night a couple weeks ago, and we're like, holy mackerel, we know a few people, don't we?
Oh, for sure. Well,
That's what happens when you get older, right?
Get a little older, unfortunately. But one of the people that I also want to have you guys talk to is our strategic partner, Matt Pichette, who owns Rusco General Contractors. He just finished building in Uxbridge.
Yep.
And
For not Caroline's. He's not doing
no, he's doing that for Nature's Medicines.
Oh, I
Okay.
just heard about that one that's opening Caroline's Cannabis.
Caroline's.
Right, I heard about that as well.
But do you know why it's so amazing, this woman, Caroline? We're going to get into women entrepreneurship in this in cannabis in the next couple of interviews. She filled out all her paperwork. She did. You know how everybody
She did
says-
everything.
She did everything. She didn't hire an
commendable.
attorney. She filled out her. She did it, and obviously saved a whole boatload of money.
Oh,
doing
that's
it
an
that way.
awful lot of money.
And got the first rec only without medical beforehand license.
That-
And I can't wait to
that's
meet her.
Fantastic. I look forward to meeting her too. That's very impressive.
Rick
Yeah,
ran
that's an
off
incredible
from
feat.
smoking interiors, leave off the G.
Right.
I've enjoyed getting to know you over the last few weeks.
Jimmy, it's a pleasure.
I look
Pleasure
forward-
spending time with you. And don't forget, we're going to be sponsoring some networking events this evening at Dillon's, as well as tomorrow evening. Smoking Interiors. Love to have you there. Well, obviously you'll be there.
Well, now that I know about it, I'll be
And,
there.
I'd
Yeah.
love to see you there as well.
Oh, thank
If
you.
you'd like to take the time. I don't know if you're going back, but love to have you. And I thank you kindly for the time today.
Rick Granoff
Thank
from
you.
Smoking
Thank
Interiors.
you.
Thank you so much for joining us here on the CMN set at the New England Cannabis Convention. Nicole Spiller, I'm Jimmy Young. We're going to run a clip from the Steve Hoffman interview. Jason, you want to cue that baby up? When you've got it queued up, we'll do the old thumbs up thing, and I'll introduce it. And I will tell you this: the first part of this interview, the first 5 minutes, we really don't talk a lot about cannabis, because I want to get to know Steve Hoffman a little bit, and I found out something very unique about him, which was very challenging for me because I am a huge sports fan, and I bleed green. I love the Boston Celtics. They are by far my favorite sports team in Boston, and I got to tell you, there's a few others that do pretty well in this town with the Patriots and the Red Sox and the Bruins and even my friends at the Revolution. So
Who doesn't do well?
that's why it's the greatest sports town in America. All right? And we have a very special guest. Elizabeth is going to come on next. Oh, awesome. And Nicole, the three of us are going to chit-chat. I think that's the best way to do it, if that's okay. And as long as I get some water and I get to introduce
I was gonna say,
to Steve Hoffman thing.
I'm like dying for my coffee right now.
know,
Can
I
I
have
go
not had
grab
coffee
it?
yet
Can
today,
I
I'm
go
just
grab
saying.
it?
Hi, I never met a camera I didn't like. Hello.
I'm gonna go grab
All right.
it.
All right. Oh, are we ready to go, Jason? Let's roll it if you haven't already. All right. Thank you very much. That's our first part of our Steve Hoffman interview.
This is
coming up.
Boston. We run on Duncan.
Right. Yeah. What's the Elizabeth? Have a seat.
Are we live right
see you,
now
Rick.
or
Thank
no?
you. Yes. Hi, everyone. Welcome to a very special edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young. Today, on assignment and in Boston at the Cannabis Commission. The Commission, Stephen Hoffman, is actually with us. And we are looking forward to talking with him, and we'll be using excerpts from throughout our 18 hours of live streaming at the New England Cannabis. Okay, that's right. Next week at the Heinz Auditorium. Just a reminder that this particular podcast or have a urge. It's
Wow, this is a nice
Toss,
shot.
thank you so much. I was like,
Hi everyone, welcome to a very special edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy. Young on assignment and in Boston. Hi everyone, welcome to a very special edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young. Today we are on assignment and in Boston at the offices of the Cannabis Commission. The Commissioner, Stephen Hoffman, is actually with us here, and we are looking forward to talking with him, and we'll be using excerpts from this interview throughout our 18 hours of live. Which camera?
My phone is.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the studio set of Cannabis Multimedia Network. I'm Jimmy Young, and I am joined by two beautiful women. Well, Nicole's already been here. So Nicole Spiller is way on my left, and Elizabeth Dameron is with me now in the middle. Say hello, Elizabeth.
Well, hello.
That a girl. Good job. There's a little story between us. Do you mind if I tell it of last year?
Do it, yeah.
Okay,
what
so
a great story.
the whole story of Multimedia Network and how this whole thing evolved was the CLNS Media Network urged me to start a podcast on cannabis back in February. And I had never been to a cannabis convention or event ever in my life until I walked in the door of last year's New England Cannabis Convention. And I was absolutely blown away, not only by the ancillary businesses around the cannabis, but the people that were here, the workshops. There's so much knowledge that you have to learn in order to be a responsible user of this product, which is something I preach on a regular basis. So, point being, I'm at an event, at a Dr. Jordan Tischler's event. We were both there in the audience, and we met for maybe 30 seconds after that.
Yeah, true story, yeah.
Okay.
It's about 30 seconds.
And we just kind of said, oh, we clicked in 30 seconds we clicked in some way. So we're going to keep in touch. Okay, great. We exchanged
Jimmy
cards.
clicks with a lot of people in the first 30 seconds that he meets
Thank
them.
you, Nicole.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
By the way, I don't think that's such a bad thing.
No, I wasn't saying
Fair
it's
enough.
a bad
I appreciate
thing.
that. I appreciate that. And I do enjoy being with people, and I like happy people, and I like to hang with nice people. So that's how it all started. You and I have kept in touch over the year.
Oh, yeah.
You've been following the growth of this whole thing, the In the Weeds podcast, and now we've got a network, we've got marketing partners with Sensi Magazine, who was walking around here already.
Oh, my gosh. It's been amazing watching this thing come to fruition. And, after you were talking about it last year and just kind of getting to see and watch this growth, and it's super exciting.
It is exciting.
Meeting Nicole and some of the other people involved, it's been amazing to watch this. This is so cool.
Well, I'm very appreciative of the fact that we have watchers, but we need more watchers. So again, share it, tell your Instagram friends, please explain what we do here, and
Do it for the gram.
and do it for fun. Elizabeth Dameron, let me give you a little background on her. First of all, this is perhaps first of all, she's the mother of two young, beautiful children, right?
Oh, yeah.
By far your greatest accomplishment, okay? Okay, I'm going to throw that out there.
I grew humans. That's something,
you did.
you know?
Well, it's something I'll never be able to do, and it's one of the reasons why I have so much respect for females. That being said, she is a retired sergeant in the U.S. Marine Corps. I'm just going to let that sink in, okay? Nicole, what's the first reaction when I tell you that? Is that unbelievable to you?
Yes, definitely.
Because when you think of a retired sergeant in the U.S. Marine Corps, this is not what you think.
Yeah.
Nicole, I'm curious. What do you think? Like, you close your eyes and retired Marine even.
Maybe just like very serious, not such a positive outlook on life as you are, and very bubbly.
Oh, thanks.
It's bubbly. I love that. And my image is, of course, sergeant.
Someone very stern.
Male
Okay,
figure.
yeah.
Male figure, crew cut, stern, harsh. I mean, the Sarge, right?
Yes.
Sarge, yeah.
Not what we think. First of all, welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
She's also a research psychologist at Tulane University or New Orleans. You're in New Orleans. You're from New Orleans now. You've been all over the world. I'm not going to ask you to tell your life story, but tell us what you're doing now in relation to the cannabis industry.
Well, my alma mater is Tulane. I stay in contact with a lot of fantastic professors and stuff out
Wave.
there. Yeah, go
Okay.
Green Wave!
Tulane,
Yay!
The Green Wave. They were the first Green Wave. Now we're living another one.
That's right.
All right,
That's
go ahead.
right.
Sorry, I had to interject. You know I
No,
do that.
I
right?
know. It's okay. No, that was a good interjection. Though.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so I've worked on research projects with the VA, with the New Orleans VA, for TBI and PTSD. Fantastic
What's
photo voice
TBI?
studies. TBI is traumatic brain injury.
Whoa.
So yeah, pretty interesting
Mine
stuff.
was not
yeah.
traumatic last week, but it was a brain injury for a few days.
Concussions, believe it or
Yeah.
not, so concussions lead a lot to CTE, which is the
I know exactly what it is.
Yep.
Thank you. Sports fan.
See,
Football,
exactly. So you
I
know.
understand CTE.
So it's like
Mike Webster, may
Yeah.
he rest in peace. Go ahead. That's
I
all right.
don't. What is CTE?
Go ahead. No.
Okay.
Come on. You're going to be the doctor. You might as well
Educate me.
explain it.
Okay. So CTE is chronic traumatic encephalopathy. So basically multiple concussions. So like, football players, they keep getting hit.
Definitely.
Brain inside the helmet type thing. It's a form of traumatic brain injury. So because your brain just keeps concussing over and over and over again and actually starts to kill portions of the brain.
Wow.
It's really super serious. And cannabis helps with stuff like that. So that's why you see these movements behind, like Eugene Monroe from the Baltimore Ravens, for cannabis use in the NFL. And I know that, Jimmy, we've talked about that a couple times.
Right.
That's a serious thing. So.
It is. And as I continue to blow my own horn, it's one of my favorite things to do. Sensi Magazine published an open letter I wrote to Robert Kraft, the owner of the Patriots, the much maligned owner of the Patriots right now. And I urged him to take the lead in getting rid of opioids in the National Football League. Stop testing for cannabis. In fact, if anything, encourage it. Encourage the use. Give them education. Because of all the sports, they're the ones, the players of the NFL and the football players in Pop Warner and high school and college, they are the ones that are giving years off their lives to play a sport they love.
Yeah. It's really interesting you say years off your life because it ties into a lot with, let me tell you about the military. So talk about taking years off your life. For every 1 year that you spend active duty in the Marine Corps, your body physiologically ages about 4 to 5 years.
Wow.
So you're talking about giving years off of your life. Now, and promoting, natural and holistic alternatives, you're talking give veterans the same thing, especially with PTSD. The properties of cannabis have traumatic, and I shouldn't say traumatic, I should say, drastic improvement, to show the benefits of sleeping. I can actually sleep. My brain can rest. My body can finally rest. I'm seeing more positive emotion, without getting, too into the sciencey of it and stuff. Basically, I'm feeling relief. I feel happy. My quality of life is better. So it's a lot. I'll digress.
And you're not
I'll
the
get
only
too
veteran,
sciencey on
and you're
it,
not the only veteran who has this story. In Massachusetts, I've met quite a few of them. There's a couple of right around the corner here. I want you to meet those
they're right
guys.
around the corner. Yeah.
But so there's, and the biggest thing that pisses me off about this is that the VA hospital in America cannot do right by the veterans that have given their time, their life, their whatever. They represented us out in the field, put their own lives on the line. They cannot have access to cannabis through that hospital. And it's one of the things, the fact that I understand the scheduling and all this stuff, but that is just, you're not allowing people to have access to medicine that can help them. It's
okay. It's
so
interesting.
Opposite what a hospital and the whole Hippocratic Oath is about. It's the polar opposite.
And a lot of that has to do with the political nature of it. A lot of it has to do with
Schedule 1
the
drug.
scheduling.
We know it at this point.
Yep. So now you can talk to your physicians, and the clinicians at the VA. You can discuss with them. They cannot recommend. They cannot tell you how to use. They can't Can
they tell you the doctors that will give you the medical card? Are they connected with some of the?
They're not connected.
Not at all.
No, it's a totally separate system because although each VA is standalone, in a sense, it's not. It's still federal.
Yep.
It's
Before we
not
continue,
a local thing.
I'm gonna coach up a little bit with mics. These mics.
I'm not a mic person.
I know. I'm gonna give you a little coaching. And Nicole is a great, she's been with me for 10 years, so she knows that I love to teach and kind of point out certain things because it'll help the production. People will be able to hear you better. When you turn to Nicole, because you're being very respectful for her presence, you best bring the microphone in front of your mouth as well.
I guess that would help.
Yes.
So that way people can hear me.
Correct. Oh, you want it like on the chin.
Like me, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Take notes.
Thank you. Nicole is very good. By the way, she's a future talent. I'm past. Okay, that's very
and
simple.
The student becomes the teacher.
Right. Oh, 100%. Oh, and I love that. Let me tell you.
Wax on, wax off.
That's right. And I'm very. We talked last night. I'm very proud of my disciples.
Oh my gosh.
All right,
Nicole's
so I
great.
interrupted you about
Thank you.
CTA. We're talking about a very important thing. We didn't really get to
Excuse me.
finish that, but what are you doing now in New Orleans? You're working on this. Tell me what you're doing.
So
Besides running around with 2 kids, what are you doing in your spare time?
well, so here's what I'm doing in my spare
There you
time.
go.
Do you want to know the backstory first? You want to know what I'm doing first?
First, let's take what you're doing first.
Okay, what I'm doing first is currently I'm working on research for effective uses for cannabis and PTSD, but not stopping there. Also, other mental illness, so like bipolar, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I've done several talks at the American Legion, working with various chemists and things like that to come up with treatment plans, like dosing. I've been working with other veterans who have volunteered, to kind of be part of this study that I've come up with. And it's fascinating because I feel that they should have the same relief that I experienced and not have to be tied to, all the pharmaceuticals and stuff like that.
So all the work that you're doing is so important. What is like
Thank you very
your
much.
best message that you want to send, being a research psychologist? What is your mission in that?
Big picture, to change the world. Bring it in a little bit. I would like to affect positive change in the VA system, especially. Thank you. In the VA system, especially to have other veterans experience this. They should have the opportunity to have the same access to medicine, and empirical research can be done. And I feel that we're missing a serious piece, not just in our industry, but in this as a whole. The medical field and stuff. We
and
need more
spreading
research.
awareness of this issue in general.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So that's, in so many words, what's going on.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. That's great. And you see how quickly she says, I just want to change the world. How many people in the cannabis, even in this booth, I know one in particular, my executive producer, Joyce Gerber.
Oh, yeah.
She's a cannabis advocate, and she too wants to change the world. And we are changing the world every day, that it has become a legal product, and we are talking about it, and we are using it responsibly because it does have so many positive health effects.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to tell you a little story. He knows more, but I want to share with you, and for those watching, I retired from the Marine Corps in 2014, and my active prescription list, so like my dailies, filled a 1-gallon storage bag. And at 29,
Wow.
I should not be tethered. Thank you. I'll get this together one of these days. But at 29, I shouldn't be tethered to that many pharmaceuticals. I shouldn't be spending the equivalent of a part-time job in my doctor's office and in physical therapy.
Yeah.
So in doing research and, finding out in my own, but also academically, psychologically, neuropsych and things like that, what cannabis can do, not just through the endocannabinoids, but through different terpenes the endocannabinoid system, by way of different terpenes, by way of different, different receptors, all the sciencey stuff about it.
To physically, mentally improve your quality
of life. To permanent positive change. And so anyway, it took about, 4 years, and I've gone from all of those meds to nothing. I haven't been tethered to them for about 2 years now.
It's amazing.
Yeah, and that's why it's especially when I see fellow veterans or just other people who have experienced trauma. You have survivors of childhood abuse, which is unfortunate, but it's just a real thing. You've got, people of domestic abuse. You've got car accidents. No offense,
No,
Jimmy.
it's a fact.
Yeah, it's
I'm
just
sorry,
a fact.
It's a fact.
But other people, and there's this push in a lot of Western medicine, because this has been our thing, that we need this med, we need that med, and we need that med.
And all of those Western medicines come with their own set of side effects.
That gets another medicine for it.
Some of them cause death. If you listen to the commercials and they give you all the side effects, right?
And that's why they say them a mile a minute.
Right.
Yeah.
They don't want to
and real low, and they're all
every side effect.
Yeah.
May cause diarrhea, vomiting, and death.
And could cause death.
Yeah,
And I
right.
love it when
Permanent
they say,
blindness.
and don't take this drug if you're allergic to it. Well, how the hell do you know if you're allergic to it before you take it?
Before you take it, right?
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 I've always said that.
Most people
Sometimes
don't practice.
it seems like the risks of taking the medicine, I'd rather just not even treat what I have.
Right.
That's the thing.
Right.
And that's
Hold
why
that thought.
that's why we have so many suicides and stuff.
I know
I'm
that.
just
I want to hold that thought
Yeah.
because we have a very special guest.
absolutely.
Congress. She can stay and hang out?
I can stay.
All right, well, then I tell you what. Let's do this because it's Barney Frank. Can we go to a part of the interview? Are we okay with that? Let's go to a part of the interview, get set up so we get Barney in the booth. Is that all right and set up? All right, we're going to go do a little
I'm
bit
so
more
excited.
of the interview
I
I
get to
did with
stay.
Steve Hoffman, and we'll be back with Barney Frank of Beantown, Greentown after this. Welcome to a very special edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young. Today we are on assignment and in Boston at the offices of the Cannabis Commission. The Commissioner,
Stephen Hoffman,
is actually with us here, and we are looking forward to talking with him, and we'll be using excerpts from this interview throughout our 18 hours of live streaming at the New England Cannabis Convention that's coming up next week at the Heinz Auditorium. Just a reminder that this particular podcast or broadcast is available on demand on the Cannabis Multimedia Network. It is also on our flagship affiliate, CLNSmedia.com, and a video recording obviously is being done right now for the WeTube and also the Cannabis Multimedia Network. Steve Hoffman, thank you so much for joining us. And I followed your career since you got appointed.
Okay, well, the latest phase of my career.
The latest phase.
I did a few things before I became the chairman of the commission.
There was a company called Rain, rhymed with Rain, I think. Was it Bain?
It was Bain & Company, correct.
And I'm sure you're friends with Steve Pagliuca.
I know Steve well.
I bet you do.
I'm jealous of him.
But his job's easier than yours now, isn't
I don't know. Right now he's getting a lot of grief about the Celtics not being as good as everybody thought they were going to be, so I'm not sure how easy his job is right now.
Just remember, he writes the checks. He doesn't have to make those decisions on the court, right?
Steve's a real good guy.
He is a good guy.
I like him a lot.
In fact, it was one of the last interviews I got to do at New England Cable News in 2009, or maybe it was 8, right after they had won with Wick. And so, I mean,
Wick I don't know as well as Steve, but I know Wick.
If you cut me, I do bleed green. They are my favorite Boston team.
Can I just for the benefit of the audience and make myself even more popular than I might be already? I'm a Laker fan.
Okay, this interview's over. I'm sorry, but I don't talk to Laker fans.
I grew up in Boston, and one of my childhood friends, his father was a sports writer for the Globe, a guy named Hy Hurwitz.
Okay.
And as a result, we got to go to everything. And I used to go every year to the finals, the NBA finals, and watch Jerry West and Elgin Baylor play their hearts out and lose in the 7th game. And so I just started rooting for the underdog.
Oh, that's interesting. Oh, I get it. So you're kind of like going against the flow, I see.
Just because I just felt badly, particularly for, Jerry West, scored 45 points, and he played his heart out, and it just wasn't enough.
As much as I dislike the Lakers, because I've been a Celtics fan since the 50s, 60s, since I've been young enough to remember. In fact, I saw Bill Russell play live more times than I saw Larry Bird play live.
I don't know if I can say that. I saw Bill Russell play live, but I'm not sure more than Larry.
Yeah, well, I was in Portland, Maine for 11 years of my career, so it was very difficult.
But just to defend myself, so I am a very big Red Sox fan.
Just defend yourself.
I went to college with Belichick, and I'm a big Patriots fan.
So is that Wesleyan?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
And then Bruins fan from childhood, Bobby Orr.
Oh, of course. Well, he's still God as far as I'm concerned, right?
He still looks like God. He looks like he's still 20 years old.
And you know what's amazing about him? I know you'll understand this because you've met him a few times.
No, I have. My wife has. But
really?
My wife has an autograph. But she has the flying sideways
picture photo.
Scoring the winning goal against the Blues.
Yep.
She has that picture autographed to her. She didn't know what it was. And I had to explain to her the context.
May 10th, 1970. I mean, for those of us who remember.
I've never had the pleasure of meeting Bobby Orr.
I'm going to tell you this about Bobby Orr. Everybody, anybody who's seen him play, I can argue that he's the greatest hockey player of all time because he controlled the game from the defense.
He or Gretzky.
Yeah, well, Gretzky was offense and didn't know what defense was.
Yeah, but Gretzky was a better offensive
No
player.
question about it, but Orr controlled the game from his defensive position.
I
like this, by the way. This is the kind of thing
I don't know if your fans are going to like.
Oh, I don't care. It's my show, my network. I don't really care. But this is the kind of stuff that I like to do. He is a better person. A better human being.
Everything I've heard about him
he was a great hockey player.
I've never had the pleasure of meeting him personally, but everything I've heard about him certainly supports that.
And I'll tell you the story about he threw me in the Charles River once. I'll be happy to. It was probably one of the highlights of my broadcast career, which tells you something about my broadcast career. All right, Steve, let's cut to the chase.
Okay.
Last night I was at an event with you, and I got to watch you in action up on a panel. And I not only to your comments, but the comments in the room too. You have one of the toughest jobs in the state, and even the governor says to you, It is the toughest job in the state.
And I respect his opinion.
I bet you do. Do you have any regrets about this at all?
No, I actually don't. I was looking at this stage in my career and my life to do something very different. I've been in the private sector for 40 plus years. I had a really good career. I'm really proud of it. I worked very hard, but I had some good success. So I'm very proud of what I've done, but I was looking at the point in time when I got appointed here. I was looking at something very different where I could learn new skills, meet new people, and probably most importantly, make an impact on something besides the bottom line of a company. And this certainly meets all those criteria. It's incredibly challenging and incredibly rewarding because I am learning a lot. I'm meeting a lot of new people. We have a great commission here, and it's just great to be part of it. And I'm proud of what we've done so far, although I acknowledge we have a ton more to do.
Yes. Yep. Okay. Thank you, Wayne. Whenever you guys are ready, we'll go.
We're live.
We're live. Like, I'm on camera. Is that what you're telling me right now?
I think that's what live means.
No, we were live streaming too. Welcome back to the studio here at the Cannabis Multimedia Network. I'm Jimmy Young. I'm still joined by Elizabeth Dameron, and now we are honored to have Barney Frank with us. Now, for those of you who aren't from Massachusetts who might be watching this, like in New Orleans or wherever they're watching, right? Barney is a legend in Massachusetts. He was one of the more, since I am a left-wing liberal and proud of it, you were one of my heroes in politics in many ways, Barney. So I really appreciate you taking the time. And tell me, please, how you are doing.
Well, I'm doing fine. I've retired. I live in Ogunquit, Maine with my husband, and I am able from there to do some writing, some speaking, some TV. I'm sitting here in a wheelchair because I had my spine fused, but that's working out. And I'm having a good time because I can keep my hand in, but frankly, no responsibility. And I joined a company called Beantown Greentown, which was founded by an old family friend of my husband's, and Muddy, and I'm very happy to be working with them.
Very cool. And what is the role that you might be playing with Beantown Greentown? And besides wearing this really cool shirt that says "More weed, less greed."
Well, one is to help publicize, but there are a lot of companies now in the marijuana space, which is a good thing. And I'm affiliated with this one, which I think highly of. They are grassroots oriented, and I know they're totally honest. So it's partly that. It's partly to give them political advice, strategic advice about how best to present themselves from the standpoint of those who are regulating.
Absolutely. And when I first introduced myself to you, I grew up in Newton, Mass., which was in your constituency, correct? Yes. And my older brother, Mark, who went to Tufts University, as I did, was the legislative aide for a state senator named Jack Backman, who was the one. I think that he penned the first handgun legislation in Massachusetts. You're going to know this more than I am, all right?
I don't know that.
I think that he was one of the forefront of doing gun control in Massachusetts.
Strong supporter. I don't know where it was chronologically, but he was in the Senate in the 60s and was up ahead of a lot of other people.
60s and 70s. There was Father Drinan, and there was Jack Backman, and then there was Barney Frank. Barney, the federal government right now is doing more on cannabis than they have ever done. Mm-hmm. And can you explain a little bit about the process of lobbying and how difficult it is to have a bill and then you put it into committee and then it goes here and then they vote and then it goes here and it takes sometimes forever?
Well, it does if they're not trying to do it. The key to marijuana, and I am confident that Congress is, at the very least in this current Congress, by next year, going to make it legal make it clearly legal for banks to take marijuana accounts, which is a big step forward. And what's happening is that the politicians are responding to the public. There's a kind of a myth out there that only big money counts and the voters don't get heard. No, if you're in the business of winning votes, you are going to hear you are going to pay attention if you hear from them. And what we have is a large-scale movement in favor of legalizing marijuana. The analogy to me is that of same-sex marriage. In both cases, you have something that some people like to do, and other people think is nasty and shouldn't do it. But they have to come up with some reasons besides the fact that they don't like it. So they manufacture this notion that there will be adverse social consequences. And then we get a breakthrough. Some states do it. And it becomes very clear that there are no adverse consequences, and then it spreads. That happened to same-sex marriage. It's happening with marijuana. So what you have is Congress reacting to the public. There are a couple of members from states that have made it legal. Colorado, Ed Perlmutter, Oregon, Earl Blumenauer, and they're very good, skillful, principled politicians, and they're going to get it through.
It's an amazing thing to see. We call it the green wave. Elizabeth, by the way, if you want to ask Barnes, Hugh, Frank anything, just like hit me, okay? And then you can just ask. I'll shut up.
Not too hard, right?
Not too hard.
Okay, good.
Because I'm bruised. I'm easily bruised.
I mean, don't forget I retired from the Marine Corps,
trust me.
I don't want to hurt you.
No, I appreciate that. And I'm extremely gentle. I do appreciate that. Barney, I want to go back to politics. I want to go back to the wave of movement that we're seeing here. It's the States Act right now that I believe is the one that has the most chance of perhaps getting to the floor. Why can't they just this is democracy. The people want this. 62%, according to Pew Research, wants legalized cannabis. Why does it take the politicians so long to make a decision?
Well, one, you have cultural lag. People don't like to admit they were wrong. 20 years ago, a lot of politicians said this is a terrible thing. They made the misleading and accurate argument that it was leading to other drugs. So people don't change their minds that quickly. There was a period, by the way, when the minority communities were very upset about it, African Americans, because they said, look, our kids have enough temptations. We don't need this. The unfair enforcement has made them say, no, that's no good. But as far as the legislation is concerned, you're definitely going to see a bill that allows banks to do it. You may go one step further and allow it in the state. Now, allowing it in the state where it's legal does meet the Democratic argument, because it means any state where a majority wants to do it, they'll be able to do it. It would be cleaner to make it legal totally. But I think once you have done it state by state, it'll come.
Go ahead, Elizabeth.
I was thinking, sir, as you were talking, the push, with the constituents, and you, like you're saying, 62%, right? But here we go, and you're talking about minorities and people being affected, and then not changing their minds. Like, they don't want to publicly say, we were wrong, or we went about this the wrong way. We hurt people in the process. People have died in the process. People have lost their lives they've been in prison for decades, all over things like that. Now, being, close to my heart, of course, is fellow veterans. When you have, and I know there's some legislation up there this year to allow, the VA to do certain things and extend its parameters. Do you feel that, I guess, first of all, how do you feel about that?
Letting the veterans access.
Yeah, I'm for it. It would be better to just get right to letting everybody do it, not just veterans. But if we can't do that, certainly allowing the VA to administer a valid medicine should happen easily. Beyond that, as I said, you do have people who for years talked about the drug menace. They're wrong about this, but it's hard for them to undo it. You have some people, Patrick Kennedy, who, because he had a substance abuse problem, is trying to stop other people. But I was very pleased to see that his cousin, Joseph Kennedy, just spoke with him and is now an advocate. So I think
that's a big step.
It is.
He was not an advocate.
No, and it is, one, the logic of the argument that there is no harm to smoking it in any reasonable amount, and the popular support, the practice of bad law enforcement, they've come together, so I think it's unstoppable.
Unstoppable. I love that. That makes me feel so good.
That's what I was thinking, too. I do, and So, okay, oh my gosh, I have a bunch of questions, of
All right,
course.
go ahead.
I mean, who better to ask, right? Okay, so with that, and as you were talking about, of, like you're saying, not just veterans, but what about, also in the ability for research? We've had one facility that has been able to perform or to grow this plant for empirical research. Yes, in NIDA. I live a couple hours from there.
That was a conscious effort by people who didn't want to know the truth, not to let the truth get out. They were afraid, I believe, that if you had a lot of research, people would know that this is not a very harmful thing. And they depended on ignorance. But I think that will also be overcome.
I think so too, because here's why. I've got so many veterans that I sit down and I talk to, and they're very, oh no, I mean the Marine Corps has trained me this way, or this is what the Air Force has done, and they don't want to say, they don't want to be associated with, oh, those were the hippies. I am, a veteran, and those were the hippies, and now they're coming to me and saying, you know what, this is working. I'm sleeping at night. I feel happy. I'm a better parent. My back doesn't hurt so bad anymore. I don't spaz out and throw things at the wall anymore. And you have overnight changes of mind.
Experience is beating the prejudice.
Yes.
And as I said, that's what happened with same-sex marriage too. You have this situation where it's a vicious cycle. It's illegal, so you can't disprove the arguments that it's not a problem. And because people say it's a problem, they keep it illegal. And because they keep it illegal, you can't show it isn't a problem. And then you get a breakthrough. We had it in same-sex marriage in Massachusetts. We had it in Colorado and Oregon on marijuana. And then the argument's over. Because people see, oh, no, there's really nothing there. The other thing is it's generational. Mm-hmm. And young people are getting more active and energized, and that's helpful.
Young people will rule the world eventually. I know that's going to happen because I'm not going to be, just because my name's young.
There's like a biological process that allows that to happen.
That's right.
There have often been cases when you ask the electorate what they think, younger people take a more liberal view, but as they get older, they become more conservative. That's not happening with either marijuana or some other social issues. People say the right thing when they're 18 and they don't change when they're 38 or 48.
Do you see that in politics right now, especially as you're talking about, the cannabis bills and the States Act, and do you see that same mindset?
Cannabis, now partisanship, you don't like it too much, but it's a fact you can't ignore. Overwhelmingly, the Democrats are for it. Mm-hmm. I think there would be, on that banking bill, I doubt there'd be 5 Democrats out of 240 that would vote against it. Every Democratic presidential candidate is for at least allowing the states to legalize it. The Republicans are split. I asked some Republicans, and they're split. So I think you're going to see, as I said, by the end of this Congress, it'll be done.
We're going to see it. I got to ask him this question about, and I was a sportscaster, Barney, okay? So I don't like politics for the most part. I like politicians like you because you lean the right way. But for the most part, I always had it. Sports came on and it was an escape to the real world. That's the way I looked at it. I grew up in the 60s and 70s watching the news about the Vietnam War and how many guys would die. I mean, it was hard.
Try to stop it.
What's that?
So you decided, rather than try to stop it, you'd watch a ball game.
Well, hang on.
That's what you just said, Jimmy.
Yeah, hang on. I watched the ball game, but I did walk. Just because I don't like it doesn't mean I didn't. I was aware of it, and I certainly voted every time.
Okay, but politics has no substance. Politics can be to make marijuana illegal or make it legal. It can be to stop a war or extend it. It can be to extend Medicare or not. So when you say you don't like politics and you watch sports, I got the impression that you ignore the political side, and if you ignore the political side, you stay neutral in every important fight.
I'm not ignoring it. I am aware of it. Plus, I worked in newsrooms. It was impossible to ignore it. But where I was going with this is I want your opinion on the Electoral College, because I really think in my lifetime now there's been 2 elections where majority did not rule. The Electoral College was put in place hundreds of years ago. Are we going to ever see an end to that? And I think the former governor, William Weld, brought suit about this, didn't he?
Well, you can't sue because you generally sue to say it's unconstitutional. It is very hard to argue that a provision of the Constitution is unconstitutional. I think the Electoral College is a terrible idea. I've always been against it. It had no logic to it. It was a compromise. You know, politics existed in 1787. The small states were afraid if only population counted, they wouldn't do well, so they had a state thing. It was also an anti-democratic aspect. Remember, the original House of Representatives was elected by the people, but the president was not. He was elected by the Electoral College, and the Senate was elected by the legislature. And the Electoral College originally was not seen as simply a transmission belt for voter sentiment. It was seen as very smart people deciding who should be the president. That fell very quickly. But yeah, I'd love to see the Electoral College done, and the fact that you've now had, you know, the last Republican president to get a majority of the votes, or to get more votes than his opponent, was George W. Bush in 1988. I take it back, George W. Bush in 94. But the last two Republican presidents both won with a minority of the vote. Here's the problem. To amend the U.S. Constitution, you need 2/3 of both houses and 38 states, 3/4 of the states. Unfortunately, there are enough states that benefit outrageously: Montana, New Hampshire, Vermont, Delaware,
Iowa,
the Dakotas, Wyoming. Their votes count many more than a vote in California, and sadly, they appear to be too selfish to give it up.
Too selfish to give it up. That human condition again. You know, we're such frail beings. We have so many issues. You know.
Yeah.
Barney, tell me about Beantown Greentown. I know you're going to be a spokesperson for them. What ways are you hoping to get involved?
Well, one, I've been giving them some advice about what I think is the best way to position themselves for the licensing. I did not want to become a lobbyist when I left Congress. I do some advocacy on that part, but there are two things that keep it from being lobbying. First of all, I have stock in the company. You're allowed to be an advocate for your own stuff. And secondly, this is a continuation of what I've been doing. I filed a bill to legalize marijuana in Massachusetts in 1972. So I can't be, unlike John Boehner, who thought it was a terrible thing until he decided to make money off it. I'm free of the hypocrisy charge. So I want to help publicize it. Again, there are a lot of places that are in this space, but I think I'm convinced these are reasonable, honorable people that are committed to having local involvement, grassroots involvement, and making sure people are safe about it. So that's why I am glad to be part of their operation.
Well, I'm just glad to have actually talked to you one-to-one, two-to-one.
It's really been an honor.
Yeah.
I mean, thank you so much. Really, I really appreciate it.
You are a legend. It's someone I've always looked up to, and I wish you the best of health over the next few years. And man, you are always going to be welcome in my studio if I have continue to have this going.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank
Barney
you, Mr. Frank.
That's him. Beantown, Greentown. We're at the New England Cannabis Convention. We are going to we're going to lay out. We're going to take a little bit of a break here so that the talent can go to the little boys' room. I'll be perfectly honest. Yes, I too have to go to the bathroom. I'm sorry. This is what I have to do. And we're live. Nicole, are you ready to take over here? Because I think I'm going to put you back in the chair, and I'll let you chit-chat with Elizabeth. Is that okay?
Sure.
All right. All right. And Andrew. Jim. Okay.
Andrew is busy setting up.
Okay. Oh, gosh, I've never met. How do you do?
location because when there is a creative producer involved and you're shooting for a brand, you're trying to take their vision and like put your own spin on it. So they like selected you as a model out of like thousands of other applicants or millions or whatever the campaign may be like searching for.
Yeah.
Because of like who you are too. So you kind of want to put your own spin on it. So I want to like be on location because like that's where they see it. You know what I mean? So
Right.
when I did a Puma campaign, the creative like director of the campaign wanted us on a playground. So it's kind of like
So you can kind of
you can
feel
tap,
the energy.
Yeah, you can like
and
tap into like, okay, they want this to be playful.
okay,
Whereas
yeah.
if they were like, we're gonna shoot this in a really state-of-the-art gym, you might be having a more serious tone.
Yeah, it might be like futuristic and long
Yeah,
term.
like,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
just,
yeah.
like, different.
I see what you're saying.
So like once I know like I'm not in a studio, it's kind of like a better a better indication of what they want. Yeah, so just feel free to like jump in. We're just gonna talk to it's like about like women entrepreneurship.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
Yes. Our ladies panel.
Okay. Hang on, I don't want to sound too stuffy.
You want to have the guests in the middle? Or how does it work better?
Jimmy told me to sit here, so probably have her sit here, and then we can both look this way over at her and direct our questions.
Elizabeth and you both?
Yeah, Elizabeth just went to lower notes. She'll be right back. But yeah, Alyssa can sit down whenever.
Need a mic?
There should be another mic, yes.
Yeah, I'll get her mic up there.
Yeah. Great. Let me just drink my Gatorade. How are you?
Good, how are you? So this is just really casual. So we'll just let you tell whatever you want to about like your story and your company.
All right. Don't let me ramble. Like, I'm better.
You what?
Don't let me ramble.
Oh no, we love ramble. We
No,
have a
no,
half
no,
hour
no.
to fill.
I'm talking to you.
Yeah, I mean obviously we don't have to talk for the long. What?
I think our
I believe so. Jimmy just ran off and told me to fill in, so no, but he was asking am I leading the interview? Hi, Nicole here, and we are back live with Alyssa Merrill, the founder at Flower and Tonic. Alyssa, thanks for coming out and chatting with us.
Thank you for having me. Hi.
Do you want to just give me a little bit of background about what exactly Flower and Tonic is?
Sure. About 2 years ago, I turned down my old pharmaceutical job selling Ritalin and decided that I really wanted to be a pharmaceutical rep in this space. So I built Flower and Tonic as originally like a website that was like the biggest question that came to me as people were looking for CBD products.
Yep.
Like soccer moms and, teachers.
They wanted education, I'm sure.
Yes.
And that shows how progressive this like industry is becoming when the average soccer mom really wants to educate herself on CBD.
Absolutely. And like all of the like messages I would get, on Facebook or emails after I would talk about it, because when I started talking about CBD, 18 months ago, like I was definitely the mom pothead. I knew that was my reputation, and I just kept saying there's a science and there's medicine in this, and I know that there are alternatives, so we use the term alternatives based in science because
That's fantastic. That's so great. I mean,
She loves science.
and we just met, so we just met. You're psychology, and I love, I want to have, again, an opportunity to meet more with psychologists and psychiatrists and, go back to the old doctors I used to call on when I sold Ritalin and have, a good alternative. So
Ritalin is like the Western medicine to treat ADD?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page.
You got it.
There.
You nailed
Ritalin,
it.
kids and adults, and I mean, it's a huge drug. And, I just started to, I think it was the cost. That was the first thing. That's what actually made me turn down the job, if I'm being honest. It was, it should cost pennies. It used to be in a vitamin. And
oh my gosh.
Right? You know what I'm talking about. I can see your face.
Oh,
when you're in big pharma and then you kind of get a sense of this industry, you're like, what? You just rethink things. And I just realized this should cost pennies. It's Ritalin is a drug that was in vitamins, and it was first the cost, and then it was just, I don't know, learning that there was an endocannabinoid system.
Amazing.
Right?
Let's hear
your background, and I'd love to hear your experience, because I'm passionate that, for depression, it's just an alternative to pharmaceuticals. But I built the website, I will say, because I couldn't answer the questions anymore. People were constantly asking me about CBD and
definitely
how to dose it, and I got tired of telling the story. So built the website on that premise, and now we are building a sales team. We have a sales team ready to go to start promoting those products at retail. So
that's awesome.
And with CBD pharmaceuticals, there is far less side effects, for example, as compared to Ritalin.
Yes.
In treatment of adolescents.
I mean, the problem is there haven't been a lot of studies done. They couldn't legally do studies. So there's thousands and thousands of anecdotal reviews and success stories. I mean, I would say maybe millions. I mean, people, the industry, number 3 Googled word for 2018 was CBD gummies.
Wow.
I'm not surprised.
That's a good little statistic to know.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So many fun little statistics. 40%, this is another thing that shocked me coming from Big Pharma, 40% of all adults have a hard time swallowing a pill. I was shocked.
I
had no
actually
idea.
have a very hard time swallowing a pill.
I hate to admit, but I'm so glad that I'm with other people, who have the same thing. I don't want to take a multivitamin. I'm like, I really just can't swallow.
I know.
the
I find
pills.
myself, if I'm looking for a multivitamin in the store, leaning towards that gummy multivitamin, because it's so much more attractive to me to chew a gummy bear than to swallow a pill in addition to whatever pills you're already taking for your daily pills.
I mean, it's fun, right? Let's just call it what it is. It's so much fun to take a gummy.
Candy in the
right?
morning.
Yeah. You feel good about taking your vitamin, and then if it's a natural product, you're like, I'm having fun. My body's getting nourished. Life is good.
And it's also probably an easier transition if you can introduce that to your children.
Oh my gosh.
And form that habit early on.
Yes.
You can carry that into your adult life because you have that option to. So why wouldn't you continue with that positive habit?
My kids remind me every morning, Mom, we haven't had our vitamins yet.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's amazing.
Okay. Yeah. Every morning.
You know what, though? What's scary, though, what I've learned, and this, I'm the type of person who just I always believed that everything was what it says it was. You remember when we heard olive oil was really like sunflower oil?
Oh my gosh,
that whole
yes,
thing, right?
yes,
yeah, and you're like, it's not just olives.
Right. And I choose to stay a little bit naive, but I mean, it's scary in an industry where people are really last ditch effort. They have a serious problem and they want to buy a product, and then they go to the gas station and they get a CBD product that literally has no product, no real medicine in it.
Yeah.
So that's where I've been getting frustrated. And the same is true with vitamins. I have to tell you, the gummies are delicious, but most have no clinical value. Yeah. And it's this was another statistic. In 2017, $972,000 were spent in 1 month on CBD products on Amazon.
Wow.
That were not CBD. They were hemp oil or, they just never contained any active CBD. So it's sad how much money.
It's okay. You say that, and I think about from a pharmaceutical position too, how much money the companies are getting from, especially the VA, for example, for all of these pills and for all of these things, and then like you're saying, not that pharmaceuticals per se don't have anything in them, but it's just. You got to be careful. There's a lot of snake oil out there.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people that are they're willing to capitalize on something, and education is key. I mean, really, and with the website that you've put together, what I mean, it seems so ingenious, and then it's like, you know.
But no one's testing the products off the shelf.
Yes,
like,
it
that's
should
crazy.
definitely be quality over quantity. There are so many
Exactly.
options already in this like emerging market.
Yes, and as three women, I have had some history with online shopping, and I never knew what an affiliate link was. Like, I never understood. Do you guys know much about this thing?
So I'm an Instagram influencer. So the
okay.
word affiliate link to me means something for someone to put out there and share so they can capitalize on the purchases made through that link.
Correct.
So they can gain a commission. So
But-
they're going to say whatever they can to encourage the most sales.
What's going to encourage them to say that they like one product over another is the commission rate. So in the CBD industry, even some of the big name brands, like when I looked at the list of the top 10 brands, I liked 2 out of the 10. Like 8 out of the 10, I thought either tasted horrible, didn't work, had some bad testing results. So unfortunately in this industry, some of the bigger brands are being built on who was out first and who gave the best, you know, business to business or commission, you know, affiliate commission, and it's a little disappointing. Like, I think we still have a chance to, you know, get the best products highlighted. And out
It's
there.
just like with anything else out there on any market, really. You have to go through a trial and error process to see what works for you. Like, you might like the ingredients in one CBD product, but the taste might bother you. And there's just so many factors that go into it that you really have to know what you're putting into your body.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's what you just said right there is exactly what I was thinking when I'm reading products, and even my kids know, you know, we buy non-GMO. We look for things that don't have sodium benzoate or potassium sorbate in them, you know, so it's about what you're putting into your body. But again, some of the chemicals that we are using to make these gummies, to make these vitamins, to make these pills are known poisons. They're known carcinogens. And it's really disheartening, and I'm sorry, it's just personal for me because
definitely
it destroys your body.
Absolutely.
You know, and to see something so beautiful and so natural, you know, like this cannabis plant, to be taken and to be just adulterated, you know, in a way so somebody can make a buck, and it's like
to
why?
capitalize on the industry.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, look, there's a lot of education, there's a lot of science, there's a lot of research still needed, because I want people to make informed decisions. You want people to make informed decisions.
Absolutely.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? So it's just, I'm with you.
Especially,
I'll get off my soapbox, but I'm with you.
Oh no, get right on your soapbox.
Get on it, yeah. Because I like get passionate about it, because when you finally like have that conversation, you convince like again that baby boomer, like my neighbor's mom who has MS, which I'm like, so CVS. I don't know if you guys know this, but CVS is now, there was a bulletin. It came out, I guess, a little bit prematurely, but in 8 states they're going to be carrying CBD products.
Oh,
which
I didn't hear that.
That's amazing.
I was reading that this morning, actually.
Forerunner.
Yeah, I mean they're conservative.
Media, like conglomerate.
Very conservative industry. Yes, very conservative, and a little, so 8 states, and I think they've picked some great. Well, I'm not sure. I'm pretty familiar with some of the brands, but they picked some really good products. I mean, some of the products out there, like I have to say, they're focusing on the topicals and the skincare products. That's where because I'm not a believer. Like I was kind of the last one to believe in the non-GMO. Like I just
really,
So I
even from the pharmaceutical industry,
I was so I just didn't believe in, and I still have it. Organic to me, I don't know. Really, I don't believe
I feel like organic has definitely lost its meaning as a word by being overused. So many people can get away with using the word organic by having 0.03% of a product that's organic inside of their ingredient
That's a good point.
list.
Yeah.
So let me ask you real quick a question. So I don't know, Alyssa, if you know, but Nicole she has an amazing modeling portfolio behind her. I mean, fun fact.
Thank you.
So now when you're preparing for shoots and stuff like that, you know, and you want to train your body and you want to treat your body like a temple, and you got to be in top shape all the time. So I mean, you look for organic products. You're looking for the stuff that's going to be, you know, hey, I'm not going to break out tomorrow. I'm not going to feel bloated. I'm not going to feel sick.
So in
how does that translate?
The industry, in the modeling industry in general, it takes a long time for anything to change. So the makeup artists and the hairstylists, they haven't really got onto that wave of go green and use organic products, and they don't really care. They're just trying to do their job as quickly and efficiently as possible.
Right.
So I'm going to this shoot not knowing what products are being used in my hair, used
wow,
on my
okay.
face. So when I have control over what ingredients are going like on my skin, that makes me like feel empowered. So I do want to make like the most educated decisions that I can when it comes to what face wash am I using? Like, does this contain benzoyl peroxide? Like,
Yes.
what are the effects of this shampoo? Like, has this been known to like cause cancer? And those are all things that I feel like I don't really have enough information on as a consumer. As the average consumer, it's really hard to get that kind of information.
Right.
It's like not accessible.
Yeah, no, it's scary.
You have to dig for it. And everyone is so busy in their day-to-day life. When you're in the grocery store or you're in CVS picking up your drugstore over-the-counter products, you don't have time to sit there and go through the nutrition labels and the ingredients.
Yes.
It just really does like take that extra effort to make sure that you're giving your body exactly what it needs and nothing more.
It's so funny that you mentioned that, because I just, I actually called my husband the other day from Walmart, and I was like, look, this is so ridiculous. I'm looking at syrup, okay? For pancake. I know, right? This is ridiculous. But, you have the non-GMO verified, bottle, and I flip over it, and I was just I'm blown away by the fact that there are more than one ingredient in syrup. I mean, xanthan gum and just citric acid and some of them. And, okay, fine, I get it. It's non-GMO verified, but I don't want to pay a lesser
non-GMO price
exactly.
for still getting something with xanthan gum in it.
Exactly. So, but you're talking, and when you do invest in your health, and you make those decisions and you take the time when you have it to read the labels, you do feel empowered. And I feel that, and I'm sure you've noticed the difference, like in shoots and stuff like that, like you feel better, you act better, you carry yourself better. You're like, yes, I'm paying for my health, but I'm taking charge of my health.
Yes.
And that wave of empowerment, I think, is so awesome. It's so motivating and so powerful, really.
Absolutely. And I think we could probably, I would love, from your background,
Oh my gosh.
just some science-based tips on like how to be happier. Like I read a study that I love, and it was saying that swearing helps you to reduce pain. And I swear like a lot. I have three little girls, and they all swear.
I actually heard that as well. I heard that like your pain tolerance increases when you're swearing.
Yes, yes.
So like people that are getting piercings or tattoos, like they did like a study where like one person swore and the other person didn't, and like their pain tolerance physically increased because they were having that relief when they like swore, and like something triggered in their brain.
Yes, exactly. You're not bottling up the emotion, the fear. You've got a healthy outlet for it. Now, am I saying you should go around swearing at Boy Scout meetings or anything? No, by all means. I mean,
Girl Scouts.
Hey, but but when you're,
something they haven't heard before on the school bus.
You know what I'm saying, right? The kids today. Oh my gosh. Anyway, but so you have at the gym. You're in the garden. You're you're running. Through the neighborhood. Yeah. And you stub your toe or, whatever. It's just like, and you're pushing and you're grinding, your quads burn or, whatever, and you're training and stuff like that. Yes, that release, exactly like you're saying, allows that natural flow instead of tightening it up, like, with traumatic memory, for example. If you bottle it up and you don't find a healthy release for it, you're just in a nasty cycle, and you get yourself into a nasty cycle, and it's hard to break.
Do you do therapy during these as well?
Oh my gosh.
That would be amazing. Do a little live therapy
Tell
session.
me about your day, Alyssa.
Well, my husband loves me working in this industry so much.
Mine too. He's like, right?
Mine is not. He's,
really?
There's still, it's taken, again, it still takes a lot of convincing. Like, there's a bad stigma, I think.
I agree.
And, I think it's tough. Like, I feel with 100% confidence, like, coming into this space and having a pharmaceutical background, like, there is science, and there is some, like, to mix the science with the organic, GMO, natural is amazing, but, like, I want that intersection of it all, and it's hard to find.
It is really hard to find, and that's interesting that you say that, because when I retired from the Marine Corps, in 2014, my active prescription list filled a 1-gallon storage bag. Yeah. And I mean, just think about the contraindications for that right there in and of itself.
The combination of side effects and your medicines interacting with each other.
Yeah. But I was a zombie, and I was never a user in high school. Like, I didn't have it, My dad was in the Navy, so that wasn't happening in my house, But
you didn't know about it.
Yeah.
There was no education.
Exactly.
Or awareness of it.
Just say no, and we all know how that worked out, right?
Yeah.
So it was actually my husband. He's like, look, try it. You know, he was a user in high school. He's like, try it. And, you know, I tried it a couple times, and it took a couple years. Also had a kid, you know, in between that time. But in trying it and realizing this is working better for my body, why? When all these pharmaceuticals never did.
Right.
I only felt worse. I only reacted worse. I was a worse wife. I was a worse mother. Like, I was an unhealthy individual, you know, and that's, you know, right there, my own struggle, my own wanting to be a better person drove me further and deeper, you know, through psychology and into neuropsych and into, you know, PTSD and TBI and the actual mechanism of it, and then how that overlays in the endocannabinoid system, you know, how we can do it. So here we are 5 years later, and I've been almost 2 years free of pharmaceuticals. So I can totally relate with, you know, being the pot mom.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, yes, I don't actively go around and say, oh, hey, you guys want some fresh green, you know, right? But I'm not ashamed anymore. I do feel empowered because I feel so much better, like you're saying, and I've been able to take charge, and I'm like, I can do this, and I can help other people do it, other veterans, just other people in general. We can do this together.
Absolutely.
You know?
If people don't see, unfortunately, and that's why I built Flower and Tonic, because people don't see people like yourself. Like when I started this, because I said I'm going to go and I'm going to be a pharmaceutical rep in the alternative space. So I like walked into the dispensaries, and first of all, I'm amazed at what these bud tenders or care consultants, there's a lot of different terms.
Yeah.
Like their knowledge is amazing. I mean, some aren't at, you know, some are working a retail job, and some really have become like pharmaceutical level experts. But I'm curious, like, well, so I was going to say that's why I built Flower and Tonic, was really just to have like faces like yourself sharing stories of like, this isn't about getting high. This is like a, I mean, it
high is
for some
relative.
people, it's
a
fine.
positive lifestyle change.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. And there are like more success stories. Like I just want them highlighted, and I want a place where you can send that most conservative friend. And for me, I felt like, you know, introduction into the CBD from hemp is a good kind of step into, okay, like
safe, kind of you know, non-threatening, you know, because all we've known.
Approach.
Exactly.
Welcoming.
A warm hug into cannabis, right?
And I would offer that through skincare, because I love skincare products.
I was going to say, so the products that you sell on Flower and Tonic.
So we're not selling them. I am directing to like affiliate links,
okay.
But I'm not basing them off of a percentage. You know, I'm basing them off of products that I truly love. Like the ones that I want my mom to use and my friends to use. Like again, I was not a believer, especially when someone said, "Oh, it works for your anxiety and your, you know, pain."
And
like,
you're like, "Oh,
okay,
how would that actually work?"
You're like, "Yeah, sure, okay."
Right, exactly. But I said the same thing, like snake oil. But then I tried like a little bit of a salve, like a topical on an eczema patch, and you know, like one that just I accepted it was never going to go away.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Huh!" Like the next morning, you know, I was shocked that it had left my arm, and I started using a skincare product, and it was the first product. I literally scraped the bottom of the container, and I did a little cosmeceutical sales with nutraceuticals and pharmaceuticals, and that's rare. It was that good.
Wow.
But then other products do nothing. Other CBD skincare, but I don't know. There's such an amazingly full market. I mean, we talk about the obvious, the gummies and the tinctures, but skincare, there's
skincare,
women's
definitely.
Intimate products. I think there's a huge market for, you know, hormonal.
Absolutely.
Huge.
So
absolutely.
Are intimate products like infused with CBD? Is that like FDA approved?
Well, none of it. No, not FDA approved. But it's
tested, safe.
Yeah, it's a very great product. Yes, it's heard nothing but really great reviews on it, and it's been selling out all over. There's like a larger distributor out of Colorado, Euphoria Wellness. They make, you know, a very successful line. A lot of people now have.
Colorado had the right idea before Massachusetts really caught up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They were kind of like a forerunner in this whole.
They
push
really
of this industry.
Yeah, they just kind of accepted, hey, this is coming, and they set up a really good tax and regulate program, and I mean it's flourishing. You know, their entire economy is really booming, and it's crazy. I was stationed there in Aurora, and I left in 2010, and the first time I went back was in 2012, and my gosh, I mean, I'm like, in a little less than 2 years, I'm like, I lived here for so long, and now look at this. I mean, this is a can of euphoria.
Yes.
Were they
You know?
everywhere, like dispensaries on every
No,
corner?
not even close. No,
Oh.
they passed the regulation shortly after I left.
Okay.
You know, and in 2012 is officially when their market like kind of came online.
Okay.
So to come back into that is just wow. You know, but they did it. I think that they've got a really solid system. I do. You know, I think that California's on its way too. You know, they're much bigger. You know, they have a lot more, and believe it or not, SoCal and NorCal are two totally different places,
Really?
two totally different cultures. You know, and obviously, I mean, they're all Californians. I was stationed in both places, you know, so I can effectively say, yeah, it's different. It is, and it's a different market. I mean, it's like, trust me, we're here in lovely Boston, you know, and the market here is amazing, and the community is warm and it's welcoming, believe it or not. But in New Orleans, the Big Easy, you would think it's the same, and it's not. We have a long way to go, you know.
Is like the packaging, because I'm embarrassed. I haven't been to Colorado in quite a while, so I want to see like the packaging. Where I get frustrated is then trying to like have my mom's friend go, you know, to the dispensary, or you know, explain the systems, the steps that they have to take, which are easy. Personally, I think it's a smart idea to get your license if you're starting to, you know, look into CBD or not just CBD though, like, you know, any obvious alternatives. There's some amazing doctors who have been better than my own personal care physician. I think people think, oh, I'm just gonna. First of all, it's very easy to get a license. I don't know. We could talk about this part after.
Yeah.
But like, I think where we need to do a better job is like people. We were talking about this earlier. Want like a very clear understanding of how to dose. Like, what am I taking this for?
Oh, dosing,
How do
my
I take
favorite.
it? Right? And I just want to give people like an easy. There isn't an easy answer, which is makes it amazing in that it's personalized medicine, but it's also. Yeah, so I would love to hear what your thoughts are, what you tell people when they go.
Okay, so real quick, so that, you know, because it can get very, very, you know, in the weeds, you know, no pun intended, but pun intended. For dosing, and what I have found in, you know, veterans who have volunteered, you know, to be part of this study and, you know, gathering qualitative data is that it is very individualized. It is very nuanced, and that's one of the things that is going to be difficult when you're talking on a federal level, because the receptors in the endocannabinoid system are widespread. I mean, you're going to find receptors in your knee, you're going to find the same type of receptors in your shoulder, you're going to find some of those same type of receptors in your brain. So it's going to be a little more holistic. Actually, it is much more holistic than Western medicine. You know, now you can effectively combine them, but therein lies the issue, is effectively combining them, because high is relative. You might have back pain, and this is your primary issue, you know, and well, you might be a little depressed because your back hurts so bad and you can't, like, I can't get on location, I can't get out of bed, you know, things like that. Your main issue might be that you have anxiety, and now you're depressed because you're anxious all the time, and you're just, you know, so you're both suffering secondary, you know, forms of depression, but that's not your primary result. So you could both see benefits from the depression. However, your dose is going to be different than hers. You want to target CB2 receptors, you know, which is CBD readily binds to. You're going to want to target the CB1 receptors, which THC readily binds to. So a 1-to-1 might be perfect for you, or you could even go CBD only. You might need a 1-to-1, or you might need, you know, something that's maybe like a hybrid blend, you know, that has THC. So it does get nuanced, and it does get personalized, but that's where understanding not just the body, not just, you know, the mind, but to understand how these overlay.
You know what's funny is I never asked the questions like about Ritalin or about Prozac. Like I never asked how do they work, how, like it just seemed like whatever the doctor said to take, I would take. And now I'm asking so many questions, and then someone brought it to my attention recently. Like I never really asked how Zoloft worked when I sold it, you know. So it's I think it speaks to that fact that we are really in a wellness trend. And
sorry to cut you guys off.
No, you're fine.
We've been having such a great conversation. The clock has run out on us, so I believe that we have to cut to some kind of a commercial break or something.
They just loved us so
but
much, they just let us
ran-
go.
We ran right over the half-hour mark.
Did we really? Wow.
Yes.
Oh, well, let's take a break then, and we can
I guess
come back
I guess
and
we'll
have more
cut to a
fun.
commercial
Yeah.
break and then come back and continue our conversation about cannabis.
Oh my gosh, see, women in weed. See, we're being empowered, and we just keep going.
I know. So wait, I have to find out more about what you do. So you're working doing a clinical trial now?
Okay.
We're back, and I'm back. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the live stream for the New England Cannabis Convention here at the Heinz Auditorium in Boston, Massachusetts. I'm Jimmy Young, the president, founder, host. I don't know, I even write checks now for the Cannabis Multimedia Network. You can find it on, you can find our podcast, In the Weeds, on iTunes and iHeartRadio and CLNS Media, and that's where we're live streaming right now on the CLNS Media's YouTube channel. And we are very happy to welcome in some really cool people. And by the way, it just so happens, I've noticed that we're meeting a lot of very attractive females with a lot of intelligence that are in this business. Shoshana Silverberg. I got to look at the script just to make sure I got it right, okay? So nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Jimmy.
Okay, so, you know, the old who are you, what do you do, and how do you make it happen? I'm reading some really impressive stuff about your life. And it says here, you really didn't get into the business side of the cannabis space until 2015, which I think is 4 years ago.
Have to think about that, yeah.
How did you get into the cannabis space? What do you do? There's a lot of things here. Oh, and you're a yoga teacher. Awesome. There's a lot of things here. So I'm impressed. And I just tell me the personal elevator pitch.
Sure. Well, my advocacy in cannabis goes back much further than 2015. It started when I worked for the ACLU. I was a contract lobbyist for them in Connecticut, actually.
Which is where you were born?
That's where I'm
grew
from.
Up. Yep.
That's right.
Okay, cool.
Yep. And at that point, we were lobbying for medical. And it was still pretty controversial back in, 2007?
Oh, yeah, yes, absolutely.
Yep. We narrowly got it. I remember, it passed, and then it was vetoed by a governor at the time. And that really kind of alerted me to the civil liberties component of it. I went on to keep working for the ACLU and doing other civil liberties advocacy around criminal justice reform and reproductive rights. And that's really what I spent my time doing, was engagement at the grassroots level, and then through yoga and kind of holistic thinking and advocacy at the Capitol. And that kind of morphed. I did a law degree.
Hang on a second.
Yeah.
I love how she just drops it. And I have a law degree. No big deal. That's awesome. It's funny. You know who's making the most money in the cannabis business? The lawyers. I mean, everything's going to be interpreted and misinterpreted, and then Max interpreted, and they're going to make changes, but that's okay.
I mean, I think it's an exciting thing for lawyers. They get to advocate for something they believe in,
right, exactly,
and make money at the same time. Right?
Absolutely. Okay, so you have a law degree, and you work for the ACLU, and you've always been a cannabis advocate. So what happened in 2015? How exactly did you get into the cannabis business?
Well, so I left school, and thinking to myself, great, how am I actually going to make money now? And how do I do something that I believe in and make money at the same time?
So you never have to work a day in your life.
That is definitely a great way to look at it. Every day doesn't quite feel like that, but overall I feel very fortunate to have this space to sort of play in and make a difference and create a livelihood for myself at the same time.
And you're part of history. You understand this is going on, right? I was a history major at Tufts, so I totally recognize history.
Yeah.
It's old news, by the way.
Yeah.
When they used to ask you, what's your major?
Yeah.
I say old news. And everybody goes, what the hell are you talking about?
We didn't even have majors at my college, yeah.
Well, there's majors in college life.
True,
okay?
true.
That I know quite a few people that enjoyed that, too.
True.
It's a great experience. By the way, best 4 years of my life. I mean, it's just as I look back, So tell me what you're doing in the cannabis business, because I keep interrupting you, and that's kind of what I do.
Sure. So after law school in North Carolina, I moved out to Nevada. There was a ballot initiative approaching at the time that would legalize marijuana fully. I started working for a business advisory firm, sort of getting my feet wet, learning about investment banking, learning about entrepreneurship from more of a internal side than I ever got when I was an advocate, and kind of figuring out what it means to do business development. It can mean many things.
Sales. It's storytelling.
I think
it's also
a
networking. I see the network in here.
It's network, and I think it's strategic. It's being able to see many different things things and connect the dots and help people to understand what their intentions are and then to understand the best path for them to achieve whatever their business objectives are.
Wow, you and I should chat afterwards because
you need a consultant?
I definitely need a consultant. Actually, I've got a team of therapists that's Team Young, okay? And you laugh, it's true, because I can laugh at myself. And anyway, so isn't it amazing? I was talking to Barney Frank, former congressman, right? I said, it's democracy at work. It's really, some states are going the legislative route, and some, like Massachusetts, put it on a ballot, made it medical, and then, I love how a lot of people say, oh, and it barely passed. Well, that's right. 2 years ago, it was 53% to 47%. Now, if you do a poll, and there's been 1 million of these polls, it's 62% favorable because people are taking the time to get knowledgeable.
Sure.
Learn about the product. Guess what? It's another adult use product. If you're an adult, you might actually have to spend some time and figure out how to use it the right way. What a novel thought. By the way, did anybody teach you how to use alcohol?
Well, and I think it's really useful to compare the two in many ways in terms of how important regulation is to create a consumer-safe marketplace. But it's also got some major differences, right? Like, no one's ever arguing that alcohol is good for you. Trust me, I enjoy a cocktail. I enjoy a good beer. But no one's arguing that that has the type of medical value that marijuana
There are people who say, and I heard Dr. Jordan Tischler refer to alcohol at this convention last year, which was my first cannabis convention, okay? It's poison. And when I heard him say that, I went, holy mackerel, I've been describing that to teenagers that way for years because they drink to get drunk. And that doesn't make any sense. I've never understood that. And then, of course, you ask the old, you talk to teenagers and say, well, why else would I drink it? Okay, how about just to feel better?
Or to enjoy whatever it is that you're consuming.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And not overdo it. I mean, moderation that's why it's an adult use product. Right. And I do preach responsible drinking, driving, and consuming. Let's just say consumption. Because as you know, there's probably all sorts of different ways to consume the cannabis weed.
And I think people being able to be mindful about it and respecting it as plant medicine. And it's fine if if you don't have a condition that you're taking it for, that's fine. It doesn't mean that it needs to sort of be this excessive activity that people just do mindlessly. And I mean, it can be something that we use responsibly.
It's really, and by the way, a lot of the pushback from the uneducated adult community, they don't want to have to talk about this with their kids. Okay, it's another thing I got to learn about. It's another thing I got to do. I got 2 incomes. I got to get them here. They're activities.
Would you not need to talk to your kids even if it weren't legal? Like, that's the thing that I love. It's like, we're making this easier for you.
Correct.
Now there's information.
Correct.
Now it's not behind closed doors. Now you don't have to sort of pretend, like, do one thing and say something else.
Right.
It's open.
Right. And by the way, as a teenager once, I swear I was, and I was a rebel, the pushback. You're trying to push against the boundaries that your parents have set up. That's the game. That's what you do, And you want
sex is still available for that. Sorry, should I not be telling everyone?
No, I think that's exactly where I was going. That's so funny. Let's sit down with our children and talk about sex, weed, and alcohol. What
helps to reduce teen pregnancy? What helps to reduce, acting out in ways that are risky behavior for teenagers? It's talking about sex. It's having access to information. It's not a forbidden fruit.
Correct.
You're not tempted the same way. You can have an open dialogue, and you can learn how to be responsible.
It's really about dialogue, and when you close those communication cycles, and kind of cower down and this is who I am, and this is what I believe, and you're wrong, and I'm right. That doesn't. You can't. We can't do that anymore if we're going to advance as a society.
Zero tolerance policies don't work across the board.
Moderation and knowledge will make it happen.
Totally.
Okay, so I'm looking at that you were a consultant working with a couple of early stage startups, CannaRegs, Geek Tech. I'm going to ask you about Geek Tech.
Yeah.
Indiva Advisors or Indiva?
Indiva is actually an accounting firm. Badass young professionals doing great work. Yeah. All and CannaRegs is another. It's a woman-owned. Both are women-owned companies.
Okay.
regulatory
Let's
space.
talk about
super
women.
nerdy. Let's talk about women.
Let's talk about women in the cannabis space.
Okay.
Okay. About a month ago, Seed to Sale show run by the National Center for National Cannabis Industry Association here at the Heinz.
Yep.
By the way, about half the size of this.
Was it really?
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah.
It's very popular out west. It's nice if it's still small here.
It was really nice. I got to meet a lot of the lobbyists, a lot of the people that are, the movers and shakers in the NCIA, and we definitely want to work with them. But I met a female named Ashley Pachillo. She works for 7 Point. Do you know who she is?
I have a breaking the glass ceiling sticker on my computer.
So I got the book. By the way, I told her, I said, I know you could have sent me a free copy.
She didn't know about you yet.
No, after I met her, I said that. I said, I just want you to know I bought your book, and I'm going to give it to Joyce Gerber, my executive producer, because she is a female cannabis advocate.
Sure.
And the stories that are in that book are fantastic. And Ashley, I was so impressed with her poise, her knowledge. Being a woman in a male-dominated world, and then you turn to the business side, is extremely challenging.
Yeah.
Okay, and I marvel at it. And then when you throw in the fact that a lot of these women are parents. In the spare time, I'm running this business, but I'm still a full-time parent. I mean, it's just incredible. It's one of the reasons why I know that you guys are the superior sex, because you'll always be able to do something I will never be able to do.
I mean, I think it has to do more with the fact that legalizing marijuana has to do with change, with real social change.
I'm all for
and
that.
So it's an industry that's really built around the spirit of not just entrepreneurship, but of moving forward and of breaking out of molds that we've had before. I think it's still, and you should ask lots of women this and see what different answers you get. I think there's still a lot of challenges that we face in every other sector, but there's definitely, again, that spirit of this is something new and this is something that we can take ownership of.
Right.
And frankly, even the stereotype of stoner dudes, whatever, there are a lot of women who understand the value this plant has, and they see both the personal value and the business opportunity, and
they're jumping
we're embracing
in.
it, yeah.
And let me ask you, the Me Too movement's been going on here for a couple of years. Is that being fed one way or another? They're playing off each other, I'm guessing.
Are you speaking generally, or are you speaking
Generally.
about our industry?
Generally.
Well, I might tweak that and comment on the industry. I think there's a huge
What's a tweak?
overtone of
Sorry.
different drug.
Okay.
I think there's a major impulse in our industry to address head on the way that products have been advertised, like tobacco and alcohol, the hypersexualization that goes into it, the targeting of children, and really, again, wanting to be more responsible. And I know a lot of men in this industry who are real advocates for integrity in how we're presenting and what brand development is. And it's supportive of women being active in the industry and not feeling objectified or discriminated against, or just like, really, do we have to deal with this? I was going to swear, so I pulled the mic away.
Well, we haven't even had that problem yet, but it's all good.
Yeah.
It's live, and for the most part, the cannabis industry is the over 21. You're supposed to click into how many sites every time. Are you 21? Yes. Ooh, that was a very tough background check right there, right? Like my finger or what? I mean, I haven't, clicked. Anyway, you're part of history. We're in a movement now that is a true democracy at work. You've got capitalism involved with supply and demand. You've got regulatory bodies. You've got public safety. There are so many elements to this movement, and getting cannabis is part of a new normal.
Sure.
When you're here in this environment, I mean, there's a lot of good things going on here, don't you think?
I do. I also ran into Mr. Frank earlier, and being able to discuss banking with a congressperson who's had such a long-standing record of service, who's obviously an advocate, who's championing legalization, and who's involved himself in the industry. That's an exciting thing. There's a lot of politicians who probably have interest at this point in the industry, but to see them showing up and to see them engaged in the community of entrepreneurship, right. You don't get into that unless it means something.
Right, exactly right, and that's it. Doing right by doing well, and everybody should get along. And Barney Frank tells me, in the interview we did, in the little chat we had, in 1972, he introduced legalization legislation for cannabis. And I'm like, that year, just so you know, I was in ninth grade. I want to tell you, it all began around then, okay? And that was when I was first introduced to it for the most part, 8th and ninth grade. And it became part of my life because I was ADHD. I bet you were shocked to hear that.
I can match you story for story.
All right, fair enough, fair enough. And I tried those Western medicine drugs. That was the worst experience of my life.
That's right, yeah.
You know? And I found I could focus and I could get work done. I took copious notes. And, you know, it's pretty amazing sometimes, right? As we look back. And by the way, the stuff back then pales in comparison to what we've got growing now.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Okay, you're looking at 7% THC versus as much as 20. Well,
much as 48%.
I was going to say, I know how much. As soon as I said it, excuse me. As soon as I said no. It's not just because you use 24% THC does not mean that is the max. Okay, I get it. Okay, and I had a
or no THC. You can have no THC
well,
as well.
actually, I have done. Actually, I usually get 1-to-1 CBD to THC, and I take so much CBD every day. I have arthritis. It hurts. Right now. I'm going to do this. Okay, it creaked. My neck just creaked.
Oh.
And this is not comfortable for me.
Don't hurt yourself, Jimmy.
Oh, forget it. It's all in the cause of cannabis. Come on. Taking one for the team the next couple of days here. I'll get through this. I'm a kid in a candy store right now. Are you kidding me? So let me ask you about social clubs because that's going to be the next development here in Massachusetts.
Sure.
I interviewed Steve Hoffman. I went to a public event with Steve about social clubs, listening to the pushback and talking to them. I can't wait to see one. I can't wait to go to one. I went to the Summit Lounge in Worcester for the first time only 2 weeks ago. So again, I don't get out much to the cannabis community, but when I do, I really do enjoy it. Where do you think social clubs are going to end up? As you peer into your crystal ball there, Shoshana, and tell me what you think is going to happen here in Massachusetts.
Well,
we're going to see smoking, indoor smoking. Are we going to be limited to vaping? Are we going to have places? I mean, Steve talked about you want to be able to sell it on that site.
Sure.
You know, at that site. So there's a lot of elements there. By the way, it sounds like a great place, doesn't it?
I think there's a few things to think about. One is just in general, consumption itself is actually a bigger topic than just social lounges. So the fact that many populations don't actually have anywhere they can smoke or consume, I should say. The only place available to them is a private residence. And if they're renters, for instance, it may not even be proper for them to do it there. So there's a much broader issue around consumption and where people are able to do that. If you're in a state-run facility, for instance, there's a huge segment of our population that sort of has access because cannabis is legal, but are they really able to consume safely and lawfully anywhere? That's a whole other question. And then if you're doing it for medical reasons, for instance, and you want to be able to consume under the supervision of someone or in a community of folks, what options do you have available? I think that brings us to Massachusetts by way of Alaska. I don't know if you've been following what's happening there.
Right. You know how many emails do you get a day? How many newsletters do you read a day?
Yeah, there's only so many you can keep up with.
That's right.
I feel you, Jimmy.
No, it's just like, oh my God, and I'm doing a weekly news video, and I have to really edit what is the biggest stories.
I would say what's happening in Alaska is a pretty big story.
Yeah.
They have a marijuana control board that's just passed regulations that would enable both social consumption lounges right on the rec side and then on-site consumption for medical facilities on the other. We have not seen that anywhere yet. Massachusetts would love to get there. And to your question, they allow for that possibility in their law, but they don't necessarily have any clear pathway in the immediate future for that to be permitted activity on the ground. So I think that's what we'll look for in the future, but we're not quite there yet.
Right. Now, in the law world, there's the law, and then there's the reality. Ad hoc. Was it ad hoc? There's a Latin phrase for this. Ad hoc, and that doesn't matter. I'm not going to worry about it. You get what I'm saying. The reality is, you walk around the streets of Boston and
sure,
you smell it everywhere. You go to a game, you smell it everywhere.
Sure.
The Patriots parade. Parents were freaking out because there was open consumption of marijuana going on.
Sure.
I was shocked to hear that, by the way.
Sure.
Well, wait, what's
the question that you're asking?
The question is, when are we going to get to the point where we will see the social consumption lounges open in Massachusetts, where they will embrace it finally? And are we, what's it going to look like? I think it's going to be very cool. I think there's going to be one of the neat things about cannabis, and those of us who have done it over the years. Going outside and smoking and passing a joint around is a social event.
Sure.
These days, with everybody dabbing and one-hit things and all this, right? It's lost a little bit of that. Pass the joint over to me, you know.
The democratization of weed.
Yeah,
the dirty underbelly of the truth.
Social democratization, right? So now what do we do? How are we going to get back to that? And I think you have an opportunity at these clubs.
Sure.
And why not throw some live music in? Why not? I know that there's an issue about the food, which I think fascinating. Summit Lounge has prepackaged food. So you could sell prepackaged food without a food license.
You likely will not, right, be able to consume alcohol, though, and cannabis in the same facility. That's where the deal, it looks like that's where the deal breaker will be.
I think there's plenty of places to actually consume alcohol in this country right now. I really don't think we need to expand anymore.
Well, good. Then Jimmy's figured it out. We're good. I
haven't figured anything out.
Well, that's where we're going. I think what you're saying is where we're going. I think you'll see sort of a bifurcated marketplace in that way. But
bifurcated. Look that one up, guys, okay? Bifurcated.
But you know, it doesn't mean you can't leave the lounge and go to the bar down the street. It doesn't mean you can't throw a party at your house and have both.
Right.
The options are there. It's just about that safe, reasonable, responsible consumption that we were talking about earlier.
Right, and there's only one way to do that is by trying and being a guinea pig and seeing which strains you like and how do you like to ingest it. As we talk about all the time, it's a whole new world of weed out there.
Well, and the other piece of that, right, that we haven't talked about is when federal illegality drops and the doors of research fly open, and already we're starting to see that. My firm, we're speaking with clients regularly who are interested in pursuing licensing at the federal level. They have no idea how they would even do that, right? There are mechanisms that can allow for that, and the more and more we see of it, the more R&D you'll see, and the more research will become available. You can base those judgments not just off of like, how do I feel the next day, but how did these patients feel when this clinical trial was conducted, and how do their profiles compare to mine? What are they using it for? All of those things.
Right, and we'll have more examples, and you can find one that you can match up with your own way that you'd like to partake in it. You mentioned Washington, D.C. I recognize that they passed the Farm Act in December, okay? And, you read through it, and CBD is now legal. Well, maybe not, right? Who's educating the lobbyists and the Congress people about this in Washington, D.C.? I have not been there. I should probably be talking to my brother who's down there all the time. But I'd like to find out what are these decisions they're making educated decisions?
I think it depends what you mean by educated, and I think it also depends on what people's motivations are, right?
Okay, yep, yep. All right. So I'm hoping that's happening. They didn't do their homework on the Farm Bill. It was so important for them to pass it to give the farmers a crop that they could grow. They didn't look into CBD enough to really open the door for that whole group, because there's more CBD products out here these days than anything.
Well, I think the important thing to distinguish is whether you're talking about full spectrum cannabis, marijuana-derived CBD versus hemp-based CBD.
Yeah, so and there is a difference.
There's a major. What that difference practically means. We need more research. How does pure CBD derived from hemp compared to pure CBD derived from marijuana? We need more research in that, but we did see progress when the Farm Bill was passed in terms of hemp-based CBD.
Yes. They just couldn't figure out how to get it from one state to the other.
Correct. Correct.
Oh, maybe we should have thought of that.
Correct.
Just amazing stuff.
Yeah.
Shoshana, you've been great. I told you, we're just going to sit down here and talk, and that's what we did.
Great.
And I appreciate you taking the time. I hope you enjoyed yourself.
Thanks so much.
Please subscribe, share, like. I'm a sensitive guy. Will you be willing to do that?
Thank you so much, of course.
And is there any thing that you're interested, you need to plug or promote anything? Or
Sure. I'll be representing the firm I'm a part of, Pistol and Stigma. We're a national consulting firm. We specialize in strategy, license application work, policy development. I'll be speaking tomorrow afternoon more about consumption and looking into the crystal ball and figuring out what we're looking at in the coming years.
So you're on a panel?
I'll actually be doing it by myself, but yes.
You're going to be talking to yourself?
Not to myself, hopefully, just by myself,
by
to a bunch of other people.
To a bunch of people, okay.
Presumably.
Good. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, well, I wish you good luck with that.
Thank you.
And I hope that we at least become friends on Facebook or something.
Oh. I'll look out for you, Jimmy.
Yeah, you should. By the way, check with Joyce. Okay, she knows where all my skeletons are. Thank you so much, Shoshana.
Thank you.
You are watching a live stream of the New England Cannabis Convention here in Boston, Massachusetts. I'm Jimmy Young, and we're going to have a very special, I think it's either a trio or a duo that's going to be joining me. It's going to be a duo. In fact, it could be the dynamic duo of Dan McCarthy and Sean, who is our, Sean Curley, thank you, business development. You know that's happening. I am losing my thought process. This is
It's not the marijuana.
No, it's the concussion I had last week.
Jesus.
Sorry, it's true. All right, thank you, Shoshana. We're going to get the Sensi Magazine triumvirate dynamic duo in here, and we're going to talk a little bit about media, and we're going to talk about. Are we going to get Nicole in here too? Can we get Nicole in here too? Everybody, anybody? Can I get Nicole? Yeah, we need 4 chairs. Oh, here. Yes, you sit right there. Good job. And I think this is mic 2. This is mic 2. That's what I'm supposed to do, right? Gotcha. Slide that down. Nicole, slide towards Dan. I don't know if I think hopefully we're on the wide shot.
The wide shot?
Whatever wide shot, you killed the microphones, right?
The wide shot is the right. Wait, so do you want me to sit
We're gonna have 4
here,
people,
Jimmy?
I want everybody in a blue chair but me. Okay, we're back for another segment here at the New England Cannabis Convention, the 5th annual New England Cannabis Convention at the Heinz Auditorium in Boston. I'm Jimmy Young, the president, host, founder of the Cannabis Multimedia Network, and I am very proud to welcome 2 friends, actually 3 friends, to the interview set. Dan McCarthy is the editor of Sensi Magazine. Sean Curley is the account executive extraordinaire, chief operating officer. I'm not quite sure what the hell your title is, Sean. What is it?
VP Publisher, Head of Sales.
Oh, I like that. VP Publisher, Head of Sales, right? Right? Anyway, I've known these guys for within the last year. Anybody knows this whole story. I went to my first New England Cannabis Convention a year ago, guys. Dan, you and I have talked about this. I was absolutely, it flipped me out. And, here I am a year later and we're live streaming. It's what I had always think we could do, and here we're doing it. So, and by the way, Sensi Magazine, a founding member of the Cannabis Multimedia Network, and that means a lot to me. You guys know that.
Well, thanks, and thanks for having us on today, Jimmy.
You bet. And Nicole Spiller, as you know, is a talent in the marketplace. You might see her at a night. You go out at night with young people, right?
I've been known.
Have you ever run into Nicole and when she does performer TV or anything?
Yeah, we will.
No.
Now you know who she is when you see her.
Where do you perform on TV?
Performer TV.
Performer TV is like another media network that I report for.
Oh, okay.
Just kind of here and there. So I'm a freelance reporter.
Cool.
Awesome.
Like,
So
what do you
he thinks
guys
that
cover?
might have- just things in the entertainment industry, foundations. So like the most recent thing that I was covering was the Boston ECG project, which is like bringing awareness to sudden heart failure and cardiac arrest.
Oh, that's great.
So, guys, you know I love teaching and coaching young people. 10 years ago, when she was 13, she was in my program. She's not 13 anymore. She's ready to go, and I can't wait to watch her grow because I lived through the success of the people that I care about.
Coming out of the Jimmy Young School. That's a good start.
And I'm very proud of the lineage. I got to tell you, and it's not just the young broadcasters of America. Okay, one of the sports producers at Channel 4 is a former intern, producer at NECANN. You know,
Talent Factory Jimmy Young, they called him.
Is that what they talked to me?
Back in the day?
Man, they used to talk to me a lot.
They tell
Tell me a lot of
stories.
things. All right, yeah. Well, it is about storytelling.
It is.
You're an awesome storyteller.
Thank you.
Really look forward, and this is no PS. Well, maybe it's a little. I really do look forward to getting the magazine every month and reading your letter.
Oh, thank
the
you.
editor's note's a hot piece.
The letter
item.
is
Hot
really
commodity,
great
that
because
one.
it's insightful. Not just it's your thoughts, your strain of consciousness,
Pretty much.
about the month that has passed, and I love it. I really do. I really do like your work, and
Thank
I
you.
know none of us who have talent, and I'm throwing us all here. We all have talent in some way. Enjoy hearing the fact that people are enjoying the content we produce.
I'm just happy somebody can find it.
Well, that's another story. Although I did start my news dabs opening up the new copy and saying, hey, check this out. It's the new copy of Sensi Magazine.
It's the
You
print
can find
mag.
it at a dispensary near you.
Dispensaries, salons, restaurants.
Barbershops, head shops, doctors' offices, all over the place.
Just not at 170 Worcester Street.
Do you have any like online distribution at all?
SensiMag.com. You can access it there. You can download it, get it sent to you, so you download it every single month.
Yeah, the actual
Primarily
print
it's
publication is uploaded into digital form that you can flip through
Yeah.
on
good
the
to
screen
know.
like a magazine. However, we at Sensi understand it is the year 2019. And because it's the year 2019, there's a certain way you assume the internet and digital content creation is going to operate. Whether or not we hit all of those check marks really isn't the point. The point is this, is that it's a great piece of content that you can access online, in theory. And ultimately, the print product is something you really want to seek out because there's a lot of time that goes into it. It's a great piece of local media, and it's the return to what people said was dead and isn't ever going to go away fully, which is print media. And as much as I love and have been a part of digital media for years, print media really still has a tangible, esoteric quality to go and find it, especially in a rising new market. Having said that, the ease of finding a lot of this content is really just staying active. Follow Sensi Mag on Instagram, Facebook, all these different outlets. Hashtag Sensi Boston to find the specific stuff going on in this market that's really led by a lot of the community efforts that we do with the events and guys like Sean that really look to connect the business community with the actual general lifestyle that's integrating the new normal into the landscape that's already here.
I love Dan
So
McCarthy.
is a lot of the content that's in Sensi Magazine like user-generated content? Like
No,
people
it's
can
you're
submit?
looking at the user-generated content.
So
I write the
you-
magazine.
The whole magazine.
Yeah, so what we do is, I cover and write the entire local market. What we do is, because Sensi is based out of Colorado, it's got multiple different markets, coast to coast. The actual production is done in Colorado. So because there are other pieces of content in the other markets that are nationally facing but could be locally applicable, there are sometimes that we take a longer feature that's being produced out of one of the other editions and actually pull it into a feature here showing what's going on nationally, but predominantly the content is all locally focused, written by myself and a couple of other stringers. But ultimately what I try to do is give a real broad stroke of what's going on in the community. Like, there is a place for hardcore green scene cannabis journalism. There is a place for wonky state house, the real politics that's going on, whether it's aggregation coming from groups like MRCC or looking at Talking Joints Memo and the Dig Media Group of the Boston Institute of Nonprofit Journalism, doing a lot more of the wonky political stuff. All in all, it works for a wholly integrated ecosystem that we can all benefit from if everybody understands that everybody can win when everybody's touching on all these little aspects of the community that everybody's interested in. And where there are people for the hardcore parts, Sensi really appeals to people that might be tiptoeing in the waters of cannabis for the first time, whether it's somebody coming in because they came to the first NECANN and said, I didn't know there was a whole industry here, whether it's some 90-year-old grandma getting their first brownie for glaucoma, or whether it's somebody coming in from the hardcore green scene. It doesn't matter. There's something for everybody.
And let me get Sean involved here for a minute, because one of the things that Sensi does really well is champion the industry, and they have quarterly events, networking events. Sean, you've been involved with all of them.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up. Well,
I just wanted to get a little time because Dan's here.
Oh, what do you know? Working with Dan, you barely get a word in. But no, it's great. We realize the magazine does a great job to get the information out there, but we also want to bridge the gap, and rather than just add in a magazine or an article about a company, we want to give the community an environment where they can come out and meet these businesses and see some of the human aspect of what's going on and why people are getting into the space, and just trying to bridge the gap between the green scene, where there's plenty of information out there, and some of those more curious people, to really help just normalize things.
So you have Sensi Connect nights, you have Sensi nights.
Right.
What's the next event? Because I don't think I've missed one yet.
You've been there, Jimmy, and we're hoping we'll have 4 Sensi nights this year. We're hoping to have the next one in May. Hopefully have it announced in the next few weeks.
Okay, are we going back to the Royale? Are we going to find another locale?
There's a lot of spaces we're talking to right now.
Okay. Are anybody bidding on these things yet? That's what I'm waiting for, and so are you.
We're all waiting for it. We put on a couple great events last year.
You should look into the Grand.
The Grand is definitely somewhere that we're speaking to. There's a lot of different. I called about 50 venues this week, so we have a lot of conversations going on. A year ago, no one, other than Royale, who's a great partner, was willing to welcome us. A lot of new people new environments are looking to bring the community and opening their arms and understanding, we're just like any other group that's looking to come out, connect, network, and have a good time. So we'll be having, 4 Sensi nights that are open to the community, a couple thousand people, and then some more B2B focused events to really bring industry leaders together and help us kind of grow that way as well.
I think it's great. Leon Drucker, we haven't mentioned Leon. He is the publisher of the magazine in New England and is a well-beloved character in the community. Would that be a good way to describe Leon?
We love Leon. Yeah, Leon and I started this magazine a little over a year ago, got Dan on board shortly after. Since then, we have a few other people that are helping us generate some partnerships and, bringing on more writers to really create great content. But yeah, it's really a team effort here, just here at Sensi, but also throughout the whole community, giving us a lot of support and welcoming us to the market.
Absolutely.
So what is your guys' goal for where the magazine's going to be a year from now? Like, what is your short-term goal?
Yeah, the target really is, getting out there anywhere you see free magazines available. We're currently, you can get us at about 400 different locations around Greater Boston. We'd love to expand the reach, so we're not just in Greater Boston. We're covering, a little bit further out west, down south.
Cape too, the Cape
Yeah,
too.
the Cape as well. And you'll probably see some events focusing a little outside of the Boston as the summer comes as well to reach different communities.
Have you done anything on, I think you did, pet CBD, using CBD with pets? Because there's been a rise in Cape Cod Hospital. There's a story in one of our news things that I read. The dangers of getting your dog or your cat high. Or they get into the catnip, the edibles, or something like that. And there's been more emergency visits on the Cape. They've gone up. And I have a friend who's a veterinarian. I've actually reached out to him, and I think we'll get together next week. But there needs to be some knowledge about that.
Well, there is. I mean, the reality is, like everything with pets, it often comes down to the owner.
Yeah,
responsibility. CBD
Kinda
for
like
pets.
parenting.
CBD for pets is a great thing. There's an entire market designed to it. I personally have a couple of friends that have old rescue dogs, old pit bulls that were scheduled for being euthanized years ago. They started making their own full extract cannabis oil, CBD treatments, everything else. They worked out with a vet, a little treatment, and dogs still kicking today. At the end of the day, is there some rise? Is that indicative of some macro problem with dosing animals? Probably Probably not, but yeah, if you're going to leave a brownie around, or you leave a dosed anything, a jar of honey, and your kitty cat goes in there, laps it up. I mean, is it really the cat's fault? I mean, it's a cat. It doesn't know what the hell it's doing.
It's the same thing as when you make regular brownies and you leave them out on the counter. You have to be responsible enough to make sure that your pets aren't going to get into them.
Right.
But CBD treatments, I mean, as a new aspect of the wellness brand, I mean, there's an entire cottage industry peeling off specifically for pets. And I know plenty of people that have animals with common issues like hip dysplasia and stuff like that are getting, you know, lab-tested quality products based out of sun-grown Oregon hemp, CBD-derived concentrates in little treats that they give to the dog, and the dogs are like got a pep in their step again.
That's awesome, isn't it?
I've also heard a success story about like an older dog that they just put like a couple of drops in his food.
Yep.
And he was like acting like a puppy again.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's just more education out there, you know, getting good, knowledgeable, reputable people who've been studying this, you know,
it's like pets and grandparents, you know? Give it a little bit to them, it just brings them right back out of it, right back into it.
I'm not a grandparent. I'm not really in a hurry.
I'd actually like to give you a moment of props, because I don't know if your fine viewers out there understand, but back at the recent Boston Freedom Rally.
Oh, yeah, but we were talking about this.
Oh, have you already brought this up?
No, but you urged me, really twisted my arm hard. Go ahead, tell the story.
So because Jimmy is new to the industry and new to different consumption methods, and it's all a bright new world, and I'm just happy to be here.
He really gets excited.
Back at the Boston Freedom Rally, it became obvious that, I mean, if there was ever a time to have somebody take their first dabs and do it on camera, it was then. So we set Jimmy up in the blazing 90-degree balmy air sun of the Boston Common in the middle of a gorgeous summer day. It was medical nothing.
Extracts.
It was 3 different. It was. We were working with medical extracts and some of them.
Right.
So we had their concentrates. We had 3 different kinds: a shatter, a dab, a hash press rosin, something like that. And instead of just doing your first dab ever, you did your first 3 in succession. And it showed a lot of grit.
And managed to speak before and after to the camera.
My favorite was how you closed right at that tail end before it was time to take a 10-minute breather with talking to anybody. You just sort of sat there after like finishing a sentence. You just went, whew. This is new.
This is wild. Haven't been here for a while.
Yeah, and it was nice, but you showed a lot of grit, and
Thank you.
That also gave you a way to experience sort of the more extreme end of walking your way into consumption habits and why, and self-medicating, that sort of thing. It was really an educational experience.
It was.
You gotta know what you're talking about.
That's right, and I think I can say it. I actually use a dab now, a single one, and it's
fantastic.
It's really easy to do, and you know, I do that, and I get in my hot tub, and I'm a happy man.
So the dab does contain THC.
Oh yeah, it's the most
concentrated.
concentrated form of cannabis you can get. Okay? Gotcha. Okay. Anyway, you threw me off. That is the most watched video on our site up until last week when the news dabs went out, and I got 3,700 opens.
There you go.
And views, and that was really big.
On
and
the
you guys
rise
know,
for an independent media maker.
I'm doing a weekly news video.
Yep, seen it.
And it's fun. And
good.
you know what? The fact that I do it all myself is something I'm pretty proud of, because you're a multimedia journalist.
Yeah.
Okay? You're learning to be multimedia journalism. Even though, are you just
learning?
a print guy? Are you a print guy only? No, you do. But wait, I want to see. You're on TV. Are you creating video stories?
Yeah.
Where?
At this moment, you're looking at it.
Oh, okay.
Dan's
fair
been
enough.
featured on multiple.
I'll give you my CV afterwards.
Wait, hang on a second. You showing up on a show and being your personality, you're taking credit as that's actually you telling a story.
Maybe.
One of the best storytellers I know.
Right, but you're not telling a story with audio and video and editing and
I don't edit
adding
myself,
music
no.
in
I
and
have
all that.
before, but I'm not now.
He's
Not at the
like, I
moment.
can hire someone else to edit.
That's right. All right, fine. You know what?
He can hire me to do his editing.
I think
well,
we have other
this is
plans
networking.
for you, young lady.
Yeah, but this is the Cannabis Multimedia Network.
It is multimedia.
network.
It's a network. We get it. There's room for everybody, and there's room for a lot of content. It's fascinating. I want to hear about social clubs. I want to hear about your ideas of what you think the social clubs are going to look like. Because, as you know, they're talking about it. I interviewed Steve Hoffman last week, and he was, he can't give me specifics because he's really not sure. He's listening to everybody right now. Has he listened to you, and what would be your ideas?
Well, if you're talking about what they're going to look like,
Yeah.
I mean, what exists right now for a place to socialize and have regulated intoxicants? bar, restaurant.
Yeah.
That's what it's going to look like eventually. LA is about to open its very first social consumption cannabis restaurant, rooftop patio. And look, you're not walking in there. They're not playing nothing but Cheech and Chong on the walls. It's not hits from a bong playing on the ambient Sonos soundtrack. It's a normal restaurant with a patio that it's both food, canned cannabis and infused food, and it's as normal as anything else. At first, like anywhere, I heard you before obviously talking about the Summit Lounge. There's other spots that are going to slowly pop up. Basically, once the social consumption aspect at least gets moving, it's going to be a very slow and oft creaky wheel, but there's going to be a high learning curve because right away other markets are in more developed areas of legal cannabis are doing things very well. But ultimately, what social consumption will look like will be exactly what everything else look like. Have you gotten wine at a bar? Have you been to a wine bar? Have you been to a place that only sells grilled cheese?
Yeah.
That's what it's going to look like.
Right.
Everything
cigar
else.
bars, hookah lounges,
It doesn't matter. It's
all
the
of
same
that.
thing. It's just going to be with.
Will we be able to have? Will you be able to light up a joint inside this club?
Lighting up a joint inside the club, really, now you're talking about walking a different line because if you're combusting something inside,
correct,
you've got general non-smoking issues.
Right.
So, however, if you're in a private members-only social
cigar lounge,
right.
a hookah lounge.
So,
I mean,
that's going to be part of as the laws kind of get ironed out and they figure out how to permit this. That's where the growing pains are going to be. And you might see but look, at the end of the day, you can still go to Charlestown and go to Calushi and go to a hookah lounge and go smoke underground and full apple shishas and cigars and butts and whatever you want. They have a special license. It is in the middle of the city. The sky hasn't fallen yet, right? It works fine. It's going to be the same with cannabis.
And until you really have that market where they're also being able to sell the cannabis where it's also consumed, there's really not a revenue stream for these lounges. That's why there's a little bit of a delay, and even on the private side,
Yeah, NECANN hosted a open forum. You were there,
right?
By the way, I was there with my camera, and the SD card got corrupt again. I am not a freaking videographer. Okay, it's why I really appreciate the guys. I know. So we will be able to smoke a joint indoors, perhaps. He talked about definitely. He sees the edibles, and for sale items, at these clubs.
Yeah,
so they're going to have some kind of a recreational license. They're probably going through all the rigmarole with all the paperwork now, right?
Yeah, some of the ones that have been successful are attached to a dispensary, in California or, a couple of the ones in Colorado, they're just a lounge. You really charge by membership fee. They open and they close within a couple of months because it's just really hard. When you're not selling, when you don't have a product really, you just have a location. So some of the ones that have been successful on the West Coast are tied to a dispensary where you can buy your product and then consume it really right in the same space. So I think that's where the future really is. But until we get to where that license allows that, we're going to be stuck where we are now.
Yeah. Do you guys know Caroline's up in Uxbridge? And you know her story. I think you wrote about it. I read it in Sensi at some point, didn't I? Yeah. Okay. Why couldn't she have, I can't consume it outside. I was going to say, put out some lawn chairs outside your store and relax. And
that's the real problem with the public consumption. Like, for instance, I live downtown in a high-rise building where there's no smoking for anyone in the building. Just every high-rise is. So where do I go? I have nowhere to, legally consume every day. So, I'm put in that position. And there's also people who live in, public housing, certain landlords, or for people who have children or other people in the house who don't want to be around it. What options do we have? So I think the more we focus on, destigmatizing it, bringing events like this where you're seeing people from all different communities come together, that's what we're going to need to continue to do to really push things forward.
You guys, one of the things I've preached for many, many months on my podcast is the fact that we don't have a public service campaign, public service announcements in traditional media. You never hear, the only thing I hear on the radio in the Boston market is the High Times event, I think is in California. When do you expect to see any kind of a public service announcement explaining about the benefits of cannabis? Because anything the media does in this town, except for Dan McCarthy, for the most part, okay, is something sensationalized, something, they forgot to take out the garbage the right way, or they
we're not highlighting
they crashed they crashed the software. I mean, it's like, right? What's making noise? But no one's. You have told so many stories about people who have said cannabis has changed my life. Where are those stories? Why wouldn't traditional news? I know they're in Sensi Magazine. I get it.
But they're all. But no. Joking aside, I mean, look. there's a lot of local media out there, and it's really comes down to the fact that once you accept that this is the greatest time in history to be the laziest person and to be the most well informed with very little moves of having this information come to you, you start to discover where these different news sources are to get these kinds of stories.
You must be talking about that Google thing.
What's that?
That Google thing?
Yes. That's one of many ways. But look, in the Massachusetts market, yes, you've got Sensi Magazine doing this sort of general lifestyle coverage, and whether that means cannabis yoga or just writing about a new restaurant or something. Classic city lifestyle with a twist of cannabis. Then you've got stuff that gets a little bit harder into the green scene. Then you've got the stuff that can find the stories of the sheer injustice of a grandmother growing 2 individual cannabis plants in their backyard in Nantucket that caused the DEA to come in with choppers and rappel down and sickle them off like she's growing like a crop of heroin, right? When you find these stories that are like usually found where? Not really so much in the mainstream, and that I know that that's a very loose term, but more so in the gritty local alternative independent media that's here. Yes, you're going to have things like In the Globe that have big, deep resources, a lot of money thrown at it, a lot of writers, a lot of ability to do different things and to do it well. But oftentimes a lot of the best stories about the ways in which cannabis has changed a life, about the birth of Bob Lobel becoming a great proselytizer, at his age, of what cannabis has done to completely change his life and get him off opioids, off what people like Stephen Mandilli, that is now a cannabis activist in Massachusetts, why it took him so long to get into cannabis as treatment for his 100% military disabled body, and within 5 months of a cannabis treatment got off all 10 years of synthetic opioids in medicine. These stories are being told and found. At present, you might have to dig for it a little bit. It's really easy to dig. If you've ever searched up cat memes, you can find stories on this.
As I say,
It really
Google,
just how you
Google
use it
rules. I
for
get
you.
Google. It's still that look, I'm old school. You guys know that.
But check out stuff like what you're doing. Check out stuff like Sensi. Check out stuff like the Boston Institute for Nonprofit Journalism, Dig Boston, Talking Joints Memo. If you sign up for things like Talking Joints Memo, they have a newsletter that goes out that includes stuff that we put out and everybody else. Sign up at Sensi Mag. Understand the local media landscape, then you can curate it to what you need. If you're looking for stuff that we produce, great. If you're looking for more wonky political stuff, great. It's all out there. You just have to do very little work, and it all comes to you.
It's just about being informed, and unfortunately, in this industry, you have to put a little effort in to really find that right info. Where you just blast it at you.
It's just, you guys know the mentality, though, of people. I got 2 jobs. I got my kids. I got all these activities. I'm overscheduled. I just don't have time. I'm listening to the radio on the way home or on the way back from work. And there's just nothing there. Now, I do know one pro-cannabis advocate in traditional media. It's Jim Murray. Jim Murray is the 3rd man in the booth for Felger and Maz on 98.5 The Sports Hub, and he will be in studio with me on Sunday because he's the only. I've asked 4 or 5 others from traditional media in Boston to join me, friends that I've known for 30 years. Okay. They couldn't do it. They were not going to do it.
Till stigma goes or federal prohibition ends. I mean, that's an understandable issue. And that'll just be something that'll die out with the old guard.
And that's why sometimes we're not hearing all these good stories, because although someone's benefiting from cannabis personally, they're doing it hiding in their car away from their family because they'd be ostracized.
That's another thing that brings up the social consumption aspect. Well, you talked about living in a spot down in the seaport. A lot of cynics will say, well, yeah, but you can just then go outside, just go walk along the water and do it. Great. What if you are somebody from a community and a person of color? What if you are a minority that they're disenfranchised and arrested 6 times more than their counterparts, right? That are non-people of color. You can't actually go outside because then you're at a higher risk of getting swept up into the great divide of wrongful incarceration or race baiting, which we all know the Great War on Drugs was really anchored in. That's a discussion for another time.
And I will say this to the industry: they really are trying. I know they are really trying to expunge records. Create social equity programs to give those people an opportunity to get into this business. I actually talked to the Tilt Holdings Group, the presenting sponsors. They're a big company, and I'm like, those are the kind of companies that have to take the lead and create.
They have to champion these efforts, right?
Absolutely,
yes.
it's the only way it's going to happen because we all know money.
And that's the thing. There is efforts going on, but you really, unfortunately, a lot of the industry is taking off while a lot of people are getting continually being marginalized.
Right.
So, and sometimes in some instances, the same people that were on the other side of the law arresting these
Right.
people that are now in trouble are now making the money in the industry. So I just want a fair and equitable industry because it's not that often you ever get to launch a brand new industry and end prohibition. So let's do it right.
Sean Curley and Dan McCarthy, I'm proud to call you guys friends. I really enjoyed working with you, getting to know you, and we'll keep it going on In the Weeds and the Cannabis Multimedia Network, and go to cmn.com.
Well, thank you very much for having us on, Jimmy. It was nice to meet you as well.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
And yeah, check out Jimmy and the rest of the Multimedia Network. Doing great things.
Thanks, guys. Great stuff. We're going to make a couple of new people in here. What's that?
We're always getting the hook.
Yeah, no, that's all good. They do a great job. And there's Maggie. Oh, we can. Oh, no, wait a second. I get a hug from Maggie. I get a hug from you too. All right, welcome back to the New England Cannabis Convention live feed on the Cannabis Multimedia Network. I'm Jimmy Young. I'm joined here on our interview set by some friends of mine in the business. Oh, is there a call? Is that my call? Is that my call? That would be Bill Flynn, by the way. He is with he's with MassCann along with Maggie Kinsella, who's their press secretary, and it was a year ago. And Nicole Spiller's here too. I never want to forget you. Never forget you. And it was a year ago that I met you, right there. And it's so funny how many people that have been in my life over the last year and have supported the efforts of the launch of this network, and I so appreciate that. Really do. Tell me, what is MassCann up to now? Because everyone was talking about the Freedom Rally in my last interview with Dan and Sean and my performance there, let's just say.
They were talking about the Freedom Rally?
Yeah.
Everybody talks about the Freedom Rally. It's the Freedom Rally.
That's right. It's kind of like my first, look, this is my virgin voyage in cannabis this year. I mean, I'd never been to a Freedom Rally before. I'd never been to NECANN before. I never went to CannaCon. Just saying.
Oh, my gosh.
Now I have.
Okay.
And I've met some really cool people, including you.
That's good. Thank you. Well,
you know?
Yeah, very nice.
So tell me what MassCann's up to now, guys, because you're right down the hall. You're on the Educational Village, right?
Right.
What's going on, Bill?
MassCann, we have our Education Village, which that's what MassCann's all about. We try to educate the public on prohibition and how it came about, and how we tried to change the laws here in Massachusetts. And what we did was a few other people had stretched it out where we have our Education Village, which we're going to try to take out to cities and towns in Massachusetts. But what we did was we brought it out at our big event, which is the Boston Freedom Rally, and it got a lot of exposure there. And
you sure did, Bill.
Talk about it there. So yes, it's become a hit. So we're working with it, and we're running with it, and because this is what we're trying to do is educate the public of
And we were just talking about the importance of
Yeah.
education. I'm extremely frustrated with my old friends from traditional media because there really isn't a public service announcement about the benefits of cannabis on
Correct.
traditional media. I just don't understand. You know about the Acreage Holdings spot that they wanted to run on the CBS and read on stairs publicity. Who can you guys, you're a nonprofit, right?
Right.
Who can you guys go to that could help fund a campaign like that to really push it into mainstream? I'm talking about television and radio.
We actually we've been meeting people that have kind of offered us their platform. So I think those things we're developing now as far as getting more involved with mainstream. Mostly in the press, though, so there might not be a lot of like news networks that are talking about it, but we're certainly making noise in the written publications online, which is really good. So especially with things like delivery only, expungement's a really big conversation that we need to have. We would like the legislature to include in their budget funds for expungement and clemency. This industry is up and running, and yet still people are left to suffer, and it needs to be fixed.
We want to support a new industry, don't we, guys? Doesn't that make sense? It actually
exactly
creates
right.
jobs, positive tax revenue to fix roads and schools.
Exactly, and that's what MassCann's been talking about for 30 years, is the fact that this is an industry that everybody should be in. Well, obviously, a major league underground industries out there, and there's a lot of good people out there that should be able to come up and make it part of what they do, make it an industry, as you can see what's going on here. Years ago, when all this was, this is all new. This is the past 5 years.
Right.
So
it happened pretty fast, guys.
Right.
Once it started
People
going.
didn't want to talk about this. We've been doing, like I said, we've been doing this for over 29 years. So it was leading up to, say, decrim in 2008, it was kind of really a hushed subject. Once that happened, it kind of opened up a few doors for some, but MassCann didn't see any of that light. But now with everything coming out, and now more and more interest is coming about, and people are asking, how did this happen? And then they find out about MassCann, and here we are today.
Yeah, and we should explain to people that aren't familiar. The National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws was the national organization that had been trying to reform marijuana laws,
Right.
probably since 1937. And you are the local Massachusetts chapter.
Right. Yes. Normal had started back in 1974 with Keith Stroop and a bunch of other lawyers in Washington to fight, this prohibition law of your right to choose of what you would use as medicine, or how you were out there recreating. There's something going on, so you go and you have a smoke. You recreate yourself to be whatever, be a better person, or calm down, relax, and actually get out and have conversation. So chillaxing, as they call it today.
That's what the doctor told me to do last week. Go chillax for a couple of days.
So like I said, this is a whole new platform, and the conversation that we started back in 1989 has obviously flourished to what this is, and that's what has to remain, is the conversation has to stay alive. And this isn't about big box people that are coming from out of state. This should be about, the conversation should be about the local average everyday guy to be able to help his family, to do whatever, to be able to have his medicine, and to be able to make a couple dollars. They should be able to take it to a farmer's market, again, with the regulations and testing and all that stuff. But it shouldn't be hard for just the average person to do this.
Right. Well, they are allowing you to grow it at home, 6 plants per adult per residence, if you own your residence.
Right.
So we know that. Can we talk a little bit about what happened last year at the Freedom Rally? Not me losing my virgin dabbing, okay? Not the dabbing virginity thing there, because that's all Dan McCarthy wanted to do, is tell that story again.
Yeah.
But you guys, you've won. You got this thing legalized.
Right.
You put it through. You're at the point now. What's the next step for you guys? And I think you're a little disappointed. I think you got cut down to a day for next year.
Right.
And it's your 30th, right?
Yeah.
So it's really, are you... Any different changes? What's going through your mind as far as like the plans go? I'm sure you're having a lot of meetings about this and talking about it.
Well,
let Maggie. I want to hear
okay.
Maggie first.
Go
Is
ahead,
that all right,
Maggie.
Bill?
Sure.
All right.
She really.
Women rock, man. Okay, you know that. All right.
Well, last year I think got a little out of hand with just everything. It was exciting. I think it went really well. But we're dealing with the consequences of that right now. So we're certainly taking precautions, and we're going to have solutions for those potential problems so that we don't see that. We're going to talk to the city about doing 2 days. It's kind of a catch-22 for us, where we're going to be at fault if the common's not clean by Sunday at 3 p.m. and people show up because it's always been at least 2 days.
Right.
You know, the very, very beginning it was 1 day, but it's been 2 days for a long time, and so there's going to be people that show up. And what are we going to not manage that crowd, and then they leave a mess, and then we're at fault for that? Like, it's like a setup to fail kind of situation.
Yeah.
So I think we need to have that discussion to just let them know how hurtful this is, and that going down to at least 2 days would have been helpful, not just for us but for the city themselves. You know, that's an unmanaged crowd now.
Right, and and the venue is important for you, the Boston Common.
Sure.
Right, I mean that's where it's been. That's why you want to keep it going.
Yep.
There is some tradition there, because I think there was some talk about maybe moving it and, you know, kind of creating a celebration of cannabis as opposed to, you know, what it used to be like, and now it's here, and you know, it was quite a scene. I will never forget my first ever Freedom Rally, guys. The community of the cannabis, though, they know that you guys went through a tough time after that. Have they come to you with ideas saying, look, we'll clean up for you. We love coming here. This is important to us. You know, you're part of the historical movement. Have they come to you with open arms saying, what can we do to keep it going?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
There have been some that reached out. Yeah.
We got on social media, we had a large response because we posted the picture ourselves, and it was only a couple areas. Like, what people didn't see was the rest of the common was clean. Mm-hmm. There was a focus on these specific areas.
There's probably a handful of
So it did not.
It's always a handful that ruin it for the group, no matter what you're talking about, whether it's Freedom Rally. It's human behavior. It's just the way we're
But
wired.
this is something that started right from the get-go, right from the start. I'm not going to throw names out there, but there's a group out there that they don't want us there.
Yep.
I understand.
And
it is. Well, hang on a second. Hang on. I'm not going to name who they are.
Yeah.
But it is on Beacon Hill.
Right.
Okay. That's the neighborhood. Now, we salute those who are in statues around there, okay, because we know the revolution started here, and I'm a proud Bostonian, and I'm, you know, greatest sports town in America still.
Exactly.
So, that being said, it's a challenging neighborhood to do something like this in.
Right.
Is that an accurate statement?
Exactly. And what we do there, okay, this was a day of civil disobedience, okay? And again, educating the public. There's some music, there was food, and yes, it has gotten bigger. And what people have to understand, in which they said, it's too big for you because we're all volunteers. We don't get paid for this. And we understand that, but we were working with a group that should have had a little more hand in helping us, which that didn't happen. But again, our name's on the permit, so we caught the whole thing.
Right.
Okay.
And hopefully the reaction to what happened, the cannabis community is rallying to help you guys out so it doesn't happen again. So you don't have to
see, you would think so. Okay, now people reached out and they have ideas and want to help out with the trash and all that. Okay, and that's another thing they don't understand is we pay the city to clean it up. Okay, and they do a good job. And they call us and give us a report. And they said, thank you very much. You guys did an awesome job. Okay, now if the city's telling you you've done an awesome job, fine. Like I said, there's a handful.
I'm not quite sure I saw that story in the news.
You didn't see that one in the news.
This is my biggest beef with my former comrades. And by the way, at this point, I've burnt every bridge.
Right, and
in this market.
and we tried to bring that up, but we were stifled on it. This was at the city hall meeting.
Right.
And, okay, we're talking about trash, plastic, cardboard, stuff like that, But when we got there, there's one area, there's a little cobblestone wall they call Five Corners, or the mayor's Five Corners and the Mayor's Walk, and grass, dirt, trash, needles are there before we even arrive. We're not talking about the 364 days the rest of the year. We're talking about that one day or that weekend.
Right.
Okay? And like I said, this is something that's been going on. This is going on every year. Just last year, it right from the get-go, they were right there complaining about cars being on the grounds. They're filming us, trying to entice people to get some kind of, reaction or some confrontation. And I was with the guy that was doing the concessions. We were trying to move everybody along, but the people aren't going to move. They see all these people, and the crowd's trying to move through what's going on. People in there every day are trying to get through the park. We don't understand what's going on. We're there. We've been there every third September weekend since 1980. No, actually since 1991. So the complaints that came at us, like it's every year I come. This is the event that's going on. Well, plan your vacation better, because we were there first. Is what I was saying.
That's great.
And like I said, this here is the
They're looking
first,
to knock
right. They're trying to knock us out. This is the first place on the planet where people stood up for free speech and said that enough was enough, that they weren't going to take it anymore, and they're going to stand up for themselves. And that's what we're doing. It's civil disobedience. Nobody's harming anybody. The only harm that was happening was when they were arresting people right up till 2008. And now, last year, there was issues of people selling or gifting, products, Right. Police are walking all around, and they even said it at the hearing and I asked them, I said, look, there's a man walking around, we don't know if this is tested, if it's good, somebody could, get sick.
Right.
He said, I'm not getting involved in that. Okay, well, thank you, but I understand. Because the way they look at it is, well, if I go into that crowd and try to stop somebody, there's going to be a mob. To me, I don't think so.
No.
But they're going to catch a lot of heat as far as, why are you doing that? Why are you bothering people type of thing? You know what I mean? And again, they don't want part of that. They understand that nothing is going on that's going to... You have 10,000 people on the common, and everybody's eating and having a good time.
Yeah,
and one beer tent would ruin that. You know what I mean? And that's what we don't do that. All these other events, sorry to keep rolling here, but all the other events that are around. You got the beer. There's a beer thing goes on down right on the City Hall Plaza.
Right.
And then there's a couple of other events where they're about cannabis, but they don't even use cannabis. You can't use it there. This is what these events are about. It's about the plant, and that's what we have to go. We have to go way back when cannabis was in the pharmacopoeia, right? Where it was taught and it was used as an herb and it healed people, and that's again back to basics type of thing. And that's what we stand on. They claim you can't smoke on the common because this is cigarettes or whatever. Again, this is a form of civil disobedience. We're not harming anybody, and we're letting people know that we're here, and we're not going anywhere. And like Maggie says, it may be a one-day event, but we're going to try and push it to that two-day event, because people even said it, that people are going to be there anyway. It's a weekend.
Yeah, and you got to figure that you don't have an organized event the second day.
Exactly.
You guys are actually concerned that they'll just keep going.
Exactly.
Without any.
Exactly.
They will.
Support, right?
They will.
Right.
It's going to happen.
It's going to happen.
Yeah.
I imagine all the vendors, and they're going to leave.
Right.
But they're organized to clean up.
Right.
But people are going to come to the Common anyway, especially if it's a good weekend, and they're going to come.
And then you have 10,000 people with no source of water or food regulated per the amount of person or bathrooms.
Right.
They're just doing you a disservice.
And we're going to be already there, so we'll probably be up early cleaning up. Now everybody comes to show up, say 10, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. Where's all the work? We just cleaned the whole part.
So if it was really formed through civil disobedience, and you guys won, and it's awesome, how can you recreate a celebration of cannabis on the Common and lead with more education about it than, we're going to smoke this weed on the Common this day because it's been a tradition. I've been doing it for 25, 30 years.
Right.
I mean, does it make more sense to have more concerts and more, interactive with the crowd that's there and explaining to them, look, it's a privilege to be out here. Yes, it's your right to protest and commit civil disobedience if you'd like. But we as an industry, you guys represent an industry that has been successful in passing a law that I never thought was ever going to happen in my home state.
Right, exactly.
Okay, and you've done it, and hell, I'll go up on stage with a microphone and I'll talk to people about it and explain, you guys, it's the grassroots stuff that you've done,
right.
And who else has done it with you, that has made the difference so that an industry can begin, so that people can regulate it, they can know where they got their weed from, right? And they can track it from the seed to sale.
Right.
And you can hire people who are looking for work.
Right.
That's why I am so excited about being part of it, because I'm like, what? That's the whole point of America, isn't it?
Exactly.
And it's all democracy. It was the voters that said it. And by the way, the other thing, I didn't mention this to Steve Hoff when I interviewed him. He uses the 53% to 47% question 4 ballot question all the time. And I said, it's 2 years after that.
Right.
The latest polls is about, 63% favor legalization now because the education has increased.
Right. Because people are talking about it more. You have this event, there's CLNS, there's other events.
And I'll give WBUR and NPR and Jim Browdy, they do a good job of at least getting the word out and talking to people. I'll give them credit. Even though they won't return my calls. My old friends, I might add.
Bob LaBelle.
We love
doing a podcast. He's trying.
Right.
There's two sides to this, right, on how educated the state is right now, because at the last 2 public listening sessions, there was not a single testimony against cannabis. So as far as a public listening session goes, that's a really big improvement. However, there are 7 bills filed in the State House to repeal legalization, which, as much as they're dead on arrival, you can see the difference in education at certain levels and how far we still have to go. But the fact that there was no anti-cannabis testimonies at the listening sessions, I think, shows how far we've come.
Absolutely.
And is a major improvement. Because there's a lot of animosity. Like when we had the public hearing with Boston City Council, and our council was speaking for us, there were members of the other group that were hissing during his speech. Hissing like a child. And it's embarrassing. Like, I'm embarrassed for them.
Really bad behavior on display too.
Bad behavior, maybe it's backwards and children are adults and adults are children. I don't know, but just
treating
human decency.
your fellow man with respect. How difficult is that, really?
And it was the same repetitive story, the trash, the needles, and that's what he kept saying is, okay, we'll give you the trash, but what we do, this industry, what it is nothing to do with needles. Right. And like I said, you can go there any other day through
There's
the
needles
year,
all over Boston in regard
all over
to
Boston.
Cannabis or not cannabis has nothing to do
what
with
about
it.
What about the victory parades where the beer cans are flying and stuff like that?
That was a little crazy.
And
I can't ask them to not win championships.
No. I have nothing against it. I think they're great, but this is the crowd. Look at that crowd.
It's a crowd mentality.
Compared
it's a
to the
mob
crowd
mentality.
that we have.
It's very tough to control.
And and they kind of try to use that. Well, that parade's only like half a day, or each parade's half a day. All the other events are one day. Yeah, but we were one day. Okay, now everything's getting bigger. It's it takes a day or two. It's, you know what I mean? You can't just do it all in one day type of thing.
What do they say about music festivals that are multiple days, like Boston Calling?
Exactly right. Boston
We'd like to
Calling,
know.
all that.
And I'm sure that
And they
there's
don't.
cannabis being used at
No.
those festivals.
Sure.
That
No. Cannabis and music?
And I'm sure that
Yeah.
there's needles there as well. That doesn't necessarily mean the Boston Calling Music Festival brought them there.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
And that was one of the things too, is they were trying to tell us we had to get an entertainment license, and we didn't have to do that because it's a political education movement. And
Interesting.
we went around and checked with all of them, and they never heard of anything like that. But guess what's in part of it now? Part of your law now, you got to get an entertainment license.
Well,
if you
look,
want to
guys,
have these events.
we all recognize that this is an extremely regulated industry that
Yeah.
they've created with rules for both medical and recreational.
Right.
There's and yes, I'm shocked to hear this, but actually people in different states are looking for reasons to give you a license so they can make money, so they can sustain their own business models. That's
Exactly.
politics 101. That's how it works.
Terrible.
How do you really feel, Bill?
Yeah, you don't even want to
You know? No, actually,
Like
I don't
said,
mind
grow
it.
like tomatoes, kid. You
Right.
should be out there. Everybody here. See how you have this all set up? I'm sure, a handful in here, these people actually grow their own. These people should be able to have their stuff tested and be able to, I don't know, whether they present it to the people who put on the event and it's tested, they look at it, okay, you're approved, you're all set. And you should be able to have and come here and be able to buy whatever Joe or Jim or whoever's growing at the time.
It should be the same regulations as any other agriculture, like a farmer's market.
Exactly right. There's when I'm against the big boxes, coming here telling us how we should do it. And like I said, there's a lot of good people in the cannabis community that should be lifted to do this. And whether they want to come and help them to do that, that's great. I understand that. But don't come here and charge, an absorbent amount of money because you want your money, how much you invested right now. This is an industry that should have been going for years, and now it's happening. It's not going away, and guess what? It's going to be happening for years. So if you're investing in this, you should be able to sit it out and collect your money, not expecting all in one day.
Right. Well, I think
all
you
about
certainly
helping
made
you out.
your opinion known.
Well, thank you. I try to do it.
And that's a great thing, and I'm really glad to have it in our
any
little
F-bombs.
live stream here at NECANN. What did he say? What did he say?
We both got through without dropping F-bombs.
Yeah.
So.
That's good. Well, that's very impressive. And by the way, we're on the internet, guys. It's not like the FCC is approving us or anything.
Okay.
We don't have to get a license to live stream. Okay,
The man
Just for
keeps
record.
looking over there.
That's
so
right.
He's like, we got
That's
to
right.
cut that one.
That's very cool. So, Maggie Kinsella, Bill Flynn,
Thank
I'll
you.
see you whenever and
Soon. Stop
forever.
by.
That's
Yes,
the way I
please.
look at it. All right.
Please come by. Yes.
I appreciate it. And Maggie, again, you have been so supportive to this effort, and I will never forget you.
Yeah.
Oh,
She's
forget
done a
it.
Whether you
wonderful
want me
job.
to
I wanna see
disappear
it
or not, I'm going to be here.
Don't go anywhere.
Thank
Please
you.
don't. There
I
are
won't.
worse people that could do this.
Thank you.
Stay.
Appreciate
All right,
it.
you're doing
Appreciate
an
it.
awesome
I'm going to give
job.
it my best shot. And
You
the best
did.
part is, I'm bringing along a new wave of talent into this market.
There
And
you go.
Nicole is extremely talented, and I can't wait to see what happens to her career
Thank
in the
you,
next
Jimmy.
12 months.
That's
Oh,
excellent.
work.
Excellent. Good for
All right,
you.
we're going to actually lay out here for a couple of minutes. Can we run another part of the Steve Hoffman interview? All right, we're going to run another chunk of the Steve Hoffman interview, the chairman of the Mass Cannabis Control Commission, and then we'll be back with more interviews. And I think I saw Walter Sullivan in the background there. We'll be talking to a very intelligent attorney who is involved with this whole thing in the trenches, as it were. And we'll have more of this live stream from NECANN after this little insert with Steve Hoffman and myself. Yeah, and you're writing history, Steve. I mean, is that's still not daunting?
It's daunting from day one. It's been daunting. I have a very high recognition of the degree of difficulty and of the degree of import of what we're doing, and I feel an awesome sense of responsibility, as do I think the other commissioners.
Now, you said you just came from a press conference regarding...
No, I wasn't there, but two of our commissioners, Commissioner McBride and Flanagan, were there.
Thank you for making sure I get it right. The rules about operating under the influence are probably, there's always a degree of challenge here, right? Writing the social consumption laws versus writing the operating under the influence laws.
Well, that's the complexity of this.
That's the complexity of it. How challenging has it been to work with law enforcement? Because, again, their jobs are to protect public safety, and there's so many elements of this that people still don't know.
Yeah, I don't think it's challenging. I think that we work with a lot of constituencies, law enforcement being certainly one of them, and they're all trying to do their job. I think that from every politician, every elected, appointed official, law enforcement, they all start with the same thing, which is, this is the law, whether they voted for it or against it, this is the law, now we got to make it work. And whether you're talking to the mayor of Boston or you're talking to the chief of police in Chelsea, they just want to make it work, and I think that's great. So you never, there's no question about motives. It's just everyone's coming at it from a different angle with different perspectives, and we're trying to make it work across all of those different perspectives. And it's hard, but I actually respect the fact that everybody engaged in this is trying to do it right.
And there's so much knowledge out there now, where science and research and the examples of Colorado and Nevada and California and Washington, Oregon. So the depth of knowledge that I'm guessing you've had to kind of embrace, and it changes almost every day. It's like the news business. There's always something new coming out. That makes it exciting too, doesn't it?
Sure. I think the degree of difficulty, I guess I'm a little bit of a masochist, the degree of difficulty actually really excites me. It really is hard. We have benefited enormously from talking to people in Nevada, Oregon, and Washington State, California. But every state's different. The laws are different, the demographics are different, so you can learn from others, but you can't just lift and shift. So I think it's great. I'm going down, I think, on Tuesday to talk to, we're out, because they want to learn what we have. I'm going next week to talk to the legislature in New York State about banking in the cannabis industry. So we all are learning from one another, and we're happy to share, and we're happy to learn. And I really feel badly for the guys in Colorado because they didn't have anybody to talk to.
No, they did.
Even though our challenges are different, they've been incredibly gracious with us, but they didn't have anybody to ask for help.
And of course, the different states have different. To me, democracy at work.
I agree.
And it's a fascinating.
I actually used this in a public meeting. I said, this is democracy in its purest form.
Absolutely.
And then I quoted Winston Churchill, who said that democracy is the worst form of government except for all other forms of government. It is. Democracy's messy, but it's beautiful, and we are living it. It's really exciting.
Last time I checked, it all started here in Boston too, right? In that little thing in 1776.
You're talking about the Tea Party? Or?
Yeah, that little Tea Party thing, right? And I'm going to guess that there was a little cannabis at that Tea Party too. I didn't read about that.
I will reserve comment on that.
All right, fair enough. But I think I read between the lines in my history books. The first time that I had an opportunity to go to one of your initial hearings where you were putting together the rules and regulations, I was blown away. As you know, I'm a sports guy and always have been, and I'm a soccer guy, which is kind of a rarity too in this area, just because, we are what we are. And when you made the reference to relegation in the English Premier Law, I will never forget it. It was such a surreal experience for me because I waved the flag for soccer in this town, helped bring the World Cup to Boston in '94. Bob Caparel, who was the head of Boston Soccer, was a friend, and he used to come on my show. He lived in Dover. It was easy for him. And I was one of the few media journalists in the market to actually give the equal respect to the game. And I knew how big a deal the World Cup really was. So, needless to say, I brought people on and we talked about it. And then you made the analogy about the relegation. Explain again how you got to that, because you have told me this.
Sure, I have a very good friend. My probably closest friend is South African by birth, and he's been over the States now since 1980. He's a partner of mine from Bain. And given his background, he is an avid soccer fan. And over the years, and I've known him for a long time, he has tried to teach me about it. Soccer, and he's done pretty well on that. He's also tried to teach me about cricket, don't have a clue. I can't figure cricket out. And he's also tried to teach me about rugby, which also I'm not so good at. But soccer, he's taught me about, and so I understand the British system of relegation, and it just, I hadn't thought about it ahead of time. It really was for as long as we were having a conversation about how to make sure that people that had excuse me, cultivation licenses were actually producing and selling what they were committed to do, and it just came to mind. This is just like relegation in British soccer, but I can't tell you it was scripted or that I planned on using it. It just, at the time, it just said, yeah, this is exactly like relegation.
And who knew that in a million years I would be in the audience listening to that, and it would mean so much.
I was actually, I went to my buddy who's talking about soccer. I said, hey, I just made you famous.
That's great. And by the way, there's no such thing as a casual soccer fan. We're all avid.
If my friend is any indication, that is certainly true.
All right.
The block, so to speak. Hey guys, Nicole back here, and I am live sitting down with Randy Schatz from Smoke and Interiors.
Thank you. Hi, Nicole.
Thanks for coming to chat with me, Randy.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
So how did you get into this whole cannabis industry?
So I have a partner, Rick Granoff, who was working in the cannabis industry already. And he had approached me because I own a millwork company called Frank Schatz and Company. And he thought that we would be a perfect partnership to do the interior build-outs for medical and recreational marijuana dispensaries. So we got together and we made an agreement. We ended up forming Smoke and Interiors, and that's about almost 24 months ago, and we are busier than a one-arm paper hanger.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I believe that you guys added someone pretty high profile to your staff recently as well. Is that correct?
We did. We're so proud and happy to announce that we are working now with Eugene Lee, who is a Tony and Emmy award-winning set designer for Saturday Night Live and many Broadway shows.
Jimmy Kimmel, Conan O'Brien,
I
worked with people like that,
yes,
correct?
Yes.
That's what your partner was telling me early on when we were sitting down for our interview.
Okay. So you know the scoop. But,
a little bit
yes,
of background.
We're so excited. He is such a wonderful, kind-hearted, talented man, and just to have him on our team is just gonna continue to elevate us and propel us to the next level.
So what is the mission of Smoke and Interiors? Why is the interior design and aesthetic of a facility so important?
Most people who have licenses are entitled to 3 retail locations. Most of them have a brand. Smoke and Interiors can help them showcase that brand by building out those interiors in the specified motifs, and in some cases where they have not already established what that motif is, they have ideas, they know what they'd like their place to look like. We can assist in that, and especially with Eugene Lee now, it's just a whole nother ball game.
So do you have any plans of expansion coming up for the coming years?
Well, we just by default of the workload and opportunities, we are just expanding all, just by default of the opportunities coming our way. It's just happening. So we're putting new staff on all the time, and just going gangbusters.
What is your thoughts on social clubs in the cannabis industry, like hookah lounges, but for cannabis users? A place where people can go to relax and enjoy, instead of a beer, maybe consuming cannabis.
So I think you'll probably see that coming. I don't know how that social aspect would be regulated and controlled, and I'm going to guess that that's something that law enforcement would have a lot to say about. But I just by being in the industry, in the in the infrastructure part of the industry, we hear things, the conversations at the networking events that we attend, and that seems to be the direction that the future of this industry is going.
And that would definitely open up more doors for a source of revenue for you guys as well, because these places would want to make sure that they're aligning with that interior design aesthetic aspect that you talk about in other facilities where they would be selling cannabis.
Well, sure. If it's not a retail cannabis store, it could certainly be a destination social atmosphere, just like restaurants.
Much similar to like a hookah lounge.
Yes, or a hookah lounge.
The
sure.
atmosphere is just as important as in a restaurant, because you want to have that welcoming, warm environment.
Sure.
What are the biggest
Is there anything
things that
about
you've had
Smoke
to
and
deal
Interiors that you think people need to know?
Well, I think that what people need to know is that we provide a level of service that I believe sets us apart from anybody else doing this type of work. The owners are intimately involved in each aspect of a project, from both having a design input, and then certainly executing it through the shop, the fabrication. I mean, we're not physically working in the shop, but our team does a great job, and we have really pulled off some miracles with respect to lead times on projects. We had one client who had a super aggressive, and I don't make this statement to invite others to do this because it was super stressful, but we did have a client who needed to turn over a facility within a 2-week time frame.
Wow.
And it was just beyond incredible. We formulated a plan of attack. We suggested that we really needed some serious autonomy and decision making, powers, if you will, to make it happen. We discussed everything in advance. We sourced materials for the project that we knew we could put our hands on immediately. We made it happen. Now we worked we did shift work. You know, it was first, second, third shift.
But you did what it took to get the job
we
done.
did what it took, and actually, believe it or not, at the end, the client even said, "We actually didn't even expect you to be able to do it." And
Wow.
so it really was a feather in our cap. We're so proud to have been able to do that. We certainly don't want to work under those conditions as a norm.
Yeah.
But we do try to satisfy every client's needs.
Well, it sounds like you guys have had some great success and that you're on your way to more and adding more people to the staff and expansion.
Absolutely.
It's been really nice chatting with you.
All
Thank you
right.
so much for sitting down with me and talking a little bit about Smoke and Interiors.
Terrific. Thank you, Nicole.
I think that we're going to head to a commercial break. Looking for a cue over here.
Good.
Hi, welcome back. Welcome back. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the live stream of the New England Cannabis Convention here at the CLNS Media Network booth. And I have Nicole Spiller on my right. I have Adam Cavanaugh on my left, and I'm Jimmy Young. I am the host and founder and producer. I came up with this idea, but one of the most important things about having a network is having good partners. And one of the best partners that you can ever get in the cannabis industry is Leafly. And Adam, I know you. First of all, good to see you again.
Thank you. Great
Second
to
of
be
all,
here.
Adam, love your socks.
Oh, thank you very much. I've spotted these a couple times around the floor today. So.
They're cannabis socks.
Yeah, they're Leafly socks.
Oh, they're
I'm a size
Leafly.
7 woman's.
Okay.
Leafly socks.
We'll look it up.
Leafly socks. I didn't know.
I missed the memo to wear the funky socks.
You know what? I wore them on purpose. What can I tell you? I'll be perfectly honest with you. How are things going with Leafly in Massachusetts for you, Adam? Because when we talked about, God, I think it was like 6 months ago, right?
Yeah.
How old's your baby?
Baby is 6 months.
It's about
coming on 6 months.
6
So
months
yeah,
ago.
Yeah, 6 months. Yeah.
So yeah, eat the microphone.
Eat the microphone.
Eat the microphone.
Right.
It's okay. You know, you probably have been told not to do that once or twice,
Yeah.
but in this particular case, because of the noise, we're using these kind of microphones.
We'll get it nice and close.
Yes. All right. So how are things going in Massachusetts for Leafly? Because pretty much every dispensary I go to, I see your logo there, so I know you've been there.
Yeah. So it's been going great. You know, we work with pretty much every single operational dispensary in the state.
Is that like? Are we at the 56?
Right around there, yeah.
Yeah.
So we have like 55 then, if that's the case. And about half of the...
Wait, hang on a second. You missed one?
There's one that we're still in talks with. So
Oh, wow. You got to
they've
tell me who it is. I'll work with
They
you.
have some paperwork and some bigger things that they're
Oh,
working on at the moment. So
I get it.
we're giving them...
I get you.
we're letting them figure stuff out
Have
first.
have a little break. Yes, I understand.
But yeah, it's great. And then out of that 50 or so, we've got about 26 that are doing our Leafly pickup program as well. So people can go online, reserve cannabis for same-day in-store pickup, and that's just been another way for us to kind of be a more physical representation into the world as well, in addition to, having all this educational content on the web and all the menus for all the different dispensaries and content around the news and the state.
How do you know what your numbers are? How many people are actually using your software for the pickup?
For pickup, so a good dispensary is probably seeing about 100 orders a day.
Wow.
And, top medical stores are probably seeing around 30, 40 grand a week in pickup volume.
Pickup volume.
Yeah,
Right,
the recreational stores, top was doing close to $80,000 a week in pickup volume when they first opened up. So that's been
Is
a
that
pretty strong number.
Data or Cultivate? When they first opened?
That was a different one actually.
Really? Who?
That was INSA, who was doing really well with us for a hot minute. Yeah.
For a hot minute. Where's INSA?
INSA is in
Is that
East
Wareham?
Hampton.
Oh, East Hampton.
Yep.
Okay. My God.
East Hampton, I think that's up in
East
the
Hampton.
Berkshires, right?
Yeah.
Close.
Kind of
It's
near
closer
where I went
to
It's east of Northampton.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I went to school in Westfield.
Yes, you did.
And that's only 30 minutes from Northampton.
Correct. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Nicole knows her geography, ladies and gentlemen. I love that.
I'm actually pretty geographically challenged usually.
I totally understand that because your generation has grown up with GPS.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And you're so dependent on it.
True.
Right?
I put in my GPS whenever I know where I'm going, just to put it in. I want that reminder, turn.
Is it a male voice or a female voice?
I don't know. It's just Siri.
Oh, it's Siri. Okay. 'Cause
You know,
I make sure it's a
the
male
usual.
voice. Okay, I just want to say, and I
Is
argue
that
with my.
a stab at women don't know directions?
I don't need to be told by a computer woman which way to go. Okay?
But you'll listen to a computer
If I
man.
can control that, yes. If I can control that. Look, I listen to whatever women tell me to do all the time.
Yeah.
I respect what you know that. So when it comes to directions, all right, I just want to go where I'm going. And I want to know how to get there, not tell me how to get there. Anyway, enough of that. How did we get on that? How did we get on It was me.
Directions.
No, it was my stream of consciousness. Right.
Yeah.
Directions. Okay.
Yeah.
And let's go back to Leafly, and let's talk about some of the programming that you have on your website.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? You talked about education. We all know in this business, I don't care if you have a PhD in cannabis, there's still a ton more to learn.
Absolutely.
It's a never-ending cycle of knowledge.
Yeah, and I'm learning stuff all the time. We actually were just big sponsors down at South by Southwest. I think it was last week.
Yes.
And of the Cannabusiness Track, first ever business cannabis track at the festival. And we unleashed our new terpene profiles.
Okay.
So we're teaming up with laboratories in all the states where cannabis is legal and getting products tested, getting the terpene footprints, and coming out with these visualizations that are going to be amazing for people to understand this science outside of just the strains and how
how it
the different
affects you.
terpenes affect you,
Yep.
and sort of the relationship between some of the strains, where you have a sativa that might give you the same effects as an indica, depending on the strain and the terpene profiles.
Now I understand. We're going to break down this statement a lot of it. You can read reviews of every strain. You can go to the dispensary and talk to the patient advocates, and they can tell you what they think is going to be an effect, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we all know that every body is different.
Yep.
And everybody's reaction to this product is different. Working in terpenes, are you able to make a more targeted effect in the product?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, ideally you should be able to. And that's, where the strain gets its effects from is in large part the makeup of the terpenes inside of the strain to some extent.
Yeah.
And so when you combine that with, the different levels, you start to understand more how that strain is going to react with your body in sort of a larger scale. We're still not at the point where people are going out and getting their own endocannabinoid system tested or anything like that, which is definitely probably, 2000.
How would you even go about that if you wanted to do that?
That's right.
I have no idea. But we're every day we're getting closer to figuring that stuff out. So that's kind of our goal. That's a lot of what the platform's going to have in store this year, and we're really excited to unleash and get people to start thinking about things a little differently and exploring a little bit more cautiously, safely, however they want to do it.
I'm going to ask Nicole here a question. Do you know what a terpene is? It's okay if you don't.
Isn't that like the kind of like the strain?
Well, no, it's not. It's not the strain. It's. Go ahead. Explain what a terpene is, because to me it puts the flavor in it.
Yeah, you got the flavors.
They can dial in an effect and a flavor of when you mix it with the THC and the whole plant, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like the conductor of the chemicals. What do you think?
Yeah.
You got that?
Got it.
Yeah, and by the way, I just came up with that but that's exactly what I think it is. And I remember talking to people in dispensaries. I'm like, okay, what? So there's like 3 different terpenes in this. I'm like, what's the point? That's what I said.
Mm-hmm.
Why are they together? And you really do sometimes need a chemistry degree to understand.
I'd say I work for this company, and 90% of the stuff is still like,
Whoa, right. I understand that. I get that too. Can we talk about one of the things that I liked so much about Leafly and why I really made it a point to get you guys involved with me is I was impressed with the production quality of the videos that you produce and the quality of the programs, even just the fun show about the 2 guys that smoke a joint and go out and do some fun things around Seattle or something like that. It is. So I've always felt like you have a very, high level of quality of content that you guys produce.
Thank you.
Who is in charge of? And again, it doesn't have to. How do you guys do that back at the home office, as it were?
Yeah, so we've got a pretty robust content team, and they're working tirelessly all the time. The first time I went into the Leafly office, there was,
and they're in Washington State.
They're in Seattle, downtown Seattle, right near the water, and they've got people filming podcasts in there, and we'll work with a lot of different folks on that team, and they'll do some freelancing, stuff as well to get coverage in some of the different states. But Yeah, just a super robust content team, people that work tirelessly from, everything on terms of just the digital layouts to the filming to the hosts to, the people that are writing the articles, which is really, I think where you get a lot of amazing.
And you make it in media when other media use the stories that your staff has either broken or reported on in their mainstream or in their news. Whether, and I'm not just talking about a link. I'm really saying Leafly reported today.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of thing that it should be a feather in everybody's cap back in the home office.
Yeah, we had a jobs report that just came out pretty recently that was widely circulated.
Right. That's right. I remember that.
And it was really cool. They did a very long, lengthy investigative piece.
I want to say it was 261,000 employees in cannabis. Am I right?
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Wow.
But they did it state by state.
Very specific.
Yeah. So
well, I think I read the article, and I'm trying to figure out if I can remember stuff or not.
Yeah, I mean,
so that sounds like the right number.
Yeah,
and I think it's something like 30 in Massachusetts. I think that 30,000.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah,
per state. So you've observed the rollout here in Massachusetts. You know that there's been some frustrations with people in the industry about how slowly the rec stores have opened and the licensing process and all that. In relation to other more mature markets, is Massachusetts maturing as a cannabis industry or a market similarly to how in Washington it started? And I know that might be difficult for you to kind of, but
I mean, I think it's they're trying to get it right here, and you look at the other markets that rolled out and there were missteps, Oregon's got enough cannabis for the next 7 years. Oklahoma, which is a newly flowing market, is doing 1,000 dispensaries or 900 dispensaries right off the bat. I don't personally think that will, it's good. It's a low barrier to entry, so it's cool for, people who can come at it from an economic empowerment standpoint. But where are they going to be in a couple of years from now? I don't know.
That's the big unknown, really.
Yeah. So there's no true tested way to skin this cat, and I think everybody wants it to be faster. But the flip side is, if you move faster, you may end up making missteps that you're paying for in 3 or 4 years from now, and you really regret it. So we don't know.
I ask this question to a lot of my guests on my In the Weeds podcast. What is the typical cannabis consumer? What demographic group is going to have the biggest development? And I've gotten different answers from different people. So my point is, you've got your younger people and those who are the regular users. I'll call them the wakers and bakers and the stoners, whatever you want to go. That's a stereotype, but they're there. That's a market. We all agree that exists, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure you know some of. Never mind. I'm sure you know some of your old classmates, right? I know some people as well. Where do you see the biggest new growth market?
I was listening to
Jim Browdy?
No, it was actually the Leafly podcast. It's called The Roll Up.
Yep.
And they were doing some. They had a report that came out, and it was the first sort of census of people's opinions on legalization in general.
Yep.
It was done 2 years ago, and I guess it was done this year. And they were saying that older folks, it had increased pretty dramatically in terms of them being for legalization. So I still think that, in general, you've got a lot of older folks that kind of were going with whatever society dictated. And so if society was
those who are rule followers.
Yeah, rule followers, right? So as the rules open up and things become legal, they're going to inevitably start trying this stuff more than someone who's probably, my age or younger, who's been, dabbling in the black market or whatever for years. So I think that's going to be a huge opportunity. I think you see it. I know if I talk to folks who own CBD stores, they'll say that, hey, we don't have lines around the block, but there's, someone who comes in every couple of weeks and buys $400 worth of CBD products. And if they can get effects from that, my guess is they're probably going to try other things as well. And so, I think that could be a huge, I think we talked about it last time I was on your podcast as well, is the baby boomers.
The baby boomers is really what the answer that I get the most are the baby boomers.
Yeah, no.
And I am one, okay? You are more of what, a millennial, or are you a generation texter? What are you? That's an inside
joke. The term
joke.
you're looking for is like a Gen Z or a Gen X, but
Okay.
I'm a millennial.
You're
I was born in 95.
Okay. All right. So of your, and let's go back to the college community, because look, the college scene hasn't changed much. I'm going out on a limb over the years. I mean, you're in your 30s.
I'm in my 30s.
You're in your
30s.
30s. You're in your 20s. I'm in my 60s. Sorry. It's so weird to hear me say that. How many people are using it on college campuses? Are they doing it all day? Are they going to classes high? Are they, or is it just, it's a party and everybody's doing everything?
I think that it depends on the college. Like, if you go to Denver, I think 90% of the campus is consuming cannabis.
Right.
You go to Westfield, probably half, just as much as there's half of them that are drinking alcohol.
Right.
But it's not like it has a reputation for being like a high cannabis consumption campus.
Oh, is that what the reputation of Westfield State? Is that what you're saying?
It's like Westfield State doesn't have like a super like high reputation of being high.
Right. Okay. No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I totally get what you're saying.
Pretty average.
Yeah.
There's people.
If you talk about college campuses, generally it comes down to the college's stance as well. Are they going to be?
Yeah.
Is it the kind of thing?
Is it a wet campus?
Yeah. Are you going to get kicked out of school if you get caught smoking, or is it going to be like?
I think there's probably more smoking on Westfield campus than there is at Harvard.
Okay. Well, that's interesting that you say that. I'm not quite sure it's accurate, just because there's more people at Harvard. It's a bigger school than Westfield
But they can
State.
get their hands on something a little more elusive.
Okay. Again, we're just talking here. It's just opinions at this point. I'm not basing it on anything. You stick a microphone in my hand, and I don't really have a strain of consciousness right now, since I've been talking about 5 or 6 hours, and it's like, okay, I'm getting a little
I bet if
goofy.
you did a poll that there would be other drugs more often being consumed at Harvard, maybe like
Really?
Adderall.
Well, yeah, well,
over-the-counter
I tried
kind
that
of
for
drugs.
24 hours. It was one of the worst experiences of my life.
Really?
Me on Adderall?
Jimmy?
No,
Do you have a prescription?
excuse me, I had a prescription.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and
Just
I never
checking.
used it. I did 2 days. I did 1 day of it, and I was like, okay, I do not need speed. I do not. I do. I'm energetic enough. Thank you very much. I don't need speed. Let's get back to Leafly specifically. What are some of the goals as someone who's in charge of the state and the rollout and the various programs that you guys offer? What are some of the goals that you're looking to accomplish for Leafly in the next 12 months?
Yeah.
Is it just more dispensaries? You've got pretty much 98% of them.
Yeah. So our goal is to work with every dispensary that comes online. So. Hopefully, and I think everybody will attest to the fact that there are going to be more opening, and we hope to work with them to various different degrees. Additionally, we want to make sure that people are aware of our service, so getting in front of the users, making sure that they know they can use Leafly as a resource, not just for finding dispensaries, but also for researching the strains and keeping up to date on the industry. And then, I think our goals are to also just make sure that we're staying on top of the education portion.
You lead with education.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, everything that we send down into dispensaries is primarily coming from our top of the funnel, which is, people either using Leafly as an educational resource to find dispensaries.
Yep.
But in large part, people are coming to Leafly for news in our content and our strains and hopefully our terpene profiles pretty soon. And then just funneling all that down into the dispensaries, which is how we make it most of our revenue. They pay us to be on our website. And so we want to reward with them with,
So
menu views and traffic coming into their stores.
Is it like memberships? I mean, are you you don't have like a Leafly club or something? You know,
No. So anybody can go on Leafly,
Right.
sign up with a username,
Right.
get access, and
Right.
then you can follow your favorite dispensary on Leafly.
Right.
The dispensary, you can kind of use Leafly a little bit like a social media channel as well to get the word out about new products that they're adding, or patient appreciation days, or different changes to the store.
How much what I would say traditional marketing? In other words, we all know that traditional media, I'm talking about commercial radio and commercial television right now, has not taken cannabis advertising dollars yet. Some are starting to accept CBD and some vape stores. So I guess as a, look, I've got a new network. I'm welcoming in the community. I'm trying to build up my numbers. It's going, the network is what, 9 weeks old? It's kind of like a baby. You know what I mean? We're still in diapers. I admit it. So I guess what I'm trying to see is, when do you think is it when it becomes federally descheduled? That is going to be a huge game changer for everybody in this business. You're going to be able to do banking. You're going to be able to put commercials on some of these radio stations and television stations. You talk about education. It pisses me off that there's no public service campaign about the benefits of cannabis. It's negative, negative, negative. They did this, they did that. This happened, that happened.
Well, I think, to answer the first part, I think it's the FCC, right, is the ones who.
No, I don't think it is the FCC. No. I think it is the ownership groups are afraid, because especially the bigger ones that have different states. So they feel like if we take any money from this, we're breaking a federal law.
Okay, gotcha.
So that's what's holding it back. And I go back to, I really think when it gets descheduled, this is going to be a game changer for everybody in the industry. And Barney Frank, congressman for years, a hero of the liberal world, I might add, was here, and he was talking, and he really thinks that in this year, 2019, we will have banking available to the cannabis industries at least.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a ton of stuff to make that a possibility, and that would be huge. I think it just helps bring it to the forefront. Makes people have to do less risky things with money, and it doesn't open them up to as much potential for whatever negative things could come from being a predominantly cash business. All the better. And then in terms of advertising, I think we will see it open up for sure, and there's going to be new opportunities like the Cannabis Multimedia Network to be at the forefront of
thank you,
getting those advertising dollars.
Well, and we have started to reach out to those who represent other media companies and get buys for them, going into agencies. And we're, again, 9 weeks old. We're reaching out into everything. But this was our focus for the last few weeks or so, and I'm really happy that we were able to pull this off, thanks to some great people that are with us.
A wonderful booth here.
Yeah, thank you. It did come out great. And did you notice that it's very similar to the homepage? It's the same image. Yeah, that's branding, right?
That's branding.
Like
right
I know what I'm talking about.
Branding 101. Yeah.
Like I know what I'm talking about on that. Well, it was definitely on purpose, I can tell you that. So Adam, first of all, I've enjoyed getting to know you a little bit over the last 6 months. Leafly is on board with us. We definitely want to schedule a phone call with your content creative group at some point, because we want to start having the Leafly channel, the Leafly page on our network, where you guys control the content, and I work with them on an original piece of content every month. And even if it's just you and I sitting down and doing a podcast, that's original content. Sounds good?
Yeah, for sure.
Adam Kavanaugh from Leafly, thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks for
Appreciate it. We have more guests. We have more things. We have more of the interview with Steve Hoffman still to get to. And we're going to continue our live stream here from the New England Cannabis Convention just a minute. And Jason, are we going to roll to a Hoffman soundbite? We're going to go to a little piece of my interview. We'll go to a few more minutes of Steve Hoffman sitting down with me last week, the chairman of the Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission. Isn't it amazing?
One of the biggest things that you've had to deal with as commissioner is the fast and loose policies of the host agreements and the various towns that have been able to vote in moratoriums or bans.
Right.
I want to ask you about that. And do you think that you were given the right amount of power in having anything to do with these host agreements?
Yeah, I think it's a tough one because Massachusetts has a long history of municipal rights, particularly when it comes to things like zoning and bylaws and ordinances. So it's not surprising at all to me that the legislature tried to find a balance between the state as the only regulatory body, but then giving cities and towns a lot of say in the matter. I think that's just consistent with Massachusetts history. Whether they got the balance right or not, I'm not sure, but it's it was definitely an attempt to find that balance and to be consistent with the kind of history and culture of the state. As you know, we have asked the legislature to clarify how much authority we have on this. It's not clear to me and to others on our staff that we do have authority to, we have the right to not give a license unless there is a signed community host agreement. It's not clear to me we have the right to say this is not a valid agreement or the terms are incorrect, and we've asked the legislature for clarity on this. I will, in defense, because there's some people who say, well, no, the legislation is very clear, and I respect that opinion. I will say that there's a case that just is going on in Salem, where somebody is challenging the city's decision to limit the number of host community agreements they're going to sign. And we were brought in not because we were accused of anything, but because there was potential that if the litigant won, if the plaintiff won, that they would get injunctive relief in terms of us not approving licenses from other applicants from Salem. The judge threw us out of the case, that we're not relevant to the case, but he also, in his judgment, said there's nothing in the law that says that the Cannabis Control Commission has any say whatsoever in host community agreements. Now, that's one person's opinion.
Right.
He's a judge, so
right.
I take it seriously. But that's why we just asked the legislature, just give us clarity. I think there's an issue here. I don't think it's all cities and towns, but some are definitely, in my opinion, playing a little bit fast and loose. And I just want clarity about whether and what authority we have. And the good news is that legislation has been introduced. I don't know how long it's going to take or what's going to come of it, but I'm grateful for the fact that the legislature did respond to our request to at least process a piece of legislation to clarify this issue.
And that's all you're looking for now. You don't know how you feel about it. You just say, give me an idea of what I'm supposed to do.
I like clarity. I mean, I'm like most people, ambiguity is challenging to deal with, so I prefer clarity.
Should be in the media. Never a good thing. One of the things that's happening, I think, industry-wide is there seems to be people see an opportunity to get cash quick. And I say that from a perspective of people who are in the investment world, people who are in the real estate world, people who are even trying to get into the retail world or even the medical world. That being said, do you think have you heard any times where real estate owners, landlords, have boosted up what they're asking because it's a cannabis business?
Anecdotally, yes, I've heard that.
And does that bother you?
It bothers me to some extent. There's some justifiable reasons, perhaps, for raising rates if you're a landlord. You put yourself at some risk. I've heard stories of people that have had their mortgages called because they're using their property or subletting their property for cannabis. To the extent that someone's taking a greater risk, they can't get a better return. To the extent it's pure greed, it bothers me. But I said I've heard anecdotally. I don't really know the details. And once again, it's not something that we have regulatory authority over.
So if the legislature gives you that authority, is that something you think you can perhaps take advantage? I mean,
I'm a little leery of anything that is kind of us setting prices. We don't set retail prices. We don't set prices for
guidelines.
I think we set guidelines, and I think we can provide guidance. But we had this conversation on an unrelated topic at a public commission meeting, I don't know, probably a year ago, about whether we should put limits on pricing for retailers, and we decided not to. For two reasons. One is, I don't think we're in the position to kind of decide what's a fair price, and two is I believe in competition. I really do believe in competition, and I believe that over time people that provide a superior product at a reasonable price are going to be the ones that win, and I don't think they need regulatory assistance to do so.
Well, welcome back to the New England Cannabis Convention here at the Heinz Auditorium in Boston, Massachusetts. I'm Jimmy Young at the Cannabis Multimedia Network booth. We've been live streaming since about 10 this morning, and it's pretty amazing. First of all, the crowd is not even close to what it's going to be tomorrow. So we expect tomorrow to be much bigger than it is today, but we've had some great guests, some great conversations. Nicole Spiller, one of my graduates from the Young Broadcasters of America, and a friend is in the middle here. His name is Walter Sullivan. He's an attorney and someone who has been actively involved in the cannabis movement for a number of years now. Am I right?
Jimmy, we've had a good time, haven't we?
I always have a good time, Walter.
I know that, and I think it's because of the cannabis. You know what? Now, Nicole doesn't touch the stuff, so we're doing fine.
It isn't about, it's about a responsible use of an adult use product.
That sounds like alcohol and cannabis.
There you go. The important
good thing for an
is,
Irish kid to have.
I certainly think you certainly want to learn what your limits are.
Very much so.
And
marijuana is not for everybody.
Correct.
Alcohol is not for everybody.
Correct. And have you been reprimanded for using the word marijuana? You understand how racist
It's cannabis.
It's cannabis.
Right. And just to let you know, City of Cambridge, when they did their ordinance before the city council, they specifically brought that up and amended their ordinance just to say cannabis, exactly for the same reason you just said.
That's really, I liked hearing that. I wish that lesson would be.
What is the connotation with marijuana?
So who's going to give her the history lesson? Okay. So back in the 1930s, not that I was alive, but I read about it in my history books. The United States government had prohibited alcohol. And of course, they'd also prohibited. Very good.
You read about that in a book, right?
She's a college grad, okay? Prohibition. Exactly. And I've written a blog about how in 1937 I believe the wrong drug was legalized. I think that if we were reversing it all and alcohol just became legal in 2016, we'd be going through a lot of the same things with
It'd be
a lot
the exact
less,
same thing,
but with a lot less ammunition with science and research.
True.
Okay, hold that thought. Marijuana. So, the DuPonts, the Hearsts, and Harry Anslinger, I think is the name. Yep. Were all involved in making sure that cannabis was not going to be a legal substance because those immigrants from other countries, including from Mexico, used it, as did those the indentured servants of African Americans in this country. It's one of the worst freaking parts of our history that I studied.
So where is the word like marijuana tied into that? So
loosely translated, it's slang for evil weed. Okay? And they put together this propaganda campaign that was eventually turned into a movie called Reefer Madness, and they got cannabis banned. Now, Hearst, DuPont, they were all in the timber industry. They did not want hemp to compete with them. So that was their so it was a monetary and it was a racist term that drove it, and that's why the people in the cannabis industry don't like to use the word marijuana.
And it's actually interesting in the sense that when you think of the reasons why cannabis was knocked out, nothing to really do with the substance itself. It had to do with it impacted all other businesses.
Right. Yeah, the competitive factor of it.
And it just
Tobacco.
It's a better product.
Tobacco. Right.
was on the decline. And everyone said, well, what do we do?
Right.
And I think what you see on the it took 100 years to get to develop prohibition. Right. And prohibition, as we know, was a great failure.
So was the war on drugs.
So in the war on drugs. Because when you think about it, one of the things the federal government looked at was the loss of income. Mm-hmm. Taxation is a very important part of government.
Yes.
And you look at the taxation that can come about, and it's a new tax,
right,
versus taxing people higher tax rates.
Right.
And the reality is that, like alcohol, there are certain people that can't smoke cannabis and take cannabis, but you shouldn't outlaw it. 10% of the people in the world can't drink, but we knew that was a failure. 2.5% of the world can't gamble. We knew that was a failure to get. So I don't know what the number is in marijuana, but it's probably pretty much consistent with alcohol. And I think it's a failure, but it's a long time coming. And you look today, you look around, you look at the people here today. I mean, we got people from their 20s to their 80s.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just tremendous.
You know, we interviewed Barney Frank this morning.
That was one of the biggest thrills of my life. He doesn't realize it, but it really
And I'm
was.
sure Bonnie made sure you knew you were polite to him.
I was very polite to him.
Incredibly smart guy, witty.
Oh yes,
and he can come up with one-liners better than anyone I know.
He's good. He just had back fusion surgery, so he was in a wheelchair because of the ease of getting him around. But man, still sharp as a tack, and as a proud liberal from Massachusetts, he's one of my heroes.
I didn't know you were a liberal.
Oh yeah, right. You didn't know I was a liberal. Are you kidding me? In fact, they don't make a left wing far enough out of the field for me.
Well, you consider a conservative in Massachusetts a pinko liberal anywhere else.
That's right.
So you're a socialist.
That's right. Well, and I'll tell you, we can debate socialism just for the record, but let's not go there. Let's still stick with cannabis.
Stick
if you don't
with
mind.
cannabis. That's not a
Tell me
problem.
your role in question 4. What happened? What was your role?
I began doing this in 2010, getting involved in the medical side, following it through. I ran the Alcoholic Beverages Control Commission. I saw that when we were giving out licenses for people to have restaurants, that if you had a joint on you, you were prohibited from holding a liquor license in Massachusetts. And as a member of the commission, we said, this just doesn't make sense. And so you can see the problems that it caused. I think you also see, looking at the medical side, the way the law was written, they made it, looked at it being a nonprofit, and the whole idea of the nonprofit, people would feel, well, the money's going to a nonprofit. People believe in medical marijuana. I think as you follow the approach, that was on the ballot in 2012, the presidential election.
Mhm.
So you bring more liberals out to vote, and you follow that through in 2016.
Isn't it amazing?
Wasn't as big of a margin.
No.
And so I've been following those, working with the petitions and so forth. And so I began representing clients in the medical and recreation field, as well as helping investors figure out where to invest and working with communities. It's been an amazing ride, going from alcohol to cannabis.
Yeah. On a regular basis, I do. Oh, no, sorry. Yes, indeed. It's just part of life now. And it's all about moderation, Walter, and learning limits. And by the way, as a parent, setting boundaries for the kids that we all know the kid's job is to push up against those boundaries. What can I get away with?
I have zero experience with that.
Yeah, I know. You were such an
Boundaries?
angel.
You have no boundaries.
She was an angel.
Yep.
So
Total
was I.
walk in the park.
So was I. Trust me. It was not
So
pleasant.
were you an angel?
I think that compared to my older sister, I might not have been an angel, because my older sister paved the way, and they were like, oh, raising a daughter's not hard. Look at this. We don't have to be so strict. And then I came through, and they were just
You got
worn
away
out.
with murder, and your older
Yeah.
sister was probably so bold.
Exactly. You just told my life story.
And that's what I have. My youngest son. If I had him first, I might not have any other kids. Partially because he's
That's
the
what they
third.
feel about me. My dad's like, you're my karma, because you are like a little boy getting into trouble and like being a rebel. And then your sister was like an angel. So he's like, you're my payback. Like, you were what I was waiting for, that karma, because he was like terror.
That's what my mother said to me. My mother told me I was getting paid back tenfold.
Yeah.
For the way I was with her. So that's why you need cannabis, is to relax you after you go out of the house.
Or my dad needs it to relax him from all the gray hairs I gave him.
That's and
We
I
gotta
love
get back
your
to
mother,
cannabis, Jimmy.
and I love your mother too. So I don't want to again just make it all about dad here. I love your mother too. It was
No, she just tolerates me more.
Yep.
Whereas like my dad will just be like, all right, whatever. Like, I just give in to everything, and my mom will kind of like still try and parent me a little bit. So
Has that been a failure?
What?
Parenting you?
Yeah.
Make sure when you turn to Nicole, you bring your microphone with you.
He's
Right.
doing it. He's
Exactly.
doing it.
No,
I thought I kept it on the side there, Jimmy.
I know you were very trying to be cool, Walter, which you are, by the way. Jonathan Sloan says hello.
Hey, I wore a suit for you and everything,
I know
Jimmy.
you did.
And look at the way you come.
Well, that's exactly. I'm a walking, talking billboard now. This is, it's all about brand. Okay.
It is about marketing and branding.
And by the way, I've never been a stylish guy, and I've always been painfully unhip. Is that not correct, Nicole? We made fun
One
of
would
me back
say.
in the day, right?
One would say.
Yeah.
One would say.
And did you teach me to dance one day or something? Wait, did we do anything?
I have
in that
no
studio?
recollection
All right,
of
all
a
right,
dance
I'm gonna let it
lesson.
go. Let's let it go.
Macarena.
Macarena?
No, it wasn't the Macarena, but I
Wanna get
remember
up and
that
do it
one.
first?
No, thank you.
Let's go back to law, because there's been a consistent in the emergence of the cannabis industry, and it is the power of the attorney.
because you are interpreting new laws and new regulations, and because the way the law is written and the way the Cannabis Commission has set up their rules, people have to get their host agreements in place before they can even get a license or even apply for a license, correct?
Yes.
Right. You can't even apply until you have an agreement.
I mean, I think what you find, so...
wow, there's an announcement. That's okay.
They said thank
mind.
you for coming.
We can still talk. I can, we can just talk
so,
right in the
I mean, I think what you find, so in 2012, with the passing of medical, the Attorney General, Martha Coakley, told all the communities that you need to put a zoning law in place. You can't prohibit medical marijuana facilities being located there. What the regulation did, passed by Department of Public Health, which I argue basically bans medical marijuana from communities, is that you had to obtain a letter of support, a non-opposition from a community in order for you to do business. And what you saw the communities do, because at that time we've already had gaming law in place, which specifically had a host community agreement attached to it. And so you saw the local communities, hey, wait a minute, this is a way for us to make money. And I think what you see today is that the legislature legitimized the host community agreement and included it within the statute, with the understanding that they would make it fair. And it's supposed to be 5 years and up to 3%.
Right.
And we know what's going on with that now.
Right. There's been even fast and loose is how Steve Hoffman described some of these agreements. And now he's gone back to the legislature looking for more clarity about the power of his commission over those host agreements.
And that becomes the issue. He doesn't have the power. They have a problem with it. But what do you do? That that if you can't assess penalties, you can't do something.
Right.
What
What's your
power do you
leverage?
have?
How do you create leverage to get them to follow the rules?
And one of the things the commission was, somewhat a couple of commissioners were looking at was maybe we just don't approve the application. Well, that you're harming the people applying. That doesn't make sense.
Right. And you're also harming the tax benefits you'd get from this too. And that, I mean, shouldn't that be driving the bus?
And I think when you look at this, the host community agreement,
right?
That when you look at the host community agreement, it talks up to 3% to cover the community's costs for 5 years of what it's going to be like having this new industry.
Yeah, but
in your
it's
town.
those extra,
and
extras, the extra donation to this.
Well, and I think that becomes the issue in the sense of having this extra money. The idea is a good idea. You're going to have this new industry, let's help you fund it, but then you're going to fund it yourself 5 years later. And then all of a sudden it turned into something else. And I think that's a serious issue. You have to donate here, you have to donate there. And I think one of the things you find, the industry signed off on that. And I'll give you an example.
So do you think that's a mistake by the industry signing off on that?
I think it started with the medical.
Yeah.
And, because it was rough, everyone was rough riding, they just wanted to get into business.
Right.
I think it became an issue. I'll give you an example. A community west of Cambridge.
Yep.
There were 2 medical marijuana dispensaries looking to open in the town.
Yep.
One dispensary offered 3%. The other dispensary offered 6%. They went with the 6%. Now the problem you run into is Cambridge didn't really have a host community agreement or a percentage. So if you're in that other town and less than a mile away is a dispensary in Cambridge, how can you compete cost-wise?
Right.
And I think the reality is that just shouldn't have been allowed to happen. And you would think the way the legislation was drafted, the idea was to keep that from happening. But, you hire a lawyer can tell you anything you want as long as you pay him.
Up front, I might add.
You always get that retainer, Jimmy.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Have I learned that one?
So what do you think of the article in the Globe?
I knew you were going to go there. First of all, let's give credit to the Spotlight team of the Boston Globe. They are some of the best journalists. Not so much the ones that are writing all the articles now. I'm just talking about reputation-wise and through the years, the role of the journalist in our world as a kind of a cost-checking and a fact-checking it's important to have these kinds of a journalist, the job.
And the Spotlight team are still truly journalists.
Correct. And by the way, a rare breed, I got to tell you.
In this industry today.
Right, because, I get it. It's really more of an entertainment thing. And these days, those lines between church and state have really become
let's just say, what's the word?
Wishy-washy.
Opacity. You get to, the
Opaque?
opacity line where you go from 100% down to 70%. Translucent. Yeah, she's got it.
I like that
By
one.
the
I
way,
gotta-
she's the college graduate.
I have a college
I'm the one who has the
education.
head injury. All right. Anyway,
And we know. No.
no. So
Another adjective. I'm over here.
that's right. Well, no,
We
what
should
I
have had her in the middle.
What I had, no. What I need now is, yeah, that's true. I get what you're saying now. What I need now is my train of thought was going to where, Nicole, because this is what I need. I need help when I lose my train of thought.
What were we talking about?
What were we talking about?
You were talking about the church and state lines being a little
Journalist,
blurry.
the spotlight piece. Okay.
Brought him right back.
That's right. No,
That's why I'm here.
By the way, there's quite a few people out there helping me get right back. Let's just say I've got a whole team out there that are pulling for me.
And you can find things in this building that can help bring you back.
Yes, I know. And maybe that's why I'm down at the end of the day now, and it's kind of like, my blood sugar's down, the whole 9 yards.
Some nice CBD will solve that.
So, what they're talking about bringing in the big investor, the big companies, we're already seeing it with Neta being sold to Wrigley, right? The Wrigley guy. We're seeing, look, I interviewed Tilt Holdings. I mean, they're one of the largest in the country. And
Cambridge roots.
So we're seeing, how can you not, Steve Hoffman says this, I believe in a free market. So, are we concerned about it because we care about those who have been imprisoned unfairly and aren't getting a shot at getting licenses in any way? It's been tough, but this is capitalism. This is kind of how it works.
Investors don't necessarily discriminate. It's all the same color, green.
Right.
And if you can't put together a proposal that's a good business proposal, it doesn't matter what color you are. And I think that's really where, and this is part of what the discussion the commission has had, is that over the last few weeks on economic empowerment, is that it may not be just about getting people that were hurt by the war on drugs into business, but maybe make sure that they're able to work in the industry to develop.
Which is what I talked to Tilt about, and they are implementing that, or to start. And it's important that socially responsible capitalism is something that you can really embrace and respect.
Right, it's good governance.
Remember Wainwright Bank?
Yes.
Yeah, they were all about social responsibility capitalism.
They're no longer in business, though.
No, they're not. They sold.
They sold to Easton.
Was it? Oh God, I remember. I met Jan Miller was involved with it. He's with Eastern Bank now. I don't know if you know him, but let's get back to some of the laws. And what are what do you think we're going to be? Let's talk about the social clubs, because that's been a constant here. What's your vision? What do you think you're going to see?
I think if you look at it, we've passed a law that has legalized marijuana, allows it to be sold.
Cannabis,
sorry, thank you. I apologize for that.
All right. I'm going to have a kangaroo court.
I'm a former prosecutor, so
I know you are.
We called it there. But when you look at oh my God! Now I lost my train of thought.
See that?
But
social clubs.
But I think we've now legalized it.
Yep.
You can't smoke it in public.
Right.
You can't smoke it in Section 8 housing. You can't smoke it in federally subsidized housing. You can't smoke it in condos.
Maybe we don't need to smoke it anymore.
No, but there's right, and that's what. So one, you got to give people a place to partake. You can't drink in public. We've given people bar rooms and restaurants to go to.
Open bottles of beer in the car and all that. No,
And
we don't want
to
that.
give an example, sorry for keep going back to Cambridge, but that's one of the things Cambridge is looking at, and they're not talking about smoking in public.
Yep.
But potentially there are some candidates in Cambridge, some councillors that are saying maybe we need to do a home rule petition that we can set up areas for people to be able to consume cannabis products and not be in violation, because
Like a designated smoking area.
Well, yeah, exactly.
When
but
you
they
step
don't want to do the
outside
smoking,
of
but that's
facility.
exactly right.
So
The whole idea is this: why don't we set up areas for these people to be able to go and partake? The hard part is that we have designated smoking areas for cigarettes. Maybe there should be designated smoking areas to be able to smoke marijuana as well. I mean,
I will admit, when I have had a little civil disobedience, I do search out the smoking areas, because the cigarette smoke is a stronger smell than. And by the way, I vape. I do not smoke anymore. So,
you look like a vapor.
Of course I am. Yeah, I remember when the first time I went to the first words to my patient advocate, and I don't even like the other word, so I'm not going to use it. The patient advocate was, I don't want to smoke this anymore. I want to find out another way to get the same effect without putting smoke in my lungs.
And that's really good, because when you try to explain to me, vaping, dabbing, that is not a combustible source.
Right.
You are heating oil to a temperature to create a vape.
Right.
The vape. So
And
that
did you know
that causes
hookah-
the same thing.
Did you know hookahs aren't combustible either? They're just warm.
It's set up the
coal.
same way.
Right. So maybe the hookah lounge is the model that they could look at.
And that's right, because they're not covered under the smoking ban. The hookah lounges.
See,
and because it's not because the statute says that you can't smoke a combustible product in public or in places of public accommodation.
Yes.
So,
But
and
how do
someone
cigar
asked me that-
bars get away with it?
Well, there's actually a law that allows a cigar bar, and that it allows that as long as more than 50% of the funds, the majority of the funds, are coming from cigars versus food and alcohol, that it's okay to have.
So it's like very specifically regulated.
Right, and it is because people do like their cigars. The problem is, I don't know, can you really truly make a cigar bar that the majority of the funds are coming from cigars and not from alcohol and food? I don't know for sure if that's possible, but I have a friend that's looking to hire me to do that. Because there are people that like to go and smoke a cigar, would like a scotch or a port or something, and really have a good time. And I think the same thing is true with cannabis, is the ability to go with other people. It's worked in Amsterdam. It's worked in other countries. You haven't seen a problem. They're a bigger problem with bars in Boston, as we can see from the late news stories, than you're going to have with cannabis, on-premise cannabis clubs.
Right, and the Summit Lounge out in Worcester, I visited it for the first time.
Nice family.
They're really
business.
nice. I love that it's a family
It
business.
is.
I
The
dthem
mother and father there working with them.
I love it. And
keeping him in line.
Kyle's a great guy, and he's got two other brothers that are already in the business. Not necessarily local, but they're in the business. And that's a private club, and they get away with it because it's private and all that. But they don't have a food license, but they know the importance of having prepackaged items around, just in case you get those munchies, because we all know that might have some effect.
And, you can charge a premium for a good bag of Doritos.
Oh man, Doritos! The prime thing. We had a
The ranch style. What style do you like?
Oh no, I'm a traditional.
You're a traditional.
Yeah, you like ranch?
Yeah.
He's a traditionalist.
I'm a traditionalist. What a shock.
You like the nacho cheese?
No, original flavor. Yeah, the Doritos nacho cheese. Yeah, that's it. Yes, sorry.
The ranch has got a nice little bite to it, though, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
See, I
the
don't
cool
do any
blue.
spicy food. Nothing spicy. I don't
No,
like
no,
anything.
I don't like spicy anything. Doritos are not spicy.
Okay. No, Doritos are not. But if you
No,
said
cool
the
ranch
ones-
is not
they
spicy.
have those other ones. They got the what
Sweet
are the
and
peppers?
chili.
The peppers.
The chili pepper.
Chili. Phew, forget it. I walk by it and I get indigestion. We were talking about the law.
So, I mean, it's funny. So when the whole talk about social clubs came up, I was talking to one of the commissioners, and the former commissioner of Boston, police commissioner of Boston, was telling her, "I smell marijuana, cannabis." No, let's say for him, it was marijuana everywhere.
Probably, yeah.
It's all over the place. And I said to the commissioner, I said, I have no idea what Boston Public Common he was walking through, but I've been smelling cannabis in Boston Common my whole life, and it's been powerful. So you can't blame it on the legalization of marijuana.
Correct. Yeah,
Cannabis.
I will say this about it, though. I will say this about it.
I caught myself on that
I
one.
will say this. I'll give you my own little anecdote. Going to a Celtics game, my favorite team in Boston, and going into the parking garage and smelling it, walking to the garden and smelling it, after the garden, not in the garden, after the garden, driving home on the Mass Pike, I smelled it from a car coming, next to us. So because people recognize it, it's legal now. I can do this. I'm not going to get busted. I'm not going to go to jail. I'm going to get a ticket maybe, or I'm going to get my license taken.
So I actually travel around doing talks to different groups, and law enforcement's there with me. And one of the things law enforcement says, look, especially when you're in the city, we got so much else to worry about.
Oh, absolutely.
Unless you're in our face, more than likely, it's still illegal to smoke and to partake in cannabis in public.
They're using it as an educational
But the
thing.
same token, when you think about everything else going on,
Least of their worries.
it's the least of their worries. And so,
Right.
are they going to bother you if you're in Cambridge Common, Boston Common?
I mean, they
More than likely not.
barely bother you if you're shooting up. They see that as like a that's kind of your own prerogative as long as you're not bothering anyone. We have other things to worry about. I reported that I saw people shooting up when I was in Quincy recently.
Oh,
There
by
was-
the Quincy Center Tea Station?
No, it was inside one of the buildings because I report in a building in Quincy sometimes. And someone was shooting up in the stairway, and I called the police and said what was going on, and they were like, well, what are they doing? Are they like going to are they doing anything? And I was like, I mean, they're shooting up in the hallway, and they were like, I think they'll just leave you alone. I'm like, okay.
They didn't
well,
say that. Oh, they're probably diabetic or something like that. No.
no, they know exactly what's going on,
Right.
but they have other things to worry about, things that are more urgent.
I was on one of the buses going to Quincy Center, and I love public transportation in Boston. I think, contrary to people, all in all, we have a good system. I'm listening to these people behind me, a girlfriend and boyfriend talking, and another kid gets on the bus, and he's telling his girlfriend, hey, I overdosed the other night, and he saved me. He brought me back, and he didn't steal my wallet. And then the other guy said, oh, I overdosed last night. And I'm like,
wow.
I mean, you're looking at this. You're looking at the problem with opiates.
Yeah.
You look at the
Right.
problem with heroin. And here we are putting up this stink about cannabis.
Right.
Yeah, it's so
We have so many other
minor.
problems.
Yeah.
Right. That's great. Walter, this is one of the reasons why we immediately bonded, because I totally think the same way you do on that, too. I mean, and we've spent far too much time to do this. Now, you're on the radio. You know what it means when they do this, right?
I know. He's has a very good circle with his finger
well,
there.
he's a Canton
Wrap
High
it up
School,
here.
Curry College. He knows how to give a watt. He knows how to do a rap.
He has a good president at Curry College.
Plus, he also knows.
Nice Irish kid.
Plus, he also knows that I tend to go on and on and on, and
And you put us together?
That's
We
right.
could be here all
That's what
day.
he's saying. Okay, these guys need their own show. Real quick before you go, you are doing a show. You do a podcast. Tell me about it. Where
I
is it and all
I
that?
do a podcast on Radio Entrepreneurs called In the Weeds. It's an internet.
Wait. Is it just In the Weeds, or is it In the Weeds with Walter Sullivan?
I'm a co-host, so I can't be Walter Sullivan.
Okay.
And it's on Radio Entrepreneurs, and it's really talking about, brings entrepreneurs on that talk about why they got in the business.
Yep.
And we see a lot of ancillary businesses coming in. This is why they decided. Accountants, builders. It's amazing the industry, packaging. And I actually had the packaging person on on the show, and it's amazing. I'm sure they discuss packaging is how it has to be child proof.
Right.
We have to worry about dogs as well.
Wait, we talked about dogs earlier today. Let me talk about childproof just for a second. And this
isn't me. This is Jimmy.
This is me. I'm carrying on because this is a pet peeve of mine because I've got arthritic fingers. I have really a lot of problems opening up childproof. Now, there are people out there who probably think, well, that's because I never grew up. But that's another story. Point being, there are certain containers that you can get that are childproof that are also helpful for people who have arthritic hands.
Well, you look at medications that you get today at the pharmacy.
Yep.
That the cap is childproof, but if you flip it over,
right.
So it allows someone in your position,
right,
to get someone else to open it for you.
My mail order
right.
prescriptions come that way.
And then you're just more protective on where you put it.
It's about responsibility. It's about acting like an adult because it's an adult product.
I mean, you look at parents have parties at their houses with alcohol everywhere.
Yes, they
all
do.
of a sudden they wake up and their 2-year-old child's drunk because they left the drinks there and the kid doesn't know.
Okay.
I think we have to go though, don't we?
No. Nicole's ready to leave.
Nicole, where are you going on us?
She got cleared. She was out of frame, right? And she checked to make sure. I told you, she's well trained.
Now, Nicole, no one's going to watch our show now.
Pro. She is a real pro. Walter,
Jimmy, they're not going to watch us now.
All right, well, we could just keep going.
I know.
But you also know the power of the technical guy.
You mean you can make me look good
and sound good, and more importantly, kill your microphone. All right, so I think we're not wrapped though, guys. Is it?
Did you guys
we have
stop
two more
us?
interviews, right? 2 more interviews. Oh, we're still on. Yeah, it's good. Frickin' frack. We're still going, and I have 2 more interviews. 2 more people. Perfect. All right.
Hey, Jimmy, it's a pleasure.
Hey, you're awesome, and
we enjoyed it. We'll do this again.
Make sure you know my phone number so that I can be coming onto your show, and then you.
And I'll get you some cannabis.
What?
Oh, you already have more than enough at home.
Really?
How are your plants doing?
I do not grow. I have a black thumb, and I'd rather throw money at it than grow it.
See you,
Sorry.
Jimmy.
All right, Walter Sullivan, thank you so much. We'll be back. We're going to have... Okay, this is the big finish, I promise. This is the last interview of a very long day of live streaming here at the New England Cannabis Convention at the Heinz Auditorium in Boston. I'm Jimmy Young, president, founder, and host of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young on the CLNS Media.com network, as well as iTunes, iHeartRadio, and a whole bunch of other places, including our friends at theweedtube.com. Joining me in studio right now, in my little studio, is two people from Mary's List. It's Denise Bitterman and Taylor Aldridge. Guys, thank you so much for showing up, even at the end. I do appreciate it.
Oh, we're so excited to be here. Thank you.
You cannot. You are BSing me. You are not excited.
I just had a Dunkin' Donuts, so I can get ready for this.
Oh,
so.
good for you. Oh, good for you. By the way, what time is it? It's like 4 o'clock?
4:20.
I haven't had my morning coffee yet.
You haven't had your morning coffee yet?
No, and I don't like the taste of coffee. I have those Starbucks macchiato things. Kill it with sugar and milk.
I go Dunkin'.
I
easier.
know, and it's a local company. I know I'm a snob.
Yeah, it's all right.
It's all right. You know what? I don't like the taste. What can I tell you?
It's too strong.
I'm very high maintenance. I bet you didn't realize. That's probably not on my resume, just for the record.
HIGH maintenance?
Yeah, that
okay,
too.
Cool.
That's another one. Tell me about Mary's List, please, and what is Mary's List all about?
Sure, I'll start. So Mary's List is a professional services marketplace for the cannabis industry, essentially allowing people to get hired for project-based work around the country wherever you are. So let's say you have a dispensary looking to hire a graphic designer. Yep. Dispensary can post the project on the site. Graphic designer can bid on the project. Dispensary can hire and pay the graphic designer directly through the site. We have payouts in all 50 states and soon to be 140 countries.
Wow, and who does your banking? Do they know you're in the cannabis industry?
They do indeed.
But you don't touch products, so
We
you're
don't
okay.
touch
That's the key, right?
You know, it was still a struggle to get a bank account, and
Really?
we went through 15 payment processors. Because
And wait, there's no cannabis in the name of your company is Mary's List.
Correct.
And it's at Mary's List INC or LLC?
It's an LLC.
LLC?
Yeah.
Why in the world would they give you a hard time?
Because there's still plant-touching companies that pay our freelancers and
All right.
professionals.
Oh, so you're in the business. You're guilty by association.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That sucks. We have got to change these laws. I am so sick of it. My God, but let's not talk politics.
Okay.
You never know what's going to come out of my mouth when I'm overtired, okay? So I warn you both.
Just go.
Let
it go.
I'm ready.
Let's just
Yeah,
get through the
let it
next
flow.
half hour, 20 minutes or so, and we'll be all right. So you're both the co-founders.
Yes.
Did you know each other before this? I mean, what's the relationship? I got to ask. Come on.
No, so Denise and I are partners in life as well as in business.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so we met at the end of 2016.
Yep.
And
right when it went legal.
Yeah, like almost right after it went legal in California, Massachusetts, a few other states.
Yeah.
And Denise had knee surgery in January of 2017.
ACL or
I actually had a
cartridge?
hole in my knee, so they grafted
I know all about it.
bone in.
I know that surgery.
Yeah,
yes, it's kind of cool what they do.
It's cool.
It
I
just
saw
takes you
the bone
forever. Oh yeah,
beforehand, but it was a really long recovery.
Yeah, it is. I remember that. I did not have it done, but I know people who have had it.
Yeah, it was my 4th knee surgery.
Yikes!
So,
Are you an athlete? Were you an athlete?
I was an athlete.
I was an athlete once too. A
That's
long
awesome.
freaking time ago. You weren't even born in the 70s. Sorry.
No, I wasn't. Sorry.
I'm sorry. It's the end of the day, people. It's the end of the day. I have no idea what's going to come out of my mouth now. All right?
I'm waiting for it.
All right.
Pins and
So you
needles.
guys, this is very cool. So you met, you saw an opportunity, you're entrepreneurial.
Yes.
Well, that's how it starts. You know, she has this surgery. She doesn't want to take opiates for the pain management.
Mhm.
She opts for cannabis products instead.
Mhm.
Topicals, smoking, or
Vaping.
vapes.
Yep,
yeah,
yep.
any of it just to help. And her recovery, you sped it up in like 2 months.
Yeah.
Yeah, like 2 months. So she's up and running.
Wow.
And this was like this aha moment for her and for me where we just saw an opportunity to work in an industry where we could really help people.
Okay.
Right? And
a lot of people have this mantra in the cannabis industry. They really, it's the giving back. It's we know that we have a product that can help people.
Exactly.
It's kind of cool.
We
It's
just
the
want
best
to get
part.
people access to medicine, and really
Right.
Mary's List is a manifestation of that. Because in order to get access to medicine, you have to go to a dispensary. What does a dispensary need? They need to fill out a licensing application. They need technical writers. They need security consultants. They need grow consultants. And that's really how the idea was born. I was a licensing consultant. I saw all the things
Gotcha.
you needed, and I was like, why don't we create a community where everyone can hire who they need?
Right. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Great
And
idea.
so we met.
you.
Yeah, we met right when all this started.
Yeah.
And we we were dating, and then we just kind of compliment each other a lot on our various business skills.
Yes,
So, and it helps.
And
I
you
mean,
have
we
a
see
deep
each other all the time.
respect for her now, don't you?
Unbelievable. She's the boss.
That's right.
Yeah.
We all learn very.
She's the CEO
at some
now.
point in our lives. That's all right. At some point in our lives, we all learn that rule. Let's just say. And I'm a big supporter of the Me Too movement and women's rights and all this. And I recognize my status as a pig sometimes.
You know, Jimmy, I have to say, I like the words that are coming out of your mouth
I know a lot of
late in
people.
the afternoon.
I know.
I appreciate it. I didn't know it was going to happen, and I love it.
I think I'm still concussed, to be honest with you. All right. So, would this work for, let me just say, I'm a new company.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm actually looking for someone, this probably is very specific, but with a media business background that has the passion for cannabis and business as I do. Because I'm a content producer. That's really where I want to be. I like having a talk show. I like meeting new people. I like talking to people. I actually think when I have time to prepare for interviews and do them, I think I do a pretty good job with them. People tell me I have done it over the years, since I've done it for 40 years. It's something I can do, right?
Yeah.
So I'd like to find that, but I think that may be too specific to you guys. Am I wrong or right? I mean, how many? Media is a niche anyway, right?
I think that there are needs all over this industry for various experts, right? Especially with content, because that is actually the biggest request we do see, along with social media and marketing.
So,
because people want to get their names out there, and they want to leverage any platform or person to do that. They want someone who knows how to distribute.
Gotcha.
See what I'm saying?
Right. No.
Yeah.
I'm very familiar with how many eyeballs, how many times.
Exactly.
Right.
So there's all these needs to get your message out there, get in front of the right people, and a lot of them are just shooting in the dark because they can't use all of the various things that are available to every other industry. Facebook advertising is pretty much gone. You can't do that. All the normal advertising methods don't exist. And content distribution, you have to be very particular about where you send your message. So it does take someone who can understand those channels and can carve out their own niche.
Right.
And like media already does that. It's just, it's not there. It hasn't happened yet.
No, that's
so if you
exactly
build
right.
it, yeah, that's the best thing about this industry. You can do anything you want. You can build any business. It's like, if it's not there, like, you can create it. You can decide, this is what I want to do. I'm going to be the first one to do it.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm going to be the first one to do a multimedia network for cannabis, since we have done a little research on this. There are a few other networks out there, but I have Sensi Magazine. That's a print product, and they do networking events. That's an awesome way to market. The CLNS Media Group is a sports-centric podcast aggregator. They've been distributing the podcast I do with Dan Lothian on Behind the Media for well over a year, and I've been doing the In the Weeds for about a year. And I love Leafly. I love Weed Maps. Green Flower has a great online certificate course. MJ Headline News, run by Stuart Zakem, Lenny's younger brother.
No, we know Stu.
You know Stu?
Yeah.
So did you know
LOPU
Lenny?
alum too.
Well, did you know who Lenny is? They named a bridge after him.
Yeah, I know that. I know the bridge is named after Lenny Zakem.
Right. And what you don't know is I left full-time sportscaster work to work with Lenny Zakem.
Oh.
He had a program called Team Harmony. It was through the Anti-Defamation League, where they brought all the teams together to recognize young people who were fighting all forms of discrimination in their communities. It was a very powerful one-day event that was done at the Fleet Center, about 4 or 5 years. Wow. And I loved the whole idea. It was one of my biggest thrills, being in the center of the garden with 15,000 kids, and I'm interviewing, you probably know the Hoyts, Dick and Ricky Hoyt, right? You probably know Jordan's Furniture, Elliot and Barry.
Yep.
Okay, interviewed them.
Wow.
Each one of these people had to face some kind of discrimination in their lives, and those stories were very powerful to kids. Ivan McKinley was a soccer player from South Africa who used to hide black kids in his attic and basement because during apartheid they were coming looking. Can you imagine? All right, now we're talking the 90s, but still,
I know.
This was it was awesome. Cheryl Swoops as well on that. So I mean, you guys can imagine that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
That
sounds awesome.
Yeah, I've had a great life. I really have. I'm very fortunate. any of my friends out there watching or knowing me, they know I love to talk about it because I don't want people to think I take it for granted. So if I'm looking for a business development person, a salesperson, these are things that you guys can list and post. And do you search for them, or you just post them and hope somebody sees it? How do you do that?
So we have both. You can post the project and let people just try to bid on it, or we also do a curated version where we can seek out people, vet them, and send them over to you.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. All right,
It depends on what people want. Sometimes they're like, no, I got it. I can handle this whole thing on my own.
I can't handle anything.
Yeah, other times they're like, can you do the whole thing and just let me know who you find?
So you know what my problem is when I put out want ads? I like everybody.
Yeah.
And I'm a coach, so I believe I can always coach them up. Now, did you see Nicole that was here, the pretty blonde? So, well, anyway, 23-year-old young woman who is a recent college graduate. I met her 10 years ago when I had my Young Broadcasters of America studio where I train young people to be on-camera talent. She is an on-camera talent. She's a model.
That's awesome.
She's my co-anchor this weekend.
Wow,
which is like,
cool. Good for her.
Daddy's so proud.
Yeah.
You know.
We've been watching this person
Right, grow
Right
up.
for
Oh
10
no,
years.
it's awesome.
That's
Fantastic.
really cool.
It's one of the reasons why I coached soccer for so many years too. I loved watching these 6-year-olds get Division I scholarships, or I did get to coach a pro one day, and Jorge Montoya. In fact, the kid's head coach at Belmont Hill. I'm pretty sure that's where he ended up. But he was I was his youth coach.
I used to teach gymnastics.
Whoa.
Yeah.
The male gymnastics stuff?
No, just like kids
everything.
gymnastics.
Okay, no, I
But
know.
I did it
because
for
I
like
have
15 years.
incredible respect for male gymnasts.
It was tough.
The
I told
pommel
them I
horse.
used to go,
I'm sure you did. Welcome to the real world. You know, probably the only thing I haven't torn in my body. To be honest
You're
with you
lucky.
guys. So, what are your goals for 2019? What do you guys? How much? You know, do you have a growth goal? Do you have a? Tell me.
Definitely. So we are actually engaging our attorneys now, and we're going to start fundraising for our site. We're ready to start hiring more people to help us develop Mary's List. We're really excited about it. We minimally want to have 1,000 people on the site by the end of 2019. Like I said, we also want to expand to international because we have the capacity to do payment processing in 140 countries. So we're ready for it.
Yeah. No, that's great.
We'd love to. I think it would be great to have. You know, we've been working on this project for a year now,
Mhm.
and we launched it at the end of January.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah.
By the way, January 1st, we launched our little thing. So
congrats.
Yeah, it's been a wild couple of months. I gotta
Yeah,
tell
you're
you.
like, where did all the time go?
No, I know where it went. I know exactly where it went, and I know exactly what happened. But anyway, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. And so, like, it's really cool now where when you start seeing people use like a product you've been working on, you know, it's like all I can imagine is like when you have a child go out into the world, and you've been cultivating this thing.
We don't have children. We don't have an actual child.
We don't have children yet.
Okay,
so that's why I'm
yeah,
saying.
we
Like,
can
all I
say
can
yet. By
imagine-
the way, I heard that. I just want to say, you and I will talk off camera about that.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
toughest
as
job,
this happens,
the
then we can-
Yep.
toughest job you will ever have.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
And by the way, it's for life.
Yep. No,
Okay.
it doesn't end.
Okay. So just think about all those things because you're probably having a great time together. You built a business. You
We're gonna
probably go
start
out
with a
and
puppy.
right. You don't have to.
Yeah.
Worry. Oh, you got a little puppy. Starting with a
Start with a
puppy. Okay, that's good.
Make sure we can
keep
nurture
the
a
dog
dog.
away from the edibles. Okay.
We've nurtured a company.
I
Then
mean,
we'll
we're
nurture a
laughing
dog.
about that.
No, I know.
That's a very dangerous.
I
I learned
know.
about that last week, and I was like, "Oh my God, we got to talk about that. That's horrible."
Yeah, it's awful. I'm
They're going
laughing
to the.
because,
No, I get that.
discomfort.
Life, the life journey. It's just laughing at the life journey.
Yeah.
I get it. Where are your offices?
We're based out of New York City, and we also have an
I've heard
office
of
in
New York.
Denver.
And Denver, I've heard of
Yeah.
that state.
Oh, cool.
That state too. Oh wait, it's a city. It's a mile-high city.
There's this
By the way,
really-
how many puns? How many times during the day do you have to you realize that you're using a pun in the cannabis industry?
I mean, it's
I make
hard
them
to
for
not.
social
There's so
media
many.
all day.
Right.
I make images based on
That's-
that. I think it's the greatest thing ever.
Well, we get questions like, "Who's Mary?"
Right.
And we're
Well,
like,
by the way,
Mary Jane.
that was the most. Well, see, I see. It's the most obvious question, and I didn't ask it because I said, you know what, it's too obvious. I get it. Then I said, well, maybe it would be Mary Jane's list or MJ's list, but MJ is Michael Jordan, and they probably have a copyright on that or something, you know.
But I like how far you got into the reasoning.
While I'm talking to you at the same time, I might add. The brain is working overtime at this point.
Cool.
Well, guys, look, where can they find you? I know where, but tell me where they can find you and find out and how to get involved.
Sure. Our website is www.maryslist.co. Our Instagram handle.
.co. That's very important. We know that there is a
.co.
distinguishing there. You've got to learn how to spell .com or not.
Exactly. So it's
.co.
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 Our Instagram handle is maryslist.co, so you can find us there too.
So let's talk about Instagram.
Yeah.
Okay? Because I'm learning. Okay?
She's a great resource.
Well, and now we're talking about Nicole Spiller, who was here, my co-anchor.
Yeah.
She's got 90,000. She's an influencer.
Wow.
Yeah. And she's looking for work. And by the way, once you see, I'll show you the picture. She's beautiful, and she's smart, and she's fun, and she's got a personality. And she got all the things that I can't teach. You get what I'm saying?
Gifted naturally.
Correct.
I appreciate that.
Everything else, the skills that's stuff I could absolutely teach too. But the personality, the looks, that's pretty much, what the deal is. And I can coach up confidence.
Yeah.
You got it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
She's clearly like 90,000 followers. You said she's 23.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, and she's been on the cover of Boston Magazine at age 17. She was. I introduced her to one of the Patriots cheerleaders when she was 16. She did an interview with Lindsay.
She's a girl boss. I appreciate that.
She is really. She
Right
is,
on.
and she's a brand. She knows she's a brand.
Mhm.
And the next step for her, I'm going to introduce her to the best agent in Boston. He does happen to be mine now.
Good.
I've known about him for 40 years, but I never really needed one until now
Yeah.
because none of my friends in media want to bring me in anymore. Now, do you? You don't want ratings, right? Because after all, it's the most controversial subject in the last 50 years. Anyway, I digress. As you can tell, this is the last interview
Yeah,
of
you're
the
like,
day.
just get it all out.
No, I'm counting the minutes and the seconds to till I go. So the
Till it's
Capitol
over.
Grill is going to be the office after hours office
I got
because
you.
I'm a big fan of the Capitol Grill and always have been.
Great.
Well, guys, thank you first of all for helping me get through this.
No problem. Thank you for having us.
And are you? Do you have a booth here, or are you just wandering? This.
We're just walking around today.
Well, cool.
We're helping to sponsor an after party that starts at 5 o'clock at Lear. So if anyone's
Wait,
watching, and wants to
wait. Hang on a
come,
second. Where?
right across the street at Lear Bar.
Oh, okay. I know. I get it. Yeah.
Open bar 5 to 8. So
Yeah, I know.
I
Said
think
the
I
magic
know
words.
where I'm going. Okay, well that's awesome. Thank you. I think Smoking Interiors is having one at Dillon's too. So
Yeah.
I get what's going on,
we're doing
which is very
Dylan's
cool.
tomorrow.
Okay, great. Hey, look, support the local economy.
Yes,
we
for
love
sure.
that, right?
For sure.
And support the local cannabis world because after all, we're all in this together, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, we're all here to uplift and elevate. That's it.
And live history, man.
Yeah, this is the end of Prohibition.
It is so amazing to
Yeah.
me. You know,
That's really cool.
It is really cool. And again, in a year, we've come so far. And like I said, very fortunate. Thank you guys for coming over. Come
Thank
over,
you.
Visit us, say hi,
We
over the
will.
next couple days.
Definitely.
And
Thank
if
you.
you really want to see something funny, come by around 3:30 on Sunday.
Oh, and you're just finally like,
It'll be the last half hour. Holy moly. I'm going to be toast by then.
oh my God.
Thank you so much. All right,
Thank you.
this is
Thank
going to
you.
wrap it up. So I want to make sure I thank everybody here at the Cannabis Multimedia Network, Steve Helmuth, the Martin family, Wayne and Jason. Love it. You guys, it wouldn't be possible live streaming without Stream Boston. I really appreciate it. Joyce Gerber, my executive producer of In the Weeds, so helpful, and a longtime friend. I tried.
You're amazing, man.
It's good to do it. Byron Rest. Thank you.
Yeah, Byron. Thank you, guys.
I will be here. Use the microphone properly. I will be here. We'll see you tomorrow back at the New England Cannabis Convention. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Oh, that was too funny.